What is up, everybody? The night has come. It is time for the 6 hour BBM marathon. We have a whole lot of awesome guests lined up for you guys. We're going to be drafting BBMs nonstop, one after another. We'll get to that in just a second. But first, hit you guys with the intro. Y'all know I'm super in on the Ravens this year. We don't push pause, we push play.
But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me.
I think Lamar and that offense is going to be on a mission this year. What is
Got
it?
something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits.
What is up, everybody? Our first guest tonight is none other than Meg from the Fantasy Speak Network. No, she was on time. We've been chatting backstage for a while. Um, what more can I say? She is our queen of best ball. She finished fifth in the Bulldog. You can find her at Fan Speak. Her and her brother also have a Substack by the same name, I believe. Feel free to shout out Meg anything that I might have missed. We're going to be doing a 30-second BBM. If you guys want to hop in it, I already hopped in it for us. 10 more spots, so you guys come on in with us. How you doing tonight, ma'am?
I'm doing wonderful. First of all, love your Ravens intro. I'm a Baltimore resident. However, I'm a Washington fan living in Baltimore, but still Washington fan in Baltimore, but love the intro. Also love the intro of me, Queen of Best Ball. I'll take that any day. So that was really sweet. I appreciate that. And I'm really looking forward to drafting a BBM with you. So thank you so much for having me. And let's get this man to 100 if he's not already. Love the 6 hour stream tonight, a Friday night party. Love it. And really excited to be here.
Yeah. And by the way, for Meg and anyone else that you see on tonight, if you are not already familiar with their stuff, all of the links to their YouTube channels are down in the description. I've personally watched and subscribed to all of them. They're awesome content. Go give them a follow and a sub over there if you aren't, but most of y'all should be already. What's up, Hartman? What's up, Mike? Chad told me good luck earlier. That man left me a comment an hour before the stream even started tonight. Look
Love
at
him.
my man.
Love him.
What's up, Best Ball on Call? GAB, good to see you in here. Yes, it is a 30-second BBM. Meg has a heart out for her show here in about an hour or a little less, actually. So you guys go ahead and jump in it and fill it up so we can make this happen.
Like it. Now we're down to 9, so it sounds good. And yeah, I had to say Mike Robb always gives me a hard time, but I was totally on time today.
Totally on time. Yeah. The Ravens thing, I'm a Texan fan myself, but it was like over the last couple weeks, I just find myself drafting more and more of Lamar. And he's the one I'm really in on, just him. But because I'm in on him, then of course you're in on the pass catchers and stuff like that. And it was like, you know what? I keep screaming on my streams every night about how I'm gonna draft as much Ravens as I can this year. So we like to do fun things here. I have another intro that's kind of my main one, but I made that the other day and figured we'd go with it tonight.
I like it. And I always like seeing Big Dog ever since I started watching and participating in DFS content, literally like 12 years ago. I've always loved, whenever Derrick Henry came into the league, then everybody always called him Big Dog. And, he has his snow tires on in the winter, and always loved him. And he paid off for me. He was on my Bulldog team. So that was nice. Love Derrick Henry. So love that he's part of the Ravens intro.
All right. We are still waiting on 9, guys, and there is 12 people watching this stream right now. So some of y'all need to go in and hop in it. Let's make it happen. We'll give it maybe 5 more minutes or so. If we have to, we'll back out and do a 20-second. I don't want you to miss your show. Worst case, I'll finish it off if we're running late. That won't be a big deal. The Bulldog. So I'm still trying. I'm the DraftKings guy for the last 2 years. I just switched over to Underdog once I started streaming this year.
Okay.
So which tournament exactly is the Bulldog again?
So the Bulldog last year, because sometimes they, name them to the different price points, and they changed the
Mhm.
price points because but the Bulldog last year was a $75 single entry contest.
Okay.
So obviously when it's that price point, it has really good advance rates, but a lot of the underdog contests honestly have really, really good advance rates. And that's I call myself like an advance rate snob, but it just means that I am looking for those contests. Yes, I'll dabble in BBM, and I honestly, just like you, do a lot of my BBMs for stream purposes, and I only have a
Mhm.
few to myself, honestly. But I really, really like those contests where after you get out of your 2 of 12 pod, that you're looking at 1 of 5, 1 of 6, 1 of 4, 2 of 8, 2 of 10. And I believe the Bulldog last year was once you got out of your pod, 2 of 10, 2 of 10. So that's
Okay.
really nice. It's honestly even helpful because I mean I think it was either the quarterfinals or the semifinals week. There was no way I was touching this one guy. So thankfully it was a 2 of something to move on. So
Mhm.
I really pay attention because it was, I believe, the year before I did, really just BBMs, puppies, anything that was kind of 1 of 10, 1 of 13, 1 of 16. And it was like, I had a great advance rate. And then I'm not setting myself up for success. So I'm really being very choosy about contest selection because at the end of the day, yes, we want to make money. Of course, I would love $2 million. But at the end of the day, I want to be profitable. I want to have a week 17 sweat. I want to have fun after all the work I put in the spring and summer. So with that
Of
said, I'm
course.
really, really focusing on the advance rate and what it is after you get out of your pod. So yeah, the Bulldog was really nice that it was 2 of 10, 2 of 10 after once the playoffs started.
All right. Well, we'll try to split the 2 million right here with this
Yeah,
draft
there we
in a
go.
few minutes. As soon as 7 more people come on and jump in here for us. No, I feel you on their advance rate, and it's like your brother was actually made this comment last night on our stream, and that's totally kind of my thinking that like for me personally, other than on stream with somebody, if
Mhm.
I'm gonna spend the 25, I'd rather bump down honestly and spend the 20 and jump in the sprint. The sprint
Exactly.
is a contest that kind of really perks my interest. Just the way I build in general, I'm not like the have to get my week 17 stack person. Like I try to
Mhm.
stack week 17, of course, but I never do it just to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like I will, if it's a close, yes, I'll use it for a tiebreaker, but I'm
Sure.
never going to take a player that I think is not the best pick for this particular team just because I feel like I need wide receiver 3 to bring back, against
Exactly.
my quarterbacks or whatever. But what I do really focus on in general is just like what I think a player or a team's overall playoff schedule is because
Mhm.
we got to get through week 15, we got to get through week 16. So
Mhm.
like if I had to rank my priorities, it's my team first as far as like stacking my quarterbacks, team correlation and all that good stuff. And then next, I'm actually just kind of looking at what is their playoff schedule in general like, like one guy that before the schedule came out in particular that I was drafting that I really haven't been into is like Jacobs from Green Bay, just because I think he kind of has a really crappy playoff schedule for a running back who's going at the end of round 2. So I just kind of haven't really been that into him. Now in the eliminator, I still draft him because, of course, that's a whole
Right.
different ball game this year
Yeah.
with the way it's set up and everything. And I'm not saying I'm right. It's just the way that I do it. 7 more guys. Come on, y'all hop in here.
Yeah, I agree with you and my brother Steve. I do like the sprint a lot more. Again, we all want $2 million, right? But like 1 of 13 and 1 of 16 is an absolute gauntlet. And so, yeah, I kind of like that. You get yourself a good advance rate, get yourself a lot of bullets in the playoffs, and then then you kind of try to build some correlated teams that you're really betting on those teams to have a successful weeks 15 through 17, high totals and potentially back and forth shootouts in all 3 or 2 of the 3 games and focus on that. So I
Mhm.
want to do a lot more sprint. I also love the marathon. I only did like literally like 6 or 7 last year and I finished 138th. And that just, I feel like people will poo-poo like what's your chances of a sweat. Well, I think if you're building a good amount of volume of the marathon, that hopefully you're giving yourself, again, at the end of the day, like the ability to be profitable, the ability to have a week 17 sweat. And that's what I did. Like I finished 138th. I won 900, I think, or maybe it was 700 or 800, but I'll have to look
Mhm.
back. But I mean, I could have probably won as low as like by week 17, 500, as high as like 1,000, 1,200, something along those lines. But the bottom line is it gave me a week 17 sweat. I definitely helped, and then definitely helped towards my profitability. So yeah, I kind of like those other contests as well, not just the good advance rate contest, but the other offerings that Underdog gives you, the sprint, the marathon. I do think Eliminator is, going to be a little bit rougher because, basically by week 4, I think it's down to like 12% of the teams or something like that. But with that said,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a fun, sweat equity and want some action there too. So yeah, I think contest selection is really important in all these underdog options.
Okay, real quick, for if anybody jumped in it, I had already hopped out of that one and jumped into the 20-second BBM. We still need 7 people for that one, so there's room to still get in. But this way, our queen can get out of here on time and get to her show also, and still help me make all the picks and everything.
And you got
Real
5 more after this, 5 more BBMs
Yeah,
after this. That's
we'll be
exciting.
okay. I got me a little caffeinated beverage here, and
Love it.
we ate a late lunch today, and the wife is on kid duty all night,
There you
so
go.
thanks to her for making it happen. By the way, as you guys come in, so if you guys give me 100 likes tonight during this 6-hour live stream, what's that? Less than 20 likes an hour? I mean, that's not
Yeah.
anything, right?
Right.
Then we'll come back in a little over a month. My wife and my kids are going to actually be out of town on August 1st. We'll do an 8-hour BBM stream, and
There
we'll
we
try to
go.
bring a lot of the same guests back for you guys, plus a couple new ones. So hit that like button. If you're not subbed already, sub. If we get over 100 tonight, we'll have another party on August 1st.
I love that. Absolutely. Yeah, that's not too much to ask. 20 likes an hour. I like it. I mean, you're going for 6 hours here. This is a Friday night party. I like that. I like what you're thinking.
We'll get there, I think. All right, one more. So we should be able to get this one fired up
Oh
here
yeah.
really soon. I prefer the 30-second clocks, but I don't want to make you late, and I also want to stay on track as we have somebody lined up every hour. So, we'll improvise as need be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No, yeah, one more we should fill here quickly in 20 seconds. You and I can make some quick decisions. I like it.
Oh yeah, for sure. What's up to my man Chris Candyman? Caught a little bit of his. He was on a vacation stream
I
today,
saw
streaming
that.
from the porch in front of a lake. Had a nice little low setup. Meg needs to learn about taxes. Always say when IRS all these streams.
Mike Brown's
She
always
is
got a hard time.
definitely our queen,
Oh,
fantasy
thank
dog.
you.
Let's make it happen. Let's make sure everyone knows the official title.
Markle, Duchess of Best. I like that.
There
That's
we
great.
go. All right, where do we end up in this one? Let's take a look real quick. Almost in the middle. Pick 8.
I like
Kind of
that.
nice. I don't know. You probably know the names better than me. I do recognize Fantasy Dog. He's on my
Yeah,
streams
of
almost
course.
every night.
And then it's young Moolah is GAB in chat.
Okay. See, I'm still trying to learn everybody.
Yeah, no, same. I mean, same. Absolutely. I'm trying. Sometimes if it doesn't match their name in chat, I'm still trying to make sure I learn as well. Cody,
Let's
I'll
go.
be on
There's
with that too.
Mr.
I'll be on with
Cody. Yep.
at 8:00 Eastern.
Yeah, he's doing yours, and then when he's done with
And
that,
he's
he's got
coming here.
I guess it's 10 p.m. Eastern slot, 9 p.m.
Okay, yeah.
Central
So he
slot.
goes on Fanspeak and then over back here to party with you. I like it.
Fun night.
So what do you usually do at the 8 spot, or what are some of your favorite picks at the 8 spot?
Well, if he's there, it's almost always Puka because Gibbs and Lamb are gone normally. After Puka, it's kind of a toss-up. I'd be okay, me personally, either Neighbors or CMC. I haven't loved CMC in the middle rounds. I actually don't have any CMC, it looks like, in the in the regular style contest. I have some CMC in the eliminators.
Oh, there he goes.
I love Puka. If Gibbs falls, then yes, I'd be okay smashing Gibbs for sure. He just normally isn't there all the way back at 8. Puka or Neighbors, who's your choice?
I'm a Neighbors girl, but if you want to go Puka, I'm totally fine with that. It's a
I
team.
have a lot more Puka than Neighbors. And,
Okay,
and I want more Neighbors. I don't want to be underweight too much on Neighbors. I kind of would like to be at least with the field. So we'll go.
I always say all these receivers in this, kind of back end of the first round and even the start of the second round, to me, it's like totally splitting hairs. To me, it's so, 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 so close. And so
Mm-hmm.
to me, my kind of tiebreakers is I really like Neighbors and Nico because they are the true alphas on the team with both Puka and even BTJ. Like I'm very bullish on Travis Hunter. I think they have a lot of target competition with their wide receiver twos. So that's why I
Mm-hmm.
kind of have Neighbors and Nico slightly higher. But I mean, it's like by fractions, right? So I mean, when it's all said and done, by the end of the summer, I need to make sure I'm getting exposure to all these guys.
So you are in on Hunter then a lot this year?
I am.
Just out of
Yeah.
curiosity. See,
Yeah.
I can't get there. I draft BTJ. I've taken Hunter a few times. He's not like a guy that I'm just full fading. Like
Right.
I'll take him when he falls a little bit or whatnot, but I think the teams I've taken him most on, honestly, is Superflex when I already have Lawrence, and then
Sure.
he's got a better price, obviously, over there in Superflex. Sometimes the receivers fall, so I'm like, sure,
Right.
why not? It's nothing against the player. I don't know. Let's look at this pick, and then I'll say why I'm kind of out
Sure.
on him
Yeah.
this
No,
week.
absolutely. Always good to. Um, I
Let's
mean, you
see
could.
here.
There's some
I'm
fallers here
surprised. I'm
because
about to just about to say Puka sitting in the second round. That almost never
that
happens.
almost never happens. Yeah, there he goes. But yeah, I saw that Henry went early, and I think Drake London went early. So definitely led to some fallers here.
So are you an automatic Bowers Neighbors combo, or we could get one of the
Actually,
running
I'm
backs?
an automatic. If Genty falls to what number are we at? I'm a Genty because I
All
think he
right.
does belong in the first round. So to get essentially, I feel like we're getting 2 first rounders.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. I need to be more open to Genty. My thing with Genty isn't that I don't like him. He does normally go there in the back of the first round, and
Right.
I just prefer Nico, or I will take Neighbors over him. And so I've not really been in a lot of, when I have taken Genty, it's been when, I can get him in the second round there with whatever receiver I got the first round.
Never seen him fall this far in a
It
BBM, post draft. So this to get a Neighbors Genty start, I feel like has got to be pretty unique, I'd say.
Yeah,
I know
let's go.
BBM, where it has it's all summer long, and so it gives a lot more opportunities than time box contest to get the different combinations. But this one feels rare to me because Genty
Hmm.
to me rarely falls to the second round, let alone what was that, pick 16?
Yeah, yeah. Well, 17 actually for us. Well, I think what helped it was, Henry went in the 9 spot, which kind of helped push Puka into the 14 spot. AJ
Yeah,
Brown got pulled up by Fantasy Dog. So, we had some things that kind of helped us get there, but we'll take it, right? We
yeah,
need a little luck.
absolutely,
It is a BBM.
exactly. I like it. Yeah, Cody said Neighbors Genty, that's week 17 too. And yeah, I can't believe that combo. So we got to land the plane with the last 16 picks here.
We will try our best. What's up, Bendels? What's
Always
up,
good to see
Cody? Good to
Gimbal.
see you. Nick stopping in,
Love it.
always winning the flex.
Love it. You got a good crew in chat. I like it.
Yeah, they've been showing me love, man. I have been overwhelmed with how welcoming the best ball community has
Oh, it's
been
the
for a
best,
new
right?
streamer, and I try to do my part. I try my best to catch as much of you guys' stuff as I can,
Well, thank you.
and y'all all have great content too.
Oh, well, thank you. No, the best ball community is the absolute best. So many, cross streams like this, parties like this, supporting each other. It's awesome. Gotta love it.
I was going to recommend Adams, but he just went.
I was
We're at pick.
hoping Adams would fall there. Yeah.
What do you like here? Kyron's on the board. Terry
I would
McLaurin, if you're into him.
I would actually say either Terry, Mike Evans, or Tet, whoever you like the best.
Let's go Terry, and then it could set up, maybe a Jaden Daniels. We'll see how the quarterbacks go. I'm kind of more so than I would in normal tournaments. or non BBM tournaments, I kind of think like you want one of the four major elite QBs in a BBM, and your brother got me to thinking actually last night, because I'm almost always, if I have one of the top four, I'm generally a 2 QB guy. But I
Mhm.
also realized last night talking with your brother that I'm also thinking about it through the lens of I don't really play that many BBMs or intend on playing that many BBMs. And so, because he was like telling me how he's always 3 quarterbacks, especially in BBM, because it is so much harder to get out of week 15. It
And
is so much harder to get out of week 16.
mhm. Yeah, having 3 stacks, I think, is just so helpful. I mean, I think I'm kind of bullish on the 3 quarterbacks too. He and I both always have been, because, yeah, it gives you those 3 stacks in playoffs. I think it can obviously helps your advance rate, protecting for, the short-term injuries too. My Bulldog team had Dak Prescott on it. So had I not taken 2 other quarterbacks, no, I would have made playoffs actually, because the running backs were awesome, but no way I would have made it past quarterfinals. So, yeah,
Hmm.
having the 2 other quarterbacks, since one went down, will help. And I could talk about more after this pick, but last year we actually ran pretty good on quarterback injuries. It was much worse a couple years prior.
Okay. Okay. Well, depending on what he does, we want to just go ahead
Sure,
and lock up Jaden
sure.
since we took Terry.
That makes
Kind of
sense to
makes
me.
sense.
Yeah. Yeah. He's definitely one that I know, draft like you're right and all that. I get it. But like, as a Washington fan, I was team Drake May, because I was worried about his frame and will he be able to sustain 17 weeks, and or honestly, and he did. He played, obviously 20 weeks or 19 weeks or whatever it was with the playoffs. He did get popped in the Panthers game and went out in the first series. I was shocked he came back for that Chicago game. That Hail Mary didn't even make it to the end zone, got tipped into the end zone because he had like massive rib problems. He didn't play great
Hmm.
after that injury. And then he came on, obviously, and was amazing. And then he kind of, I think, tweaked something in the week 18 game. So there was actually a game and a half he didn't play. Really didn't feel it as far as best ball players were concerned. But I
Yeah.
do worry about, like, with the way he runs and his frame. Like, I know you're not supposed to worry about this in best ball draft, like you're right. But yeah, I don't know, with these running quarterbacks, I get it. But like, if you lose a guy for like 6 weeks, it really can help. Or, like Jalen Hurts has missed like most of the playoff weeks in the last
Hmm.
few years. And so to have 2 other options kind of does help. So I am with Steve on the 3 quarterback things, and especially for me with Jaden, I am as well.
No, and I agree, like we were just talking about the structures of tournaments and stuff, and like I'm maxing all of those, little, definitely the single entries and the 3
Yeah,
entries, and even like your puppies and stuff with the 1 of 10,
yeah,
like those are the ones that, to me, like if I have Lamar or Allen, I'd rather just, kind of take my chances with. I always make sure I like my second quarterback. I
sure.
try to pick my second quarterback around the, like, anywhere, Trevor Lawrence, CJ, maybe, Michael Penix or Gino at worst, so that I know I got somebody that I can at least count on a couple weeks. But I definitely think that I agree with y'all in BBM.
Yeah, with the
It
one
will
of
definitely pay off to have 3. Um,
so
I'm
one
kind of
of
open here. There's some running backs I like. I mean, I'm in on any Ravens right now, which he just went. I would almost say one of these running backs here.
Yeah,
Are
this
you
is a
kind of?
running back sweet spot for sure. I don't know, I think Kenneth Walker has the same bye week. He's my favorite of this group. If you don't mind
He
that.
does. He does. I'm okay with it as long as we just watch
Yeah,
it after that. And
yeah, we just need to
hey,
make
I
sure after that. No more week 8 running back buys. But I know he can, miss some games time to time. I think he has, is it ankle or he has some kind
ankle,
of,
yeah, but we're
but I
so
mean,
far
we're
out
in
that
June. Yeah, we're in June here, so I'm not concerned about that. I love Kenneth Walker, and just think he's so explosive and just as
no,
a
hey,
second running back. Yeah, I love it.
I've talked about it a couple of times on my stream, and like if you go back to, I think he's gonna have a big year. If you watch some like 2023 tape on him, they ran whenever what was that guy's name? Walden. Whenever Waldron was
Right,
there,
right.
they ran kind of that same Kubiak-ish outside zone scheme.
Okay.
And what I found interesting is not just like a cut up highlight clip, but if you watch like a whole game against Carolina or a whole game against whoever, you'll kind of see that, like, early in the game, he's so dang quick getting to the outside that then as the game goes on, those cutback lanes up the middle just really started opening up for him.
Yeah.
And with Kubiak coming in, that's that same type of offense. So no, I'm definitely in on him. Whenever I stream by myself, I have these little, like, I call them my guys. If I'm really super in
Yeah.
on a
Is he
guy, I
one of
make
your
like a
is
little.
he one of your
He
guys?
is one of my
Okay, I love it
guys.
then. I love it. I love it. And he actually got more receiving work than I thought last year too. That was actually one of my favorite bets, is betting his receiving line. He would kind of surprise you how many targets and kind of mix it in the receiving game too. So all right, so we're back up
We're back
here.
on the clock. We could do the double with Debo, or Olave and Addison are on the board. Connor, if you want to go with
I know.
another running
I
back.
actually like Addison getting a part. I know he could miss the first 3 weeks, but I kind of like getting a piece of that Vikings offense.
Okay.
I'm
Well, I went
very
ahead and started him with the 20-second clock. I didn't want it to
yeah, we
run
got
out and Joe Burrow
exactly.
get pushed to us. So
You
I
know,
wanted to make sure we had somebody start at least.
yeah, I've done a couple double stacks with Jaden, but I just don't feel the need to push it with the running quarterbacks, especially with early
Mhm.
draft capital, just
No, no.
because so it's usually one or the other, and maybe I tack on like an Eckler or Ertz later. But I've done a couple, but I like
Mhm.
this start so much that I'd rather not go down that road, just because Jaden gets so much of his fantasy
I
points.
agree. I agree with you 100%. I didn't know where your head was at. I didn't
Yeah,
know if
yeah, no,
we've never
absolutely.
drafted together. As we draft more together down the road, we'll kind of figure each other
Exactly.
out and know what each other likes to go after.
Exactly. No, but I
Jordan
like this
Addison,
start a lot.
he might get suspended. So, but there's all those. I call them my eliminator favorites. The Slaytons of the world, or
Yeah.
Michael Wilson's, even Keenan Allen. I draft a lot of Keenan Allen because he's going to play somewhere, I think, and
Yes.
we could get some guys like that to kind of help us out with the first couple weeks if he is suspended or whatever.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be a max of 3 games. So,
Yeah.
what do they always call the chaperone? Like, yeah, looking for that early week
Exactly.
production. So, yeah, no, he's been so impressive his first 2 seasons, and just that Vikings offense. I just feel like you want a piece of that Vikings offense and the Kevin O'Connell offense. So, yeah, getting in this round, I like that.
Exactly. Couple of the chats like in our stream. What's up, Bindles? I don't remember if we shouted you out or not. Good to see you in here. Cody says it's looking awesome. Mike says back in high school,
Oh
Steve
Lord.
was getting bullied. His money taken.
He just
Man,
makes up
stop
stuff,
it.
and
Look at
he's
50 times
he's the
deserved to
fancy.
bully Steve and get the money. She figured it should be her.
He's always storytelling in the fan speak chat, but he's always keeping us laughing. So gotta love my
That's good
crowd.
stuff. That's good stuff right there.
um, yeah, no, this room was interesting, just like the start of everything. I haven't really paid attention to what some of those first few that kind of brought players up have done, but yeah, no, definitely interesting.
We'll check on them in a second. We're 2 picks away. It's kind of in that range. A
What
lot
number
of
are
time
we
right here in
coming up
this
at?
pick 80.
Okay.
There's some receivers on the board. If it was me by myself, I would reach down and maybe get Mooney, but I'm okay with Jones, Pollard if you want to go running back. What do you like there?
I love Mooney. I like Mooney. I'm fine as a 4th receiver there. Yeah. Opens up another potential stack as well. I don't believe they have the same bye as
No,
Washington.
they have week 5, and that kind of works too, because like now we have 3 receivers who we feel good about in
Mhm.
those first few weeks, even when added. If let's say Addison suspended 2 games, it's 3, they appeal it down to 2 or whatever, like it goes
Right.
sometimes. Well, then we still have Neighbors, Terry, and Mooney to kind of help hold the room
Exactly.
together with whatever else we draft after that.
Exactly. No, I love Mooney. Mooney and Downs in this area always seems like to be. I know I have high exposure to them right now, and then I know I ultimately will have high. So I just love their value in this range.
I don't know if y'all recognize the name, but that 9 hole is definitely getting his guys, and a KC fan. He's the one that pulled Henry up, and then he took Rice all the way up at 16, Worthy at 33, Kittle, Jennings, but then
Oh,
he
they were
also
Pacheco.
drafted Pacheco. Go
His
get your guys, my man.
Yeah, his Mahomes hasn't gone yet. You would think he'd go Mahomes. I don't believe Mahomes has gone yet.
No, Mahomes is still on the board. I would
Okay.
I would almost guess that this pick coming up right now is gonna be Mahomes for him. I would
Yeah,
honestly
I
be
would imagine.
shocked if it's not. And then when it gets a little closer here, we can see what we wanna do.
So, if you wanted to double stack TJ Hawkinson, I usually am a late round tight end girl, Eileen, but then I also see Josh Downs there. So I would say Downs or Hawkins. I usually like to have 3 running backs by now, but the board just didn't really fall that way, and we can
Yeah,
catch
yeah,
up there.
yeah.
So I would say Hawkinson or Downs, depends. I don't know how often you do more elite tight end or not. Like I feel like he's
Well, I
in.
have like 30 something percent Hawkinson. I
You
love
want to go?
Hawkinson, but you know
Let's
what?
go down.
Let's go
Yeah.
ahead and do Downs because it'll give us a third quarterback option
Exactly, that gives
also.
another quarterback option as well. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
kind of what I'm thinking too is because we haven't been able to get that third running back, we have Jaden, so it kind of made more sense with this team to do the later tight end thing
Right.
because we don't have to rush to get our next quarterback. Now we have 5 receivers that we feel good about. So hopefully maybe the next 2 picks even, when we
Yeah.
come back around and then flip it again, maybe there'll be 2 running backs that we like and we can kind of get up to 4 of those guys.
So what will our next 2 pick numbers be? I always have
It'll
to,
be
like,
sitting
forward.
at 104 and 113 when it
Okay,
comes
that's
back
still a decent
around.
running back range too, so
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, yeah. I mean, we'll have like ET in there, and we know how you and your brother feel about the New York man,
Yeah,
Scat.
I know,
He
Washington fan, and I just was so bummed out that he went to the Giants, but, you know what? I actually think he could be a really good fit there. So, based on the way I drafted him in big board and still drafting him, I guess I'm not a Giants fan, I'm a Washington fan, but I'm a Cam Scatterboo fan. So,
mhm.
yeah, if he fell back to us, that would be an auto click for me personally. But yeah,
I'm okay
you
with it.
definitely have
I'm in
caught
on him.
Steve and I, and know that we obsessively take him.
Well, and even, like, so even let's hypothetically say one of those 2 picks, we don't love the running back, so we end up going tight end or taking a quarterback or whatever we end up doing. We do have, Walker and Genty already in the bag, so it's not like we're super needy of an actual, guy that we can count on super super early. Of course, we'd like to have a third running back who's going to be able to give us production. But I'm just saying, I don't think we have to force 2 running backs at the next 2 picks if
Sure,
that's not
yeah.
what the board is telling us.
Right, right, absolutely.
Let's see
So
what these guys do.
so
There
okay, so
goes
Mahomes
Cup.
did go to that Kansas City
Oh
massive
yeah,
stack team,
I
yeah,
didn't check, but I almost assumed that one
yeah,
was going to be
yeah, that
him.
was like minus 1,000 to do that, so that makes total sense.
Well, we just got one in front of us, so we may get your boy. We'll
You
keep our
know where
fingers
I wanna go
crossed.
if he's there, I'm definitely, Cam
I mean, we
Scattergood.
can get 1 or 2 of them. I actually draft both of the Giants running backs. I mean, not on the same team, but I do draft Tracy. Well, there we go. We got your boy. It's
All
it's pretty
right,
much an
I
auto
like it.
click, right?
Yeah, it's an auto click,
All right.
absolutely. I blame Steve, again, I told the story on FanSpeak, like, right as big board season was starting, he, like, texts me, like, "You guys see the Cam Scatterboo," and he's sending me multiple Cam Scatterboo highlights, and he just got me hooked. I was like, I'm not even a big, like, I went to a smaller school, so it's not like
Uh-huh.
I'm even a big college. I mean, I'm diehard NFL all football season, but I don't really watch much football on Saturdays. But I'll watch, like, the college football playoff, and so I watched a little of that, and then Steve sending me highlights, and so I blame him. He got me fully addicted to Cam Scatterboo.
Mhm. Getting my guys, Drake, Brees, and Rome. Nothing wrong with that. Those are all definitely
Those
good
are
picks.
3 good
You
ones
know,
to
it's
get.
funny. I was telling your brother last night. So I live in Austin. I'm like literally
Okay.
20 minutes from UT, and I'm
Okay.
kind of the same way. My wife doesn't like football, so our kind of unwritten rule is I don't watch much college football on Saturday because all day Sunday I'm watching football.
Right,
But
right.
I try to catch what UT games I can. And that
Okay.
playoff game, that was actually the first time I really even saw the dude
That
play,
was
and just
crazy. Yeah.
he had me sold then. That guy put the team on his back, almost single-handedly beat us, throwing up on the sidelines, coming
Yeah.
right back into the game. I'm like, man, this dude has some heart.
I mean, the way he runs people over, the way he catches the ball out of the backfield, like the way like the routes he runs too. It's like I just feel like there's so many ways for him to win. Like in the passing game, short yardage. Like, no, he's not going to be that explosive like Jahmyr Gibbs type back, but I don't know if you did want to double tap running back. I don't mind. I feel like there's good value on Najee here. I'm fine with. I mean, I understand that like that Hampton's going to be like the main guy, but I just think
Mm.
that he's going to get some enough work as our fourth running back. But that's my lean. I don't know where would you? I also like Kyle Williams. I'm doing a show with Cody. I know Kyle Williams is you know, like to get a part of the Patriots offense that I think is really going to be up and coming this year. But no, I like the Najee pick, and to have like 1-4-5 to start, that's actually my favorite start.
Nice. Well, we went with him. I didn't love Coleman. I only draft Coleman if I have Allen really, or
Yeah,
in
same.
extreme cases where I really need a receiver.
Yeah.
I'm not super in on Williams, honestly. Um, And it's like I explained to someone the other day. They were like, "Why aren't you in on Drake May more?" And it's not that I don't like Drake May. I blame it on the leg up crew. You know, they pump Drake May so much that he never, ever, ever falls in drafts, which also make his receivers pretty much never, ever, ever fall in drafts. So I tend to not end up with a ton of him.
I do feel like he could be like, that quarterback going later that does have the opportunity because of the rushing upside to finish,
Hmm.
in the certainly top 10, maybe top 5, even if all breaks right for him, just because like they didn't even give him a lot of design rushes last year, with this offensive coordinator with McDaniels. He should get a lot more rushing attempts. I think we'll see a lot more, goal line runs, whether you do tush push or goal line runs. I just think he'll run a lot more in total and around the goal line. And then they did
Hmm.
upgrade the offensive line and weapons. So I'm actually Drake May is my highest owned quarterback right now, just because, it's just such a discount on a lot of the other kind of quarterbacks that have the, rushing upside in their game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean, I like him, and I take him a fair amount. I wish, like any other quarterback, you could
He's
kind of
going a
push
little
him here
later.
and there
Yeah.
a little bit, but Pat's got him so steamed up that that never happens.
Yeah, yeah, no, for sure, for sure. I think with one of these next two picks, if you wanted to look for a second QB, there's definitely a couple stacks to so we have McCarthy with uh Addison.
Addison.
Penix would be later. So I don't know. Did you want to go McCarthy now or did you want to wait?
Let's see what's out there. I actually like Christian Kirk a whole lot here. Are you
That
okay
works for
with
me.
that pick?
Yeah, no, I'm totally fine with that. Six.
I just think that he is undervalued a lot. I mean, he's going right here with, Kyle Williams, and let's look at some other guys on the board. And I feel like he's always been an elite slot receiver, and he's going to have, no pressure. There for a while in Jacksonville, he was having to kind of be, the guy, where clearly
Right.
Nico's going to be the guy. And I think he's going to have some pretty nice spike weeks in that offense this year. They play in a dome. They got essentially 3 dome playoff games this year.
Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. What number are we back up in 6, right? So
Yeah, and it will be at 137. We have 4 running backs. If McCarthy comes back around now, I would be okay with that if you wanted to do that. Or there's also, it's getting to that range where there's some running backs that I do like on the board a lot.
yeah,
Um,
I like Ray Davis a lot. But if McCarthy fell back, that would be because he has a different buy than Jaden, I believe. So
mhm.
if he fell back, I like that. as the second quarterback. Just
Yeah.
again, we talked about the offense earlier, just getting access to that offense. Well, you know, obviously that offense has made every quarterback, look good. I do, I know this
Hmm.
is essentially his rookie year. Essentially, he just got a redshirt year because of the injury. But I absolutely love Kevin O'Connell. Feels like a quarterback whisperer, and the weapons that McCarthy has. I love this pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I hate Sam Darnold and try my best not to draft him, but he even made Sam Darnold look good there for
Uh,
most of the year last year. He made Dobbs look good, so
yeah,
no reason
absolutely.
why McCarthy can't come in
I
there and
mean, Nick
sling it
Nick
around.
Mullins even had a few spike games, what
Right?
was that, 2 years ago? So, yeah,
No, I
absolutely.
let's look at it real quick so we can plan out the rest here.
Yes,
We have
perfect.
a 2-4-6-0 sitting with Jaden and JJ, Genty, Walker, Scat, and Najee as our running backs. Receiver room is really nice. We could even stop with this 6 if we really wanted to. I mean, we have Neighbors, McLaurin, Addison, Mooney, Downs, Kirk,
Yeah.
especially if we're going to go 3 quarterbacks, 3 tight ends. I'm assuming we're going 3 tight ends since we're waiting,
Yeah, since we're
pretty
waiting,
late to
definitely.
take our
Yeah.
first.
Yeah, I usually land on a 3-5-7-3, so I wouldn't be surprised, since we kinda started, with 2 elites. I mean, I know 2 of the same buy. I think it could be either 3-6-6-3 or 3-6-7, or 3-5-7-3, depending on
Mhm.
probably who our 5th running back is. But, no, I like that, and we do still have some quarterback outs if we want, but because we have Jane Daniels and JJ McCarthy, I think this is the type of situation where you see if one falls, maybe I don't know where you stand on Daniel Jones. I believe he's going to be the Colts starter. So you have the opening for Daniel Jones with the Downs pick. So, and that's a little bit later too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, though. No, no, I'm in on Jones as a third quarterback when we have one of the receivers for sure, for sure.
And so what two pick numbers, just because it helps me kind of think through
Yeah, yeah, no worries. So
numbers coming up.
152 is the one coming up, and
Okay.
then when we flip around, we'll be at 161.
Okay. Trying to see the Eckler correlates here. If you wanted to, because what's Eckler's current ADP? I know he's been moving up.
Right around there, 155. You want to
Okay, well,
go Eckler?
I kind of
I
like
like
Eckler because
Eckler.
that gives us
He
the option.
doesn't have a week 8 bye, so that's kind of nice with our running back room. We said we
Yeah,
wanted guys that didn't.
I think this gives us the option if we want to stop at 5 running backs, we can, and because it's not like we waited till the very end to take 2 more or something like that. So I kind of like that, and it
Yeah.
gives us options. So and
I'd be
obviously
okay stopping
correlated.
at 5 because we have our Genty and Walker, and then, even with our other 3 to cover that week 8, all 3 of them are guys that are involved in the offense. None of
Right.
them are guys where we're really counting
They're
on
not
an
like total
injury or
contingent
something to
guys. Yeah,
happen. Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Exactly.
They'll
No,
be
I
on
like
the
where we're
field
at.
doing something.
I like where we're at. I love Pat Fryermuth here, tight end to be our first tight end. That would probably be my pick, to probably focus on tight end these next couple of picks since we did wait. But I love late round tight end builds. And honestly, there are so many in this range that we're coming upon now. And Pat Fryermuth is one that I like. I think
Mhm.
as of now, he should be the second target in that offense. So I think Rodgers has targeted his tight ends. There was that one year Robert Tonyan had a ton of touchdowns for Green Bay. So I think a tight end and then Rodgers offense is fine as our first target if you like him.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like him. I have 20% of him right now, so I've
Yeah.
definitely clicked him a whole lot. Him, or if he goes off the board, Strange. Or I know we were talking about Jones, but another thing that we could do if Freiermuth went off is we could grab Penix. We have Mooney. Didn't we take Mooney on
Yes.
this team?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that's definitely an option too.
If Freiermuth is there, well, Penix
But the
went
Penix
anyways now,
goes,
but
yeah.
if Freiermuth is there, I say yes. Let's for sure just land on him.
Yeah,
This guy has
this
2
whole
tight
range,
ends, so
basically all the tight ends on the screen right now, I find myself taking at least 2 of them because I do
mhm.
start tight ends later. Not every draft. I try to mix up let's all right. I like that. It even opens up. I just wrote about this on the Fan Speak Substack. Rodgers is going as quarterback 28. And if he's healthy for the year, he's not going to be quarterback 28. Like if he stays healthy all year, he was quarterback 15 in total points. Now points per game, I think he was more like 19 or something like that. But I don't see him being quarterback 28 if he stays healthy. So it gives us another option, if to have like a late, since we did go Jaden Daniels, JJ McCarthy. If we wanted that third quarterback, we have now two really later options.
I'm gonna go back up and hit one of these comments real quick. Best ball community, y'all gotta help me out here, man. There are so many old school fantasy people out there that we need to get in these best ball streets so we can teach them something. Good to see you stopping in, by the way, Vincent. So this guy is in a dynasty league with me that I've been in for a long time.
Oh, I
I
love it.
happen to have the first pick because I'm rebuilding and our draft is a little later in the summer. And he's been trying all day to get me to trade Genty for Barkley. And I keep telling him that is so dumb. Why would I even waste my time doing that? Come on, Vincent, man. Show up to some more streams and learn some ball, buddy. We'll help you along the way.
I think we're going to get more
It's
and more of those
spicy.
season-long dynasty folks coming into the best ball world here.
There's
That's
so
all.
many, there's so
Mhm.
that's what I was talking to my wife about. She was like, well, you know, whenever I started streaming, I was like, you never know where it'll go, like
Yeah.
5 years from now or so, because there's so many thousands and thousands of people that are into fantasy football that don't even really know what best ball is yet.
No, absolutely not. What is the next pick number? Or next two pick
It
numbers?
is 176 and then 185.
So do we have 3 or 4 picks left? 4,
We
right?
have 4 picks. We're in the 15th now, but we have not made that pick.
Okay.
Let's see. We
Okay,
could go
so
ahead and grab Jones here.
So yeah, you have Jones and Rogers. I'm fine with either. And then I like a lot of these tight ends, but we have 2 picks coming up. So do you want to go Jones here and then
Let's go Jones because I'm seeing a lot of tight ends too after us.
Yeah.
Like they already have 2 tight ends, 2 tight ends. Well, that guy has none, but 2, 2, 2. We already have Freiermuth. I like Jones over Rogers. I
Yeah.
agree with you. Rogers on the right team, if you need him, could be good, but it's like
Right.
at least Jones, we also could get some rushing
Rushing
upside
upside.
here
Yeah.
and there from.
Mm-hmm. I mean, all 3 of our quarterbacks offer, obviously Jaden Daniels offers massive rushing upside, but I think JJ McCarthy was kind of, he ran a good bit in college, and then Daniel Jones has that rushing upside. To get that at all parts of the draft and all are stacked is really nice.
And then when we come around here in a minute, we will be at 185. I would say almost grab another tight end here. I mean, we're
Yeah,
sitting with our 5.
if you want to correlate, I mean, again, I think with Jane Daniels, you don't need to force stacks, but if Ertz naturally falls to us, I think that's fine. I also like Henry and Mason Taylor, so I definitely think tight end here needs to be the direction, because we're done at quarterback, we're potentially done at running back, and yeah, I think getting a second really solid tight end makes sense. I'm fine with honestly either any of those top 3. Again, I don't think you have to, have 3 guys stacked with Jaden Daniels, but it kind of fell naturally to us that we had Terry, we added Eckler, and now if we wanted to add Ertz, but it's up to you. If you like Henry or Mason Taylor more, like I like all 3.
No, I would say we're already making such a Washington bet that, like,
Yeah.
I mean, especially if he comes to us, that's 10 picks or so past ADP.
Yeah,
Like,
he doesn't
why
usually
not?
fall this far. Yeah.
Why not, right? He's our second tight end, so even the games that he's kind of quiet, Freiermuth can hopefully do his thing. I like it a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. He was, sometimes you get loyal to the players that have been good to you in DFS or sports betting or best ball. And he was both Steve and I, ironically, had both Terry McLaurin and Zach Ertz, but without Jaden Daniels on. And Steve had a ton of finals teams, but he could tell by Sunday night that the big board, that he finished 4th was rising to the top. I obviously had the Bulldog. And so we both had Terry and Ertz without Jaden Daniels. And, Terry did nothing that game. If he would have had Zacchaeus' game, I think I would have finished second or first, I'm not sure, in the Bulldogs. Steve would have finished, I think, second in the big board. He finished fourth, so it's still amazing. But yeah, Ertz was an absolute hero week 17. So maybe he can do it again.
Nice, nice. No, I hear you. I hear you. We definitely have we definitely are like that, all of us in fantasy, guys that do good for you and
Yeah,
stuff like that. You tend to go back to them.
exactly. Exactly.
Just
Okay,
like if a
Sean makes
guy
up that
burns you.
Ertz has been falling due to Senate camp reports. So I didn't even realize that there was some good coach speak on Senate this week or recently.
What's up, Sean? I take Sanat too sometimes, like if the teams that I take him on are when I have Jaden and then I miss out on everybody else, you can get
Right.
him for free at the very end. So
Right.
like sure, why not, right? Maybe
Yeah, he'll
this
be
is the
totally
year
lower
that
owned
age
too. Yeah.
finally catches up with Ertz. And even if he doesn't start off, strong, he's always like the third tight end on a three tight end build on a Jaden team or something like that.
Right. Right. So we have two more picks, right? Are you thinking one receiver, one tight end?
I would. I mean, if he doesn't go here, I mean, he just went. I was about to say, I
Keenan
just
Allen.
love
Yeah.
Allen
Yeah.
at the end of
Yeah.
the draft. We could go ahead. I like Johnson or Sanders. Do you like either one of those guys
I
for a
like
third
both.
tight end?
Do either bye week no,
Nope,
yeah.
neither one of them.
Let's go Sanders. Yeah.
Threw him on there. I was
There we
clicking
go.
him before you said it just because I didn't want to end up with like a different running back or something like that. And we were
Exactly.
almost out
Exactly.
of time there. And yeah,
I
we
was
can
big
finish
on
it
him
off with
actually, which is
this.
it's funny bringing up Sanat. I had wrote a couple articles at the beginning last year, like I'm out on Sanat, I'm in on Sanders. Yes, Sanders had worse draft capital, but I think he has an opportunity. He didn't do a ton with it, but I think he showed flashes. And
Mhm.
I just think, yeah, they now have added to their receiving core, but I think he could be an interesting. And again, he's our third tight end here in the 17th round. So
Yes, yes,
no,
yes.
I think he's a fun prospect, and I know Texas guy. So yeah, I still am taking him some here.
Mhm. Hey, what's up, Raymond? Yes, we will be drafting 5 more BBMs nonstop, each with a different guest. Sean is gonna hop in here with us in just a minute. He is up next. So,
Love it.
yeah, you're more than welcome to jump in it with us.
So who's your kind of favorite 18th round receiver?
It kind of just depends on the team. Honestly, normally I try to be done with receiver by the 18th round just because I
Yeah,
don't love any of them. But since we have Jones, I would say let's go ahead and take a shot on Mitchell.
that's fine. I'm don't draft him a ton because last year he was outperformed obviously by
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
all of them.
I
But
only have 2.9% on him, and
yeah,
I guarantee you it's on Jones teams lately since I started drafting Jones. It's like I don't see any receivers that are like, just instant bringbacks or anything like that. There's no guy that just really screams we really need him. So
no, the only
I'd
other
almost
ones I like late are Tutu Atwell, MVS, Roman Wilson. But I mean, this correlates. So if you want to go Mitchell, I totally am all for that.
let's go with Mitchell. You never know.
Yeah,
Maybe he can break out this year. I liked him at Texas. That's like I
yeah.
said, that's the
Got
one
a couple
college
Texas
team that I
guys
do
here.
watch a handful of games throughout the year on. But yeah, I'll run through it real quick because I know you got to get out of here. We ended up with the 3-5-7-3, Jaden McCarthy, Jones, Ashton Genty, Kenneth Walker, Scattaboo, Harris, and Eckler. Nice little
I
5
like
running
them.
back room. We can get by with it. Malik, Neighbors, McLaurin, Addison, Mooney, Downs, Kirk, and threw Mitchell on with our last pick for the correlation. Tight end room was Fryermuth, Ertz, and Sanders. Overall, I thought we did a pretty dang good job. We don't have much week 17 bring back. We do have the Genty Neighbors stuff.
Yeah,
But
that's
other than
fun.
that, we did a really good job, I think, correlating. I like the team overall.
I love it. Yeah, I really like it. Yeah, I think each room feels strong, even though we kind of wait on tight end. I even feel comfortable with that room. So, yeah, and then all the quarterbacks are correlated, and a lot of offenses I like in general. So, yeah, I like this team. This was fun.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's got a chance, right? That's all we want is a
That's all
chance.
we're looking
Let's
for.
get out the pod first. Let's be top 2 and then
Exactly.
see what happens from there. But thank you for coming on tonight, Meg. It was a lot of fun. Let's do it again in the future. I know you got to hop over there to your show, so I'll let you get out of here. I will
Yes.
go right now, and
Well,
I need to make sure I
thank you for
throw
having
everybody's names on
having
these.
me. And yeah, we'll have to have you on the Fan Speak Network. And yeah, anytime you want to do this again, always that was a great time. So thank you so much for having me.
All right. Thank you. See you later.
All right, take it easy.
You guys, if you haven't, go follow her too over at the Fan Speak Network. I'm going to pull my man Sean in real quick. If you do not know who Sean Mitchell is, he has the Extended Drive YouTube channel. I believe it's under just his name, though, Sean Mitchell. My man is a great follow on X. If you like player takes and you like debating player takes, you need to go follow him over on X. I wish he'd stop screaming about all the guys that I think are undervalued right now. But other than that, he's a great follow on X. How's it going, my man?
What's going on, JT? Thanks for having me on,
We're
man.
we're good. We're good. We're just drafting some best ball teams here.
Yes, sir.
Since we're a couple minutes ahead on the hour, I will see if the 30-second one
Okay,
has some room. Normally, you can get a 30-second one in an hour, so
that'll work.
we had to jump into a 20-second one because the room wasn't filling up quick enough.
Man,
30
I'll say
second.
the last few streams which I'm I haven't really been drafting just a ton of BBMs, but I will say the ones that I've done on stream, yeah, the 20 seconds feel just so much faster. But yeah, obviously would love to do a 30, be able to talk a little bit more, give my great player takes that everybody seems to love,
Yeah, well, we only have 6 more spots to fill, so I think we'll get there. It's still a few minutes before 7. We're on a good little time here. But yeah, if you guys don't know who Sean is or you don't know his YouTube, all of the guests tonight, their links to their YouTube are all down in the description of the video. I'll say it again real quick, and I have it scrolling for you guys at the bottom. Hit that like button. All I'm asking for is 100. If we get to 100 likes over 6 hours tonight, we'll be back on August 1st. This time we'll bump it up a couple hours to an 8-hour BBM marathon. Bring some of the same guests back on and get a couple new ones to go with it.
There you go, man. Hey, I guess I'm gonna have to do one of these too. I see this happen a lot, which obviously, I'm new to the game, just like you are. I'm not sure, what the milestone. I've seen people do anything from a 12-hour stream to a 24-hour stream, and I'm like, man, brother, I'm too old for all that. Like,
I hear you, man. I'm 44 years old. I think 6. Maybe if we do 8 on August 1st. Only reason I thought of August 1st, so I got 3 daughters, and my wife and my daughters are actually all going on a girls trip right there.
Okay.
So I'll just be here that day by myself at the house anyways. Figured, I can make something like that happen. I'll eat me a big meal right before we get started and stuff, and I'll have some.
That might make you more tired, JT. Big meals.
I'll have some great to help carry me through. Well, if it's early enough in the day, I'll be all right.
Yeah, you'll be all right. You can do it. I got faith in you. I mean, if Neil Warfield, the oldest man to be able to stream 150 BBMs, can stream 150 BBMs, I think you can stream for 8 hours. I think you got it in you.
Yeah. We'll see how the night goes first. I'll probably be tired of talking by midnight tonight, but
you'll be.
We'll rest.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, maybe I'll do like a 4-hour stream, because I've done like a 2.5. Like I've done a couple of those, and I'm like, but that was one was with basically. Well, I think both were solo, and it was just like me talking the whole time, and hell, about the 2-hour mark, I was already about to lose my voice, and I'm like, how these guys how are they doing it? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just not used to talking that much. I guess it's got to be something like that.
This is a 30-second BBM, and we have 5 spots still to fill.
Let me shoot off a tweet. Let's see if we can get this.
So everybody, go ahead and hop in this for us.
Let me see if I can get this thing. Let me see if I can.
While you're doing that, I'll catch up on the chat. What is up, Ant? Omega King. Raymond, I'm guessing he's a follower of yours, said that
Yeah,
this man Sean
Mr.
is
Zanny.
ready this
Yeah.
year. Heard it here first. Y'all go ahead and jump in this BBM with us. Lots of ball knowledge, no hair. That is us, my friend Bendels. That is us.
Bendels. What's going on, man?
Yeah, for me, it wasn't really a milestone, although we are probably, hopefully tonight, we should hit 100 subs. Hopefully, I can pick up a few. I was only like 7 away, I think.
I know,
I'm
man.
gonna,
Yeah, you got to get you to at least 100 plus, man. I
I've been,
barely over that. I got over that, I think, maybe a week and a half ago, and it's a hard mark to cross, man. Oh, you got 100? Nice. Good job,
generally,
JT.
Thank you. Generally, I stream every night at 10 p.m. Central, kind of after the kids are going to bed. I kind of marketed myself as your nightcap. It's kind of, sometimes there's still people on, but generally I'm the last one that's live unless BBG's doing one of his 4 or 5 hour deals that he does sometimes. But generally I'm the last one, and I've been trying to stream 6 nights a week since I'm here drafting. That's the only time that I can really fit in a good number of live drafts is at night anyway. So
I know,
we
man.
stream them while we draft, and I'm going to be on vacation next week and not sure
Okay.
how many nights I'll be able to do something. So I was like, you know what? It's going well.
You got to stream on vacation?
Oh, yeah. Well, we got an Airbnb too. We're just going to Chicago for a week. It won't be every night. I don't know. It depends on what's going on. If we're out doing something kind of late, we're not really a late crowd with the kids and stuff.
I feel you.
They're a little older. My youngest is already 11 now, so they're not little kids. But
okay, yeah, I'm about to say my oldest is 10, so yeah, you're a little bit above me then. And I got to give you props, man, for you being able to stream at 9:30 Central every night, man. I don't know.
Well,
maybe I'll get that youth back in me by the time I get a little older. But I'm gonna tell you right now, man, I like to be in bed. I like to be in bed and watching Netflix by about the 8:30 hour.
Well, see, I've always been a night owl. Like my sleep is weird, and I've always been a night owl, and I've always been one of those people that like I don't need a ton of sleep. Like if I get a good 6 or 7 hours, even if I want to sleep in, most of the time I'm gonna wake up on my own. And generally, that's the last 2 years. That's when I do most of my live drafting, anyways. It's from about 9 to midnight or so because I don't really have a whole hour chunk during the day and stuff where I can just sit down and draft. So
that's what I was about to say. If I thought people would watch me at 5 a.m., that's probably whenever I would be the best, man. Yeah, I'm usually up by 5:30, so
yeah,
that's my thing. I don't know. My biological clock will not let me go past like 5-6 a.m. I'm usually up by. You'll usually see me like this morning. I was up already firing off tweets about 5:30 a.m. Just things rolling.
See, that's way before me. That's a good thing about your oldest kid or your youngest kid being 11 now is they actually
sleep in a little bit.
So it's nice. I can kind of sleep in a little bit. Let's see. I see Hartman's in here with us. Okay. Hartman is our closer tonight. Mariano Rivera of Best Ball. He's going to come in and close it down for us on the last show.
DMH09. Yeah, that's Hartman. Gotcha. Yeah, I was gonna say Razor 33. That's Ray Zanny. He's in the chat. He's
okay. The Raymond guy.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Who do we got in the 10, 11, 12 over there?
It says
I'm your Huckleberry. Oh, Meg's in here. And Meg's in here too at the 12.
Oh yeah. MS
She done snuck in.
That's her and Cody. That was her heart out tonight. Was
nice.
They were firing up the
double streams on it. Good.
She was firing up
that's right.
The Friends of Best Ball, and so that's her and Cody sitting in the 12 hole. Nice. We're sitting over here in the 2 hole. Who's your 2?
Man, it's Barkley for the most part. I've seen a lot of cases to go for Justin Jefferson. It's funny because the first month and a half, 2 months of the drafting season, it goes pretty much to ADP. Like over the last month or 3 weeks, I've seen anything from CMC going to the 1 to 3. I've seen anything from Bijan going to the 1 to 3. We're getting to that point in the drafting season where I think people are just getting bored. I'm Barkley. I don't know about you.
I'm right at the field on Barkley. I'm okay
Okay.
still taking him at the 2 spot. I
Well,
want to get some Jefferson. I don't have
yeah,
any Jefferson in regular style tournaments, but it's like I
gotcha.
tell people, I haven't been drafting. Like the only BBMs that I've drafted are the ones I've done with people on stream.
Me
I've
too,
drafted a
man.
whole lot more of like eliminators and the super flex. And I started off this year when I first started streaming, I was still on DraftKings. That's what the last 2 years I've played nothing but DraftKings pretty much just
Okay.
because that's what just because that's where I started. I played
I got you. Yeah.
DFS for years before I got into best ball and stuff. And so just naturally when I
Same.
started getting
Same.
interested in best ball, I just kind of stuck with that. But we're over here now. We're full underdog bros now, but
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah. I mean,
percentages are a little
I've tried.
off
I've,
because
tr- I've
of it.
tried to draft on DraftKings, man. I just can't, the user interface for me is just brutal. Like
Mhm.
it's gotten better now that they've added the draft board. I think the draft board helps a lot, but
Uh-huh.
it's still like what I like. I will say the only sucky thing about UD is they don't run the clock for your pick on the board, but if like you've got your the list up, it'll continually show like up in your top where if you're multi-tabling, like if you're doing
Yeah.
5, 6, 7 drafts, it'll show you as long as you're not on the board that it'll show you where and it'll clock it down to your pick, and you can kind of see when your next pick is when it's getting close and so on and so forth. Like DraftKings
Mm-hmm.
does not have that at all. It's brutal to try to multi-table on there, and
I
I
know
don't
you
know.
don't have to tell me. Although it's gotten better this year with the multi-table. I don't know about on a phone, but like if you're on
On
a
desktop,
laptop or a computer,
yeah,
like kind of right up here at the very top, it'll
it'll
show
show
all
you
the
each one.
drafts that you're
But
currently
you've got
in,
to
and then
be in that tab too, right? Like which
and
obviously
no. It'll kind of show
it'll.
you all of them up there, and then you can
Okay.
like just click. Or it'll highlight whenever you're on the clock. Now it'll highlight
Okay.
it
Maybe
for
I gotta
you.
check
They
that out.
stepped it up a little bit this year, but I'll be honest. Like I don't know how much I'll draft over there anymore now that I did come over here. Because yeah, it's underdog definitely blows them, and I did a little bit. I like last year. I think I did like 14 slow drafts in the super flex, and then I did about 50 of the eliminators, all slows. Um, so I got my feet wet last year in underdog a little bit, but
And
yeah,
DraftKings is they're mainly 20 rounds, right? Like I'm pretty sure all
yeah,
of
20 round full
see
PPR.
that's another thing that I love about underdog. Like I'm an 18 rounder, true and true. I'm very hard against the 20 rounds. I just feel like 20 rounds gives you just way too much cushion. I want people to make those hard decisions in the 18th, 17th round, and
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like that's a slight bit of an edge. Like maybe player take wise and knowing like who your round 18 targets are. Like when you
Mm-hmm.
get 20, you can have 4 or 5 different targets. But if you've got 18, if you're drafting 18 rounds, you've really got to be pretty precise on who you want to take in the 17th, 18th round. So I feel like for structure wise, for making you actually think about the picks, I would much rather draft 18 rounds. I've been that way ever since I've been playing UD. But
You are so right about that. I was actually, I forget who it was, but somebody was on my stream maybe a week ago and we were talking. And I said that, like, that's to me, that's been one of the biggest things that I've noticed now, a month or so into full underdog coming from 2 years of DraftKings is I honestly feel like I draft better on underdog with the 18th rounds because
right,
I'm thinking it out way more than I ever have because
right,
I don't have those 2 extra picks. Whereas like I'm on DraftKings, for instance, let's make these 2 picks
yeah.
and then I'll
Let's see what we
finish.
got right now.
Um
We're at the 23.
23 and then 26. I am not a Rushy Rice guy
All
up
right,
in
let's go
here.
T Higgins in
Not
because
a problem
I'm
there.
not a Rasheed Rice guy either.
Nice. So that kind of works out. And I'll tell you who I would probably go with here just because he's one of my favorite quarterbacks to take too. And then we'll see if he even holds or if you're on board. I like Wilson a lot at the turn. I don't know
Okay,
if you're in on him or
Garrett
if you
Wilson.
would
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah, yeah.
You said quarterback, and I was like, wait a minute, we're not pulling
Well, no,
Burrow
no,
up
no,
this
no, no,
far.
no, no. I guess I was what I was just talking about
Yeah,
thinking it out.
no,
I
you're
like
good.
to
You're
take
good. You're good.
Fields. I like to take Fields
There
a
goes
lot,
Garrett.
which
Yeah, there
Wilson
goes
just went
Garrett.
anyway. So
Um,
I'm kind of open here. if it was me, I'd probably reach down honestly for like Hill because I'm not super into Rice.
We don't have any week 17 stacks, which obviously is way too early for
We
that
could go with
anyway.
Marvin for a week 17 stack if
Arizona,
you're in on him
Cincinnati.
because we just took Higgins.
Well, and then he goes.
Oh,
I mean,
or we could go with McBride.
I like the McBride run back on the. I don't mind taking early tight end, especially a guy like McBride who's going to probably lead his team in targets. Totally fine with that.
Mm-hmm.
That is the good thing about taking the early Cincinnati. There is you do have the double option with Marv or Trey McBride for that week 17 stack, and obviously, you want to get in some exposure to Cincinnati regardless. And what better way to have them in the last game of the playoffs? So, their defense is awful. You can pretty much expect a shootout game every time they play. The only problem is if some reason they become really good and that week 17 game is just kind of like a non-factor, but we already know with like how their seasons go, that's not going to happen. So
no, and like I want to be more in on McBride. I didn't really like a whole lot of those picks right there, to be honest. The people that I did like Wilson went. And,
we got a good price.
My thing with McBride isn't so much a knock on him. It's just I explained to someone the other day on stream with Kyler, I don't think I know touchdowns can be fluky, and touchdowns aren't sticky either way. If a guy has 2 1 year, he could easily have 10 the next year, especially a tight end who's really good. But with Kyler, I think that might actually be sticky. And what I mean by that is like, he's so short. Clearly, everybody knows that. And like, it doesn't affect him as much, I think, whenever he's in the open part of the field. But if you think about down in the red zone, where a tight end's area that he generally works is kind of that middle of the end zone area. Well, when Kyler's at the 5 or 10, 15-yard line, everything is so compact. You got 10 6'4" dudes, standing in front of him. And I really think that it's really hard for him in the red zone to hit, or when he's already in the red zone, to hit that middle of the end zone pass, much less see it. So that does kind of worry me about McBride. That's part of why I haven't been super into him.
Right. And I honestly, I don't think they're sticky. I don't think touchdowns are that sticky. Like, I think that obviously some guys run really hot on them, like Mark Andrews, like Terry McLaurin. I do think there will be a little bit of regression, but you also got to think about the positive regression there for a guy like Trey McBride. The guy had a great season. I mean, we can't take away everything else that he did just because he didn't get touchdowns. But I understand what you're saying. But I do also think that hopefully this offense, obviously I'm not a big fan of the OC, Drew Petz, whatever his name is, guys. It's not really, been just overly that great for the offense. But like I said, I do think Marv takes a slight bit of a step up. But other than that, there's no other receiving options to take targets away from Marv and from McBride. We got Michael Wilson. You got, who else is really going to take targets from those two guys? So I feel like the concentration is going to easily be around both of those. And obviously they've been a really run heavy team. James Conner's been a workhorse. They talked about, essentially using more of Trey Benson, but I feel like what if they do become more pass heavy? What if Kyler runs a little bit more, creates a little bit more scrambling, runs a little bit more design runs, gets these guys open a little bit more, and we don't have to worry as much about him not having to worry about them being open and trying to look for them, finding first, because we already know they're going to be read 1, read 2. Like Trey McBride's probably going to be read 1. And like you mentioned, he did not get the touchdowns, but the guy had a stellar season. So if he even just steps up a little bit from what he did last year, you're getting a smash in round 3 is what we got him at. So
yeah, round 3, and that's why I was okay taking him, because
I like taking elite tight end because then you can stop at 2. Like tight end is a spot where I don't love just absolutely. I will take late tight end. I've done it a million times. I don't mind doing it, but I don't want to if I get an elite tight end like a guy like Trey McBride, like a guy like Brock Bowers, like George Kittle.
We're
We
on
are
the
on
clock here again, real quick. I like Hampton. I
Okay.
like Kittle. Well, not Kittle. We just took tight end. I like Sutton. Who you
I was
like in
going to
here? You
say
tell me who you like.
Sutton's probably my pick here. Just kind of try to continue to build out wide receivers early. We got Saquon. We're not taking a running back right now, at least in my opinion. I feel like if you do take Saquon at 2, you're betting that he's going to carry the load. I feel like you can wait on running back a little bit longer if you take Saquon. So I would be,
No,
especially if you
I
do
have
take
no
a tight
problem
end
with
that
that.
early too. You're going to want to build out wide receiver because that avalanche is going to come quick, and you don't want to get hit by it. So
are you in on Travis Hunter then, or do you want to reach down to like
I'm
Waddle
not.
or Ridley?
Ridley is my pick here.
I'm about to say I heard you screaming about Ridley before, and I got mad at you for it. So we almost have to take Ridley. I'm
Ridley's
just
going to be my
joking.
pick. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
You do seem to be in on a lot of the undervalued guys that I think are undervalued.
Yeah, like I said, I've got Ridley at 45 in my ranks right now. So
okay.
I mean, I feel like getting him even at 50, like mid 50s, which he's going around 55 right now. I feel like getting him anything under 55 is a steal at the moment because I mean, shoot, this guy was going in the 60s, and yeah, he's one of my highest pre-draft. He's one of my highest on post-draft, and I'm not stopping. He will literally probably be a top 3, well, at least a top 5 exposure for me at wide receiver.
Nice. Yeah, no, and he opens you up for a late quarterback option, too.
Exactly.
What's up, Candles? Good to see you in here,
Chad
my
Candles,
man.
good to see you, man.
Start your day off with Chad Candles. He's the first.
I was going to say, if I started streaming at 5, I would take away from Chad. So I can't do that, man. He's got the morning hours locked down.
I can't catch as many of his as I used to. Back during the school year, as soon as I got home from taking some of my kids to school, he would just be getting started. So he told me I can't call it best ball breakfast because that's what Pete does. But I was like, it's my breakfast. I eat breakfast and watch Chad Candles.
Yeah, I've been catching a lot more Chad Candles lately, which, I work from home. So luckily for me, my work computer is literally a pivot from my actual work office. So I'm literally going back and forth pretty much all day long. If I get a break from work, I'll pop over, make some people mad on Twitter, and go about my day and just,
Yeah, no, that's how I am for sure. I work from home and take my kids places and stuff like that. And I don't really watch that many streams, but I listen
I'm not really
everybody
either,
throughout the day. I normally have my headphones on and phone in my pocket while I'm listening to it. Every now and then I'll pull my phone out or whatever if I hear something that I actually want to visually see or whatever going on.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I would love to catch a lot more. I'd love to catch a lot more streams. Last year, I watched, a lot of the big best ball guys. I learned, I will say that I like watching everybody's content because I will say that I am very hard and stubborn on a lot of my takes, but I do enjoy getting outside perspectives, hearing other people's thoughts on players, maybe where I was, lacking or not really paying attention to that said person about that stat, like, hey, whatever it may be. So. But this year, I will say, man, I've not gotten to catch. I've been watching a lot more of the fan speak stuff. The Jeopardy, shout out to the fan speak on the Jeopardy. That's really fun. That's a really cool concept that they brought through. Shout out Bruni, shout out Meg, all those, all of them. Steve, they're all great over there.
That is for sure.
But yeah, I watch a lot more of Tom and Emo over at Fantasy Sanctuary. I've watched a lot of them. I mean, I watch a lot of the group that we're in with. Nick Bocklage. I watch a lot of Nick Bendels. I try to watch a lot of Fantasy Candyman.
I don't hate. Yeah, I'll tell you who else. I see they're rating my stuff here. Shout out to My Mind is a Weapon Fantasy Football.
Yeah.
He is actually going to be on here in a couple hours with the 10 o'clock Central Time show. He'll be on for that hour. I see him and a bunch of the guys from
Yeah, I was
what's his
about to
name?
say
Big
Big
Draft
Draft Energy.
Energy. There
Yeah.
he is. His
Hey,
Discord.
Big
I
Big
didn't
E
even
runs
know
a really
about
good
these
show
guys
too.
to be honest with you until I saw Big Draft Energy on Who Hames. You know, me and Who Hames
Yeah,
talk a
Who
lot
Hang,
and
yeah,
stuff. And
shout out to Who Hangs, man.
Big Draft Energy was on there a couple of days, like maybe like a week ago, and
Yeah, I saw
I
that. Yeah.
liked what he was talking about and stuff. And so then I reached out to Big Draft Energy. He got me in a little chat that he's in on X or whatever, and I started following him and
That's a
My
good group
Mind
over
is a
there too,
Weapon.
man.
Oh
Yep.
yeah, they got
Good
some
group over
awesome
there too.
thumbnails and
Yeah,
visual
especially if you're into
designs and
drafters. I mean,
intros and
if you're
yeah,
into,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
if
We're
you're
gonna
into drafters, they're heavy into drafters, which I'm not drafting any drafters this year. We are about to be on the clock. We got a
we
1-3-1.
are.
We got Saquon, we have Calvin, we got Sutton, we got who's our other wide receiver? We took who we
Our
got there?
wide receiver room is
All right,
Higgins,
T.
Sutton, and Ridley. We got the
And
McBride,
Ridley,
so we're done with
Steve,
tight end until later when we throw on a second. If you want receiver, we have a few options. I don't know how late you like to wait for your second running back. I love Judkins myself, but we can wait if you want. You like any of these receivers?
Go back to the full board real quick. Full board. Just full board. What do we got? Yeah, I'm not taking. Well, we got T. Higgins. We can take Burrow at 71. He's falling to us.
We can do it. The one hole is not going to be too happy with us, but we
I don't
have
care.
Higgins, so why
we
not?
have
It's our
Higgins.
team, right? No,
we want that
makes
weekly
sense.
upside, man. I mean,
no. I'm okay with that.
I was like, wait a minute. We have T. Higgins and Joe Burrow is there still at 71. So that's kind of a silly.
That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense.
It's kind of silly to pass that up at that point. But no, I do like Quinshon Judkins next if we get him here. If not, it's either Pearsall or Jaden Reed for me.
Well, he just went off the board, so
he's probably watching. Room. He's probably mad that we he's probably mad that we took Burrow from him. I like Pearsall.
No worries.
I like Pearsall.
I'll go with Pearsall. I like Pearsall. It kind of sets up,
especially for a wide receiver 4. I think Pearsall is going to be heavily in the mix this year. He doesn't overlap any buys. He came on really strong at the end of last year. I do think that he's a very good wide receiver. And of course, Devo's out. Although they do get CMC back for what we know right now. Kittle is obviously going to be still a top target, but really, I mean, his only other target comp is Juwan Jennings, and then you obviously got Demarcus Robinson and Jacob Cowing. I think Pearsall. I've seen a lot of people today say that they were really off on Juwan Jennings, and I'm not going to lie, I'm absolutely mind blown. The amount of people on my tweet where I said earlier this morning, I said that Juwan Jennings and Rome Odunze should be going where Zay Flowers is going. That ran, I forgot who the other one. Zay Flowers and somebody else. I have to look it back up. But the most that I got back was that Juwan Jennings is like a flyer and that he shouldn't be going where he is. And I'm just like, he's essentially their wide receiver 1 right now. And you guys don't want Juwan Jennings? Okay. That's fine with me.
I like Juwan Jennings where he goes. I don't know if I'd want him much higher than where he goes in the drafts right now, but I do like him. I definitely like him in the eliminator because I'm kind of, thinking there's a 50-50 chance Ayuk starts the year. They could hold him out a few weeks.
Well, that's also the problem is like Ayuk's probably not playing until like week 6 or 7. Mm-hmm. So you're going to get.
Think it'll be that long?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't. He's still, the last photo that we had, he was still wearing a leg sleeve. We have not seen any reports of him running. Yeah, like the earliest reports that I saw were like week 7, week 8. I don't think that he comes back any sooner.
Okay.
I fully think that he's going to take a ramp up to maybe week 10. Like, I don't think that, especially with San Francisco's week schedule, I don't really think that they just absolutely rush him back. I mean, he's making a lot of money. They're not, they wanted to keep him on the roster. They didn't trade him, whether they didn't get what they want or just the fact that they owe him a good chunk of money. I think that they won't just rush him back. Like, I don't think there's any reason to. So for me, that's why I've been hammering Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall. Because also DeMarcus Robinson could be suspended for the first 3 games this season. He's got a DUI incident that happened last November that he's likely going to be suspended for the first 3 games on NFL conduct policy. And then you got Jacob Cowling is basically the only other wide receiver that could probably push for time. So I think between the first 6 and 7 weeks, you're going to have the show of Kittle, Juwan Jennings, and Ricky Pearsall. And
I was just
CMC.
about to say I draft a whole lot of Kittle. So especially when I'm on the front side of the board here, when we took McBride, which I'm okay with McBride, but I also was saying how I don't
Trust
draft
me,
a
I
lot
got a
of
lot of Kittle.
McBride.
Yeah, I've got a lot of
I was
Kittle
about
too.
to say that's kind of been my counter to that. Is like I still, if I don't take McBride or Bowers, then I definitely want a tight end.
Well, and if we
It comes
wouldn't have
down
had
to
T.
it.
Higgins, it'd probably been a lot easier to not take McBride too. Because I will say, I'm not just like totally in on elite tight end.
Mhm.
I don't love it, but if you've got a week 7 stack with a good stack like that, I'm taking it every time. Especially with
No,
Cincinnati.
yeah, I agree. I was just saying in general, since I don't take a lot of McBride, I do end up
Right.
on that side of the board with a lot of
I hear you.
Kittle, just so I
Yeah.
got that firepower.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally understand that too.
But
Because like I said, I'm heavy on most of the, which I'm light on CMC. So I got to be heavy somewhere on San Francisco. I've taken a lot of Garindo, and then obviously, like I said, I've started to take a little bit more of the Jordan Watkins, which is essentially the other Flyer wide receiver rookie. I think that they drafted. I think he's probably worth a round 18 selection every once in a while, just because if D-Rob does get suspended, somebody's going to be playing in that slot. Somebody's going to be playing on 3 wide receiver sets. So it's essentially going to be probably Cowling or him. So I guess that's an interesting little tidbit.
all right, so let's see. We're a few picks away. We can start looking. I don't know if you're ready to get in there and get our second running back. Even when I have like a Bijan or Barkley, I don't like to push my RB2 too far.
No, I think we can
personally,
we can definitely look now. We've got 4 solid wide receivers. I like Mason. I like Warren. I'm a huge Scatterbo guy, even though there's been a lot of controversy on that, which I see you're pretty heavy too. 14%. I see you're pretty heavy on Jaylen Warren.
Yeah.
I'm good with Jordan Mason here. I think Jordan Mason is going to heavily evolve into maybe even closely a 50% range role, and I do think that he's going to get the go on work, as we've already talked about. And obviously, we know in half point PPR, you need the touchdowns. So
yeah. No, I like Jordan Mason. And then I don't know. We can kind of leave it up to you. Whenever we come back, if we wanted to, we could go ahead and take Knicks to have a nice little QB room with Burrow and
what's
Knicks,
the running backs again?
Or we could do the Warren or Scatterboo.
What's wide receivers looking like? What's our
wide receivers? There wasn't anything that I really love here. I do like Higgins. I'm definitely way overweight on him. We already have 4 strong.
Yeah, I don't really want to pull up Keon Coleman. I was going to say Philadelphia Buffaloes week 17, but we don't have to do that. I'm fine with taking Warren here and getting a third running back.
Getting our third running back, no problem with.
Yeah, because honestly, I think we've got our early touches. We've got like our touchdown looks with Saquon. We got our touchdown looks with Mason. We've got our early touches with those guys. I think Warren is going to essentially be. I'm hoping I'm wrong because I want him to kind of be the lead guy. But I do think that Caleb Johnson could eventually turn into the lead guy, and then that's going to put Jaylen Warren kind of essentially back into the role that he had, which everybody thinks that's what it's going to be. But he gets the big explosion plays, like he gets the passing plays. Aaron Rodgers checks down a lot, so Jaylen Warren breaks off a 76-yarder, on a screen or a bubble screen or whatever, or a swing pass or something. That's what we want to have right there. So,
well, and I know me and Hoohames have both talked about this with each other and separate. Aaron Rodgers, I know he did with Jones, but historically, Aaron Rodgers hasn't been, the biggest on rookie running backs paired with him. And at his age, he's definitely he's always got running backs involved in the passing game, but even more so at his age, with the Achilles injury and stuff, he's not going to be looking to take many hits.
Jaylen Warren is very good in pass blocking. Very good.
Pass blocking and good in the receiving game too.
Yeah,
so I'm big on Warren. I'm not a big Caleb Johnson guy. Like, I think when I watch Caleb Johnson tape, honestly, I think it's kind of deceiving. And what I mean by that is like, I don't think he has the short area quickness to really be a successful
He's a
NFL
zone
running
runner.
back.
Yeah, I mean,
And
he's
if
a
you
big
watch
zone
him,
runner.
like their run scheme there is so good where he was in college that so many of his plays, he has a solid 4 or 5, 6 yards to really get up to that, long end speed that he
Sure.
has.
Yeah.
Whereas that's not going to always be the case in the NFL for the Pittsburgh
No, it
Steelers.
won't. It won't.
And so me personally, I'm not in on Caleb Johnson. I don't really
I
draft him
have
much, if
taken.
any.
I mean, honestly, I've said this multiple times. Like, I'm drafting both. Like, Arthur Smith, literally top 5, his whole NFL career in rushing attempts as an OC. He wants to run the football. He's going to run the football. I think both guys are going to have a tremendous. If Rodgers can bring an element to that offense that puts them a little bit above average and keeps the spread, keeps the defense spread, that run game is going to flourish. And for me, I want both. Like I've drafted both on more than a couple teams. I've taken both Caleb and Jalen Warren because I do obviously think that Caleb Johnson is probably going to get the goal line work. They're not putting Warren in there in the goal line. I mean, they might. Don't get me wrong. He'll have his chances. But I think Caleb's going to probably see the majority of the goal line work. He's a big back. I mean, he's a big bruiser. So if they get close, it's probably going to be him.
Okay, that's fair. I don't really like him for where he goes in the draft and stuff. Me personally, but hey, it's nothing to.
I just wanted to provide a little more context into why I feel like both of them do. I do think they both have value.
Mm-hmm. No, and that's fair. All right, we are in the 10th round. Let's jump over real quick while it works back to us, and let's see. We're at a 1-3-4-1. We have our Burrow with Higgins. We have Barkley holding down the running back room, followed by Mason and Warren. We just said Higgins, Sutton, Ridley, and Pearsall. So a nice little group of 4 there. Tight end is being held down by McBride. I think we're on a nice pace. I'm liking the team overall.
Like the balance.
Definitely got some firepower in every room, so that's nice.
I do like the balance. Obviously, I love the weekly upside with Joe Burrow and T. Higgins. And everybody's like, oh, well, T won't stay healthy. Well, he will after he just got paid. Watch him play. Watch him play all 17 games now.
Isn't it funny how that happens sometimes?
Right. Money talks, man. Money talks. Yeah. I got a feeling T. Higgins is probably going to have a really good year. I mean, he's had really good years for for the short amount of games that he's played. But I guarantee you, watch this year, he's going to show everybody why he got paid. So
now we could take a little bit of discount on Purdy if you want to get our second quarterback. I don't like pushing my quarterbacks too far in BBMs because we're definitely going to need that firepower.
I really like Shaheed here if he falls, to be honest.
I like him too.
And I think we might be able to get Purdy next, to be honest.
Yeah. You're right. And he doesn't have any of the. He doesn't have any.
He doesn't have any Niners. Yeah, he took Herbert. Yeah, let's take Shaheed here. Who? Well, is it?
What did you say?
I was going to say, what is the next guy? Does he have any Niners? The guy behind us?
No, I already looked, and the one spot does not have any Niners.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take Shaheed. Let's take Shaheed, and we'll hope that he doesn't take Purdy, which I don't think he will. He's already got a quarterback.
Yeah, and he doesn't have any Niners. And worst case, we could still always do.
I don't think he's going to take a naked Brock Purdy, but I've seen crazier things happen.
We saw some crazy stuff last night. One of my drafts, there was a guy in the 12 hole that was just pulling people up about 2 rounds every other pick. It seemed like.
Yeah,
we'll go ahead and grab Purdy here.
Yeah, we can lock up our quarterback room. Yeah. I like Shaheed. I think Shaheed's a home run hitter. He adds that element to our team here, much like Ricky Pearsall in a way. But Shaheed is that long ball burner, and obviously I'm just hoping that the quarterback situation even averagely works out because I'm taking a lot of those back sacks. But I like Shaheed quite a bit, and I think that he should.
I hear you for sure. He should
probably go in maybe 10 picks earlier. I think, because I mean we've already gotten good reports that he's running, he's practicing. He got the injury last year, and so yeah, I like pulling him up there and grabbing him there and solidifying our wide receiver room.
Now let me ask you too. Do you so Steve actually got me on to I think wanting to have all of my BBM teams be a 3-quarterback team. I don't know where you stand on that. And we were talking last night. Steve was on my channel last night, and historically, I've always been a guy, if I don't have what I consider one of those top elite Russian quarterbacks, your top 4 at the top there, then generally I do go 3-quarterback teams, just because one,
I think if the quarterback makes sense, right?
Of course. And so that's what I was just about to say. Like, potentially with this team, when it got later, we could throw on Ward, since we do have Ridley. Maybe even save our last receiver and throw on one of the Tennessee receivers as a double stack in the 18th round.
And let me, JT, to that point, let me play devil's advocate here, because I am more on the side of, if I'm going to spend the kind of capital like on Joe Burrow or below, like my question is, we just took Brock, who has a decent rushing floor, has the softest schedule in the league this year.
Okay.
What other quarterback is likely going to beat out either one of those guys weekly? I mean,
over the course of the season, like, probably not. But so I guess the argument that Steve was making that really got me kind of on that side of it is, especially in BBM, right? With just the massive, what is it, 13?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lottery.
15,
yeah, it's a lottery. But I also feel like that's kind of playing more safe than playing for upside, if that makes sense too. And trust me, I'm not discrediting what Steve's saying by any.
No.
I'm just
I'm
like
okay either way with Burrow and with Burrow and Purdy as their quarterbacks. I am okay if we only end up on 2. I guess there is that.
I would stop it too.
Okay.
I will say that.
We can keep it at 2.
That's my reasoning, is mainly because, like, I don't feel like there's many quarterbacks in the back half that have just a great rushing floor. And also I just feel like what are they going to win me? Obviously, like, if they do, because I don't know, Burrow's likely good for 20 fantasy points most weeks. If Brock Purdy happens to, if CMC doesn't turn out to be as healthy or doesn't just absolutely crush every week, Brock Purdy's good. Well, he showed that he could put up some really good games last year without Christian McCaffrey. So that's really my thinking, is like, what quarterbacks, if you're thinking that go in the 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 round, which ones of those are really going to give you enough of a ceiling to hit your lineup more than maybe one time in the whole season?
Well, but I think when I take them, honestly, if the whole theory of is thinking it out for the playoffs, and just, so hear me out. And like I said, I'm okay keeping it at 2, but just to kind of leave this. Last year, it was week 15 where you almost had to have Burrow. It was Burrow and somebody else. They put up monster weeks, but then the very next week in week 16, Burrow really didn't do much of anything. Okay. So in that scenario, let's just say, let's say Burrow has good playoffs or whatever, and then we get to week 17 against Arizona and he doesn't, or against a tough Baltimore defense, he doesn't really do anything. The whole idea, I think behind it is, it just gives you more outs in the playoffs if you have that third quarterback stacked. But again, I'm not like a diehard gotta have 3. In the BBMs, I do think.
And let's focus on this pick real quick. And
sure, for sure.
About it a little bit more. I'm a big Ray Davis guy. Love Ray Davis. We could take Dorindo. Do we have a 14 running back right now? Who's our running backs?
No, we have 9, 5, 6, and 9. So either one of those, Ray Davis.
Yeah, let's take Dorindo. I'm not big on taking double running backs in week 17. You're essentially like hoping that those are the 2 nut players, which obviously Saquon will help. we're hoping for, but we're taking a slightly bigger bet on Ray Davis there, considering we do have Saquon. I'd rather take like a Buffalo receiver like Kincaid.
Mm-hmm.
We could do Kincaid because he does Week 17 match with us with Saquon. I don't mind that. We're only going one more tight end anyway, I would think, since we took the crowd.
Is there? Let me ask you first, real quick. Is there any other running backs you like here to go ahead and lock up our 5th running back?
Not really. I think Kincaid's probably the best play here.
Okay. I'm not super in on Kincaid, and I would almost. We're running out of time, so
I'm not either. But we get a little dip on him, and honestly, I feel like what if Kincaid has 2 touchdowns in Week 17, and we got Saquon and he has 2 touchdowns? You know what I mean? That's kind of the way I look at it. Like, I do think Kincaid could have a decent bounce back.
I guess my thinking on it, and why I was kind of seeing if you liked any running backs or if you liked any receivers, but we didn't really have the time to look over it being on the thing.
And honestly, this is just a tough part. This is a really tough part of the range here. And honestly, I felt like just grabbing another tight end and just solidifying tight end was a really good move, because now we can – because there are some running backs that I like later. There definitely are. And honestly, I still think we can tack on a few more wide receivers.
That's fine. My thinking, though, was especially like, since you do kind of seem like you're dead set on it, or since you like to do the 2 quarterback thing with Burrow and Purdy, I was almost going to say let's wait and take Gesicki, because we don't have Chase. So, like, ideally our best bet of making it out of playoff weeks with Burrow and Higgins is like they go nuts against Baltimore or Miami, and it's just some of those games where Chase isn't necessarily having the blow-up game. If Burrow has a blow-up game and Chase does not, then like he's going to be dragging somebody else with Higgins along. So that's kind of where I was trying to see if there was maybe anyone else you liked on the board.
I totally understand that. I totally
that
understand
other tight end spot.
And I guess it was more the tie break of Week 17. Like, I wanted to – I didn't know that there's really not any more Buffalo players. Like, Kincaid just happened to fall to us there kind of nicely, I felt like. And honestly, I'll be flat out honest, I don't think I have that stack. I don't think I have a Saquon Kincaid, at least not one that fell 8 picks past ADP. And
it's
to me, when my head went to it, it was like, hey, Kincaid's there, Buffalo, Philadelphia, Week 17.
That's what's
to Week
great.
17, I want to have as many like mini stacks that I can have that can blow up. So that was really kind of my thinking.
And see, I guess like, that's the beauty of this game, right? Absolutely. Because like there's no set way that like this has to win or this has to be this way. And like
you can get there anyway.
Part of it it's fun drafting with people, right? We get to teams that we don't normally get to. Like this is the first time me and you've drafted together, and I think we are kind of like number one focus in a little different areas, and that's fine. I'm not saying nothing against it. Me personally, and I know I'm one of the not norms. I know I'm kind of like a little bit outside the box in this, but my first priority is always like building my own team correlation.
Sure.
And then when I can, I also try to throw in Week 17 stacks. I'm not saying I avoid Week 17.
That's fine.
Whereas you definitely seem a little more of the like, I want as many Week 17 bringbacks and correlation with.
I mean, and obviously you have to get there, and honestly, that's another big reason why I don't just like obviously just love double stacking. If you've got T. Higgins, like I don't feel like you have to have Gesicki. Like Gesicki wasn't really just used like as an every down receiver. He was used on passing downs, but he wasn't out there. He wasn't out there more than 40% of the snaps. So he did. Don't get me wrong. He had some good spikes, but I feel like Kincaid is going to be out on the field a lot more. I feel like there's going to be a lot more chance for him to be in the red zone.
Well, if we're talking about guys not doing much last year,
trust me, you're not telling me nothing. You're not telling me nothing. I get
it. But I'm okay with Kincaid. I honestly don't take him a whole lot when I don't have Allen. But hey, this could be the lineup. It is a bring back to Barkley. So
and it'll be unique.
Really, I
guarantee you, it'll be unique. So I mean, hopefully we've got hopefully we'll have a little bit of a sweat come week 14, and we can push this one through. But exactly. That's to that point. That's you build differently. You build a little bit differently than I would build, and I build a little bit differently than you would build. And that's kind of what you said. Like we're definitely thinking of things differently in a way. I understand where you're coming from. Like you want to build out and make sure your rosters are set. Like, and right now
we're on the clock real quick though. Not to interrupt you, but I just want to make sure we we get it in. I've been taking Roshan right here a lot. I don't know if you're in on Roshan.
Yeah, I'm fine with Roshan.
We can go ahead and just leave him for a second and start looking. You see any receivers you like for the next pick coming up? Sorry about that.
I like Pierce. I see you do as well.
Yeah, I got a few of them.
I think Pierce is fine. I think he kind of fits the team where another burner like a Shaheed.
Yeah. He's a
spike week guy. A spike week guy. And we get a little bit of a bring back there with San Francisco. Obviously, we like the San Francisco schedule.
Or either him or are you in on Wilson at all?
I like Pierce better. Yeah, I like
Pierce better.
Yeah, I like Pierce.
We'll go Pierce. I'm good with Pierce.
I think Jalen Knowles interesting. We could have taken him, but I feel like there could possibly be a chance that he doesn't see the field this year much. It's like because if Christian Kirk comes out and plays well, I think I had this conversation with Jim Waller. I think it was Jim. But like if Christian Kirk comes out, who is slotted to be the starting slot, you've got Jaden Higgins on the outside, you got Nico Collins on the outside. If Christian Kirk comes out and plays really well as a vet, which he's been a really good slot, I don't really know how much Jalen Knowles is going to play. Yeah, he could be your playoff week guy, but I think we needed somebody who was going to play a little bit more right now. We could take some more upside picks later on with wide receivers since we've only got 6. Typically, we probably know we're stopping early at running back because we did start with Saquon. We did get Jordan Mason. We've got a pretty solid running back room going. Our tight ends are pretty much locked up. Our quarterbacks are pretty much locked up. So, wide receivers, what I think is essentially what we're going to be focusing on most lately, or at the later in this draft. So, to me, I felt like trying to get one more good solid starter. Alec Pierce is going to play a lot of snaps. So,
no, I agree with that. I was on board with it.
Especially with Daniel Jones. Yeah.
Don't worry about that, my man. No big deal. I understand. Family stuff comes up. No worries. I can probably get someone to hop in the spot. If not, I'll run it solo. See if Hartman wants to bump up. We'll figure it out, though. Don't worry about it. Raymond says this is a good draft. I can't hear the screen because I'm crushing a scorpion bowl at some other drafters.
Yeah, Ray. Yeah, he's in the 7 hole. I think so. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's in the 8 hole. Maybe he's.
Let's see.
Yep. Yeah, he's in the 8. Yeah. But we're in round 16 now?
16. Just flipped over to round 16. Should finish hopefully here.
You want to recap the team real quick? Is that way?
Yeah. And then I was just about to go over and look at it out anyways. We're sitting with the 2-5-6-2. Probably done at quarterback, it sounded like from our discussion earlier with Burrow and Purdy.
I did not know we got that big of a drop on Purdy. 104 to 120.
Oh, yeah, we got a really nice drop on
we got great dips on both of them. Go ahead.
Barkley, Mason, Warren, Garendo, and Roshan right now holding down the running back room. Wide receivers, Higgins, Sutton, Ridley, Pearsall, Shaheed, and Pierce. We have McBride and Kincaid as our 2 tight ends. I think we kind of agreed that we're keeping it at 2 tight ends. Sounds like we're keeping it at 2 quarterbacks.
I mean, I wouldn't mind tacking on one more running back, and then I think our last 3 picks could literally be 1 running back, 2 wide receivers, whatever order we want to do that in. I don't mind because I do think our running back room is just a tad thin with just guys that need contingent upside, or I think we could probably tack on one more. And I will throw one out there once we get kind of closer, because he could potentially be around 18, and he does correlate with us.
Okay.
But let's wait till we get there. I like Keenan Allen here. I think Keenan is going to sign.
I was just about to say he's one of my.
I think he could be an early round target for us. He's going to sign somewhere. He's going to be on the field. I think he could be one of those other early target guys for us. I see you got 11%, so I see you're taking him too. So those 2 Keenan. I think that
Some
kind
of
of
the
fits well
contests,
with
like I
the team.
think in the eliminator, I have like I think this is on the right setting. Yeah, in the eliminator, I have even more
Oh,
Keenan
really?
Allen because I mean
That's
he
kind of
goes
scary, but
later.
yeah, but you know he's gonna sign somewhere.
I'll be shocked, and that's a bet I'm willing to make. I mean that
Yeah,
he's gonna
absolutely.
sign somewhere. He's an older vet, you know, but he's not washed yet. He was
No,
still
I mean he had
he
a good
was in a
season. Yeah,
crowded room last year and was the best receiver there still. So
he pretty much garnered the most targets.
you like any of those running backs?
No, I like Taj Brooks as my last running back. I think we could do Deontay Thornton, who's been kind of a riser lately on the wide receiver room. We could do Tutu Atwell. We could do 80. Well, we've got Pierce. We don't need AD Mitchell.
Mhm.
I like Thornton. I like Thornton here.
All right, let's go with Thornton too, because if Thornton is one of
He's
those
been the
guys, you
guy
know,
starting opposite side of Jacoby with Jacoby Myers being in slot. Thornton's been getting a lot of good camp praise. I do like Geno as a quarterback. I think he can make it to his wide receivers. I think he's going to be good for the Raiders. Yeah, I think
well, and
Thornton could easily with Trey Tucker,
late
not
round,
really Trey Tucker, Deontay Thornton, Jacoby Myers. That's kind of what the wide receiver room is looking at. 3 wide
it's all
receivers.
good, bro. Don't worry about it. I know you will. We'll get together sometime. No big deal at all, my man. Thanks for letting me know ahead of time because I can send out some tweets or something here in a minute and try to find someone to hop in for your spot. Don't worry about it at all, brother. But I like Thornton because you know if I try to be done but with receiver honestly most of the time by Keenan Allen because there's not a
Mm-hmm.
whole lot I like after that. But a guy like Thornton, it's like, you know, what do we win when we win with him? Well, when we win with him, probably caught some really nice spike weeks because
Because
he caught
he's
a
not
long
going drafted a
touchdown.
lot either. Yeah, he's going
Yeah, and
undrafted
he
a
caught.
lot.
All right, so we kind of I guess our last pick, or are we thinking kind of running back?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping Taj Brooks makes it to us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He correlates.
I unstarred him just because I know we had some people in the room, but they probably done heard us anyway. So I guess I
I
should
mean,
have just
yeah,
left
if he
them up
doesn't make
there.
it back, then that's a bummer. I like Taj Brooks a lot. Plus, I've taken him a lot with the Burrow stacks. Obviously, if he is a third down back, like he was very good in college on pass protection. There was a stat. I don't know how true it was, but he only allowed 1 sack in his collegiate career. He is a big body back. The guy's like 230, and saw the video come out about him. It was probably last week, but guy looked silky smooth coming out of the backfield, catching the ball. I think that I think he's the running back too for Cincinnati. I think if for whatever reason Brown either gets hurt or doesn't lock down the third down row, he could. Which they got P Ryan. I'm not saying that P Ryan, but he's an older guy. He might just be an insurance guy. I like Taj Brooks. I think he's got a lot of upside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. I like Brooks a lot too, especially if I wait till the 18th round to take a running back. He's definitely the guy I'm hoping's there because I don't really honestly like a whole lot of the other round 18 running backs.
No, there's really not just a ton I love. A few other guys that I generally look at. It's like Elijah Mitchell. I've been taking some, just some flyers. The JCM for Washington, I've been taking him a little bit. He got some really good coach speak yesterday, actually. Well, actually, I think it was today. I think he's interesting. There's a couple of other rookies that I think are pretty interesting as a round 18 running back. But if I got my pick, it's definitely going to be Brooks. So,
Well, we'll see who. Speaking of which, real quick, guys, if you see the thing at the bottom here, sounds like y'all all got me over 100. For my 100 subscriber, what I'm going to do is challenge draft from vacation sometime next week. Probably have me a couple drinks while I'm doing it. When this live stream is over, so that the comments stay, hop back in my video either later tonight or tomorrow and throw me a challenge that you would like to see me try to pull off in the comment section. I'm going to put all of the worthy ones into a hat. We'll draw it live on stream so I don't even have time to think about it and plan it out. Probably draw 2 of them and we'll do both of them that night. You can also shoot me a DM on Twitter if you'd rather do it that way versus jumping in and hitting the comments. But the comments always help, of course.
Nice.
That will be our 100th
Well, we got our guy.
subscriber thing we're
So,
gonna do.
hey, man, congrats on 100, brother.
Thank you, I appreciate it. It's
Yeah,
like I
absolutely.
said, it's been an awesome journey. I've only been at it now a little over a month. Been trying
Oh,
to be
really?
real consistent with it. Yeah, we started like I think the second or third week of May, so it's just been a
Okay.
little over a month.
Well, that's
But
great.
we're on here every night, man. We're pumping it out. 10 o'clock Central Time, and we generally do 2 drafts, so it's about an hour. I mean, 2 hours long or whatever most
Right.
nights. Try to bring in a lot of guests. We did stuff with Candyman, Who Hames, Steve, BBG was on one time. We're pumping them out over here.
There you go, man. Hey, stay on it. Keep on keeping on. It's
But it
good
was
stuff.
fun. We'll call the team out real quick, and then I'm gonna move on because I know I want to stay on track for each hour
Yes,
or
sir.
whatever. 2682 is what we went with. Sean convinced me to keep it with the 2 quarterback build of Burrow and Purdy, but nothing wrong with that. They are indeed quarterbacks we can make work. Barkley, Mason, Warren, Garindo, Roshan, and Brooks as the tight end room. I talk about how much I love team correlation, so the Brooks pick made a lot of sense. Higgins, Sutton, Ridley, Pearsall, Rashid Shaheed, Pierce, Keenan Allen, and Thornton for our little late round spike week guy. Tight end room, we kept it too as well with McBride and Kincaid. I like the team, Sean. I really do.
I bet you it'll be unique. I promise you that. Which is what I typically try to build for. I mean, not on the side of being way off, but just enough being a little bit unique where
How
you
did
get
that
those
one
extra
not
guys.
finish up yet?
Yeah, they might still be. It might.
I got
It's
me
not
some
before you get.
slow drafts here. Let me find
I
it in
see
here. It's
that.
weird. It's not showing up there either. Maybe I just got to
You might,
back
you
out.
might have to refresh real quick.
Let's try that. It's weird. It should be showing up because the one hole
Usually,
was
a
the
good
only other
refresh
one.
usually works for me. Yeah, there it is.
There it is. Throw your name on there real quick so I don't forget with so many
Sounds
going
good,
on
man.
tonight.
I
I'll
know.
go
I was
back
gonna
and
say, I know
add
you
like
got a lot going, man.
add the build structure and all that to it too later, but that's good enough for now. Anyways, man, it was fun. Let's get together sometime in the future again.
Yeah, definitely
It
have to
was
have you on,
fun.
man. Appreciate you having me on. It was a pleasure, man. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. Thanks, JT. I know you got to get to your next one, man. So I definitely appreciate you, and I'll be tuning in. So appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, for
Sure.
sure. Have a good evening, okay?
Thanks, man. You too.
What's up, Who? How you doing? Let me give you a proper introduction real quick. I already entered us into, or I am currently entering us into the 30-second BBM if we can get it to fill quick enough. Whoever wants to jump in there with us, hop in there and we will make it work. Would you do this?
Yeah, so I actually had a couple ideas listening to the stream on the way home from what you
Okay.
guys were talking about. Yeah, like so I've not really heard this from anyone, and it kind of went perfectly with like my thought with how you drafted. We're not really like everybody's like you want pieces in San Francisco, right? Like that's just a fact. You want pieces there at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we know, and as he was saying, like all the wide receiver issues, like the guess is that Brandon Ayuk is starting on pup now, and that the other guy is going to be suspended, right? What
Mm-hmm.
if what if the Niners are the Keenan Allen team? Like
That is very, very interesting.
because
I've not
like
thought of them.
I was thinking about that on the way home because like I haven't heard anybody really bring it up, but like he kind of wants to play. It feels like he wants to play somewhere warm. He kind of like he would probably want to play somewhere that he believes has a chance to win.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and he could easily slide in at the beginning of the season. I don't know that it's that likely, but it's just a thought, and I haven't heard that anywhere. I also don't know like where the Niners cap situation is. I will look it
Me
up right
either. I
now.
would have to look. That
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense though, because he wanted to go to he wanted to go to the Chargers or whatever and be on the West Coast. But if the Chargers don't want him, maybe San Francisco at least being still on the West Coast. That is interesting. You are the
They
first
have,
person. I
yeah,
haven't seen that idea on Twitter or nowhere. But
right, right.
real quick, you look it up. I want to give you a proper introduction in case there isn't anybody in here who doesn't know who Mr. Who Hames is. You can find him every day, normally streaming around 4 o'clock, or most every day is around 4 o'clock Central Time. Who Hames Fantasy Football, I believe it is. The
No,
link is in the description.
it's just Who Hames. No
Just Who Hames.
football. Yeah,
Sorry, I
no.
get everybody confused, but the link is in the description. Also, if you're a Discord guy and you haven't followed him on Discord, he has his own Discord called the Who Crew. It's a nice little cozy spot. It's not that big yet, but my man has some good tools and charts in there and all that good stuff. You guys probably know who he is, but just in case we have somebody who does not, wanted to make it known.
Yeah, and another thought I had during that was kind of with your the you're talking about the three quarterback versus two quarterback thing.
Mm-hmm.
And something I've noticed that I'm doing more, and maybe it makes sense, maybe it doesn't, and it's more by an accident. But like, I'm usually taking three quarterbacks, like even with elite sometimes. But if I'm double stacking receivers, like a wide receiver, like running back, tight end stack, I'm not really counting towards it. But like, if I'm going like forcing in a Jordan Love, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a massive bet on Jordan Love being an absolute smash pick, right? Which doesn't mean I won't go three quarterbacks, but it means that if Jordan Love isn't, like, a bigger portion of my team is already dead, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
in those situations, I'm more likely to go two quarterbacks. Like if he was my second, like if it was like Mahomes and Jordan Love, but I have
Mm-hmm.
a double stack on both of them because like I've already completely hedged my bets that those teams are going to do well. And if they don't, like, is the third quarterback going to help that much? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Like, it was just a thought on the way home.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like
And
I'm not.
it's weird, that's what I was talking with Sean about, how like nobody knows, because last night and until really, talking with Steve, he kind of got me more thinking, because generally if I have like an elite quarterback, or even sometimes if I have two that I feel really good about, like not elite, but really damn good starting quarterbacks who are going to produce for their teams more weeks than not, generally I do keep those, like a maybe not even a Purdy, let's say a Burrow team, but let's say like Purdy and Fields. Like there's a lot of teams that I would just keep it at those two quarterbacks. But I was looking at it because I don't plan on doing a ton of BBMs outside of the BBMs that I stream with people. I think I was kind of looking at it before last night from a smaller field, better advance rate type tournaments, where I think I am okay just keeping it at those two quarterbacks. And Steve just made the really good argument, of like, because BBM is such a hard advance rate out of week 15, such a hard advance rate out of week 16, we really want, as many stacks and
Yeah,
bullets at the QB as we can get. But I'm okay either way.
yeah, and that's kind of what I like, because your bet is thicker there, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you're already committed to that team even more.
Yes, no, for sure, for
Um,
sure.
and like on a skinny stack, like maybe it makes more sense, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not good at delving through the data. I'm sure people that have access to the data could look through that and see if, like, if you go three quarterback, like if it's all skinny stacks versus one of them being a triple stack, like let's say you go Ted McMillan, Adam Thielen, and Jatavian Sanders, but then you also tack on three quarterbacks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that would be this year. Like for last year, I guess it would be the Packers are probably the best example, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
like you were betting on that, but then you'd also have to look at like the Bucks as well, because like when it hits, is what you probably like is that's what you're going for. So you would look at like the triple stacks with the Bucks. Like
Mhm.
how beneficial was it with the triple stack on the Bucks, taking a third quarterback versus just two, opposed to taking Baker with three and only having a single stack, right? Like,
Yeah.
and I don't know exactly how to parse through that and all that, but like that would be the experiment, right?
Mhm. Yeah, it's interesting. That's for sure. And you know me, I'm kind of a let the board fall to me anyways type of drafter. So I think I definitely am okay to just taking two. I'm okay with, just taking three. I was surprised I actually like agreed, I guess, with Steve's point as much as I did last night, because especially with like
I
my guy Lamar that I love taking, and even if I have Allen, like prior to last night, even in BBM, I would have said, like, no, let's just keep it at two quarterbacks. Make sure we get a second quarterback that we feel good about.
well,
Real quick, guys, y'all go ahead and jump in this with us. 30-second BBM. We need 5 people still. We'll give it a few more minutes, but if we don't get some soon, we might have to see what the wait is on a 20-second BBM, which is fine. Me and Who Hames have drafted a few together. I think we can
yeah,
make a 20-second work.
yeah,
What's up, Mark? Good to see you popping back in. What
I
is up, Hulk Smash Potatoes?
Hulk smash. So it took me a while. His underdog username, I always thought it was Hulk Smash Potatoes, but I
Yeah.
believe it's Hulk Smash Potatoes.
Ah.
And like there's an extra letter in there. I believe it's an R after the P.
Okay.
And like he'd been in my a lot of my stream drafts for a while, and like all of a sudden I just noticed it one day, and I'm like, wait a minute, have I been saying it wrong the whole time? And then I looked at the YouTube and it was different. I'm like, all right, which one is it? Which is it? You know? Hey, look at that filled
There we go. We got it filled up.
fantasy. Is that the fantasy dog pound here? Yeah, I posted it in the dog pound Discord. So
Okay. Well, he hopped in here. He's sitting in the 6
yeah,
hole. Let's see. Steve's in here at the 12 hole. I
yeah.
do not recognize any of the other names, but
Let,
you might recognize them a
let
little
me
bit better
see. We
than me.
got. I have my screen smaller for some reason. I do not know the one in the 8 hole. I would remember that. Yeah, I do. I don't think I know any of them. Uh,
Got a couple friendly faces in here, though. We know both of them know what they're doing, so we'll have to play our cards right. Make sure we get our stacks and our team looking nice,
yeah,
because
so
we're trying to win $2 million.
we're not going to get any value coming back from the left side. So the only value we will get will be coming from the right side with
Mm-hmm.
Fantasy Dog Pound. Like he is a value hound as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Well, but then we got Steve over there on the 12 hole too. So
Hawk Smash Prop Potatoes. Okay, that's what it
ah,
was. Yeah, I mean, I for a while, a lot of people were like the 7 through 9 pick are the ones they hate. I I'm kind of like to where I love those picks because two of my favorite first round picks are like I love Puka Nakua, like
you and me both.
and Malik Neighbors is somebody I also want a bunch of. So
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it as much when it was Genty going there all the time, and like to get your Genty, you had to take some there. And like now with CMC moving up there, and yeah, congrats on your 100 subs, man. That's awesome.
Appreciate it. Did you see real quick by chance me and Meg's first draft tonight?
I was working. I
We
don't have
actually
access to my
pulled
phone
off.
whatsoever.
I think we were in the 8 spot, and we had a neighbor's Genty start.
Nice. Man, Genty has been falling a little, like here and there. I love it. Like if I could start getting Genty again at 14, like
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna end up with 13-14% like I had in big board. Like I don't love taking the wide receivers before or the him before those wide receivers.
So I think it's Puka for both of us here.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
I have
And
no problem with that.
like, so the hard thing about it is if you care about week 17 stacking, like Drake London very rarely makes it back. But I don't really think it's that big of a deal this early to like maybe try to get one in your whole portfolio or something, right? Like, but
Hmm.
you should be taking the best players and like unique combos to your portfolio probably up here.
Oh,
Like,
definitely. Yeah,
but
for
that
sure.
that game seems fun, like a lot of fun.
Hmm.
And more people are getting onto Puka right now. So I feel like he's going to solidify at the 7.
Hmm.
Um, and I think that there are going to be a lot fewer London Puka teams out there because of that. And the ones that have already happened are going to be a little more unique. And if you can get it now, you're going to be able to build behind it more uniquely. So it's something that I think I would do most of the time, and just on
Yeah.
my feel on things. Like for me personally, like I like Puka over Saquon. Like I know that's not where you're at, but like I would personally rather, like, I will still take Saquon if he's a 5 or 6 because
Hmm.
he's not going to fall there very often. And whenever if he does start falling there often, I will just not take. Like I'll just start making him fall another spot. Neighbors,
No, I
Gentry.
don't. I don't love Barkley. We took him on the last team with Sean, but generally, if I'm by myself, I've kind of been fading Barkley, honestly, or
All
passing over him for either
all right.
JJ or.
Do you
What are
like?
you thinking here? We could go HN or Bowers, or maybe even
I,
JT would be the click for me.
uh, let's go Bowers.
I'm okay with
You're in a
Bowers.
mood for elite tight ends today. It sounds like, so let's do it. I know Meg didn't let you draft an elite tight end.
I
I
mean, it's
assume
just
not. Like because she loves the 3 late, and the 3 late feel awesome.
well, and on the team we were drafting, it made more sense anyways because we had we took a running back, we took Genty, and then we did the Jaden
Oh yeah,
McLaurin thing. Like the
yeah,
that's what he was talking about. That was actually our start. Was we kind of had neighbors Genty, we had Jaden and McLaurin stacked up, and then we actually put Ertz on the team also as one of those later tight ends. It was a really nice team that me and her drafted.
yeah.
I
So
liked it a lot.
vaporware there. Number one, I will not shave, but number two, if that was going to be the prop, I would mail my beard to him, and he'd have to put my beard on. Like,
Rumor has it when both of you reach
like,
1,000
like
subs,
if
Huham is going to shave
yeah,
his beard and JT is going to grow one.
like
Well, I always say
it would be a locks of
happy
love
wife,
situation.
happy life. And my wife does not like facial hair at all. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep a happy wife so I can keep a happy life. Uh, Rough Bluff, good to see you in here. I am actually personally not from New Orleans. My grandpa on back all are. My last name is Thibodeau. So, yes, I have a lot of coon ass in me. If you think that I have an accent, you should hear my grandpa talk. He sounds like Boonhauer off the old King of the Hill show.
We have a guy at my work that not only looks or sounds like Boomhauer, but he also looks like Boomhauer.
Yeah,
It's
it,
pretty great.
it's
Uh,
funny. My wife tells me the further back in my generations, like my dad is worse than me as far as like how coon ass or Cajun he sounds, and my
yeah.
grandpa. If you're not used to hearing my grandpa talk, you won't understand much of what he says.
Every family has somebody like that though. Like
Uh-huh.
at least I know both sides of my family do. Uh, but yeah, like number one, like if that were to happen, and it won't, but like, would you have to like would that have to be shipped as like a hazard, right? Is it like a volatile like
I don't know.
yeah
Like somebody
I
might
don't
think we're like selling stuff on the black market or something.
yeah
I don't know.
just put it in the bubble wrap bag, get to send it, mark it like extremely sensitive, like
Well, and you have an awesome beard for sure. And I don't know how you do it because, like me, especially the hair here under my chin. I mean, if I go more than about 3 or 4 days without shaving, it
oh
starts itching and bothering me.
yeah,
And
I'll actually explain like what started it years
okay,
ago.
let's see here.
Here after our picks.
Who are you liking
I,
here? We have a slight fall on Brown if
I
he
mean,
stays.
if Chase makes it, like I think we take him.
I would
Uh,
agree with that, but
and I don't double stack all the time, and Dog Pound's going to take Chase. I would almost guarantee
he's
you.
thinking about it.
Yeah.
What are you
Uh,
thinking? Do the Adams thing?
we could do that. We could just pull Mike Evans up. We could hope that Jaden Daniels comes back and take McLaurin. Like that's the only way I want McLaurin.
Your call. I don't really want to do the McLaurin Daniels because we just
Yeah.
did that on another draft. Which one of these guys? You want to go double
Uh,
stack or you want to go
let's go
Evans?
Evans. Let's go Evans.
Not a problem with me, sir.
I don't want to like box myself into
Hmm.
almost needing Stafford on the team.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to if you draft both of them for
Yeah,
sure. I don't know
and
if I want to do it in BBMs. I have done it in a couple like smaller tournaments or whatever. Take Stafford as a third quarterback
like
and double them up with those two.
now if that middle pick was Drake London, I probably would have been like, let's do it for fun.
Hmm.
Let's
Well,
make a stack of
yeah.
that because then you could take the other side of it and you'd have two options for that game later in the draft, right?
Yes, that would have definitely made it even
Yeah,
more
so
likely.
talking about the beard again. So I I used to shave every single day because I did like leadership development stuff online for a
Okay.
while and like daily, like I would literally work a 10-hour day, come home. I would drive 2 hours to St. Louis and like go to a meeting like twice a week and then drive all the way back home 2 hours and then go into work 10 hours the next day. And I did that like at least 2 of the 4 days I worked every week. I spent a lot of time just traveling and like reading books, like listening to stuff. But so I shaved every single day. And about the time that I stopped doing all that, uh, like it was a week after Christmas. I ended up with like a bad case of bronchitis. And by time I was better, like I didn't want to do anything. Like kind of like how a lot of people were with COVID to where like they had zero motivation.
Yeah.
That's what happened. And by time I felt good enough to like possibly want to shave, it was already long enough and like basically 2.5 to 3 weeks. Like it got to the point that it barely itched anymore. So like I was like, well, it's already there. Let's just go ahead and see what happens.
Okay, I guess I've never gotten to that point where it gets past the
Yeah,
itch thing.
and like it's not that it doesn't itch; it's that it becomes just part of it, and it doesn't like it kind of like itches there, here, and there. Like you'll see me touch my face pretty often because it does, but like it just becomes it's fine. Like it's not that big
Hmm.
of a deal. It's not like an annoying itch. Um,
We're a couple picks away here for me, and then we can see what you like. Some of the options I would go with is if we want to grab our first running back, I would be okay with Cook, or I like Ted a lot. I like JMO a lot.
I mean, um, yeah, James Cook's fine. I I haven't been taking a lot of them.
You want to go Ted and just keep adding to
I
the
mean, that's
wide
kind
receiver
of
room? I
I
know we're
think that's
both
what
kind
I
of.
like doing here. I think if Tet's here, we take Tet. And
Let's
I'm
go
actually
Ted.
Hampton over James Cook, but like but
I
yeah.
like Hampton a lot too, but I
And so
mean,
like
I know he could not score as many touchdowns, and I don't worry so much about the holdout stuff. I think they're gonna figure it out.
we have three of our picks are extremely late quarterbacks. Like this kind of
Yep.
and two of those are like I think all three of them are offenses that could massively ascend this year. And coming back around basically in the middle of the board, I love the running backs that are there. And
Hmm.
half the time there's a running back that's available coming back around as well.
No,
And
no, I agree, and that's why I kind of said last minute, let's
yeah,
go ahead and take Ted. I was thinking maybe this guy here would take Ted, but I guess he did have three wide receivers, so the Hampton pick made
I,
more sense to him.
yeah, I think Tet there is kind of like I have him kind of a tier break to Metcalf, DJ Moore, Sutton, but I also really believe in uh, Bryce Young this year.
hmm Real
So
quick, guys, if you're in here, smash that like. If you see my thing at the bottom, if you like these long streams with awesome guests like we're bringing on tonight, all I'm asking for is 100. Let's get 100 likes on a 6-hour stream. That is
I would
less than 20 an hour. So tell your friends to come hop in here, tweet it out. If we get to 100 likes tonight, you have my word. We'll be back on August 1st with an 8-hour stream. We'll bump it up a
nice.
little bit. It'll be nothing but BBMs again. A lot of the same guests, and we'll add to it. So you guys spread the word, get some people in here, smash that like button if you haven't already, and let's make it happen. Make me
Hey,
draft an 8-hour stream in
I
August.
I didn't hear it, and I'm gonna go ahead and do this for you and Sean. Like, uh, did Sean shout out himself at the end or not? Like, so Sean Mitchell, if you guys liked what you seen
I
there, like,
shouted him out at the
okay,
beginning
all
pretty
right,
nicely, of course, but no,
yeah,
I don't think he
yeah,
shouted himself
I'll
out.
shout him out again. Like
Go
him
ahead,
and I,
go ahead.
he came over to my channel a couple days ago. We had an awesome little stream, a very good team, but he's over at Extend the Drive on YouTube.
Mhm.
So give him a follow as well if you enjoyed that.
We are back on the clock here. We have Mixon right at ADP pretty
Well,
much if we do want to get our first running back,
we could
or I
just
like
go.
Ridley.
You like Walker, right?
I like Walker too a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Tet. Uh, I kind of think that him, Mixon, and Kamara are all kind of the same tier.
And it makes sense because
And
Carolina will have a really bad run defense, so
they
hopefully he
were.
will be running
Do
over
you
them
know?
in week 17.
Do you know how bad that run defense was last year?
Bad.
Like, I'm gonna
I
bring
don't
it
know a
up.
number, but I know it was bad.
I believe they gave up more than 500 more yards than the second worst defense at rush defense. I'm going to look it up right now.
Somebody
Yeah.
is protecting the integrity of the draft, is what it sounds like to me, Ruff. It's not something I would do, but I see it happen a lot. The only time I would really entertain it is maybe if it was an eliminator, because then I don't worry as much about having necessarily stacks. I just would like to have firepower at the QB spot. Bindles is popping back in. He's been in and out tonight. Appreciate you, Bindles.
Yeah. So,
Sean's jumping in to check us out too.
right. We had a. So the Saints were 25th with 2,404 yards. And the Panther, and like, they were like 60 above the next. And then there was kind of like a group of like 7 or 8 teams within 100 yards. The
Mm-hmm.
Panthers were at 3,057. They had
Ooh.
653 more yards in the running game allowed than the second worst.
Wow.
They didn't really
And it's not
add,
going to get much better.
yeah, they didn't add a ton on defense. They spent their, like, they added a lot of guys later in the draft, but they also took another running back. Like the first pick was Tet McMillan, which I think was the right pick. I just expected them to take every other pick on defense and then like hope some guys hit. They also took Trevor Etienne in there. So like I don't know how great that defense is going to be. Were they the team? Maybe I'm wrong. Did they get Milton Williams?
I don't remember, to be honest.
No.
I
Okay, the
don't pay a
Patriots
whole
got him.
lot to the defensive guys.
Yeah. Yeah. So like I I was thinking it was the Patriots, but like I don't think they, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody in the chat could correct me, but I don't think they added like an elite guy.
We're on the clock right now, real
Yeah.
quick. Let's see. We
Do
could
you?
add another one of the receivers there. What are you liking
I'm
here?
fine with the receiver here. We could
That's what I
go
was thinking. I like
Olave,
Olave. I like
or
Judy. I
we
like
could
both of them.
bring up Pearsall too.
Let's see, 11 and 9. Either one of them would be okay. You said bring up Pearsall?
Yeah, we could just bring up Pearsall if you want.
Let's do it. He's attached to a really good offense.
Yeah, so
Gives us
like
another quarterback we like to play with.
the reason I was saying Pearsall there isn't anything to do with Olave or Jerry Judy. I actually like those picks a lot. But if you look at the offensive we're investing in at the moment, like we have the Bucks are supposed to be a good offense, but the
Mm-hmm.
other ones are, and I mean, so is the Rams, but like we are invested into two offenses that may not be the best, and even a
Mm-hmm.
third, like even the Raiders, right? So
Yeah.
like we need a lot of the teams that weren't great on offense last year to do better, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of why I wanted to bring up Pearsall because I think it's a better pick for that reason.
Yeah, it
And
makes sense. I mean, I like and I get what you're saying. In a nutshell, I like Olave probably as a receiver better than Pearsall, but there's also big QB issues there. The offense probably isn't going to be that great. Definitely not going to be as good as San Francisco's offense. Let me ask you because Sean is the the person that I've heard say the most as far as like he says he has Ayuk missing maybe like 6-7 games to start the year. How long do you think one Ayuk is sitting out? And if he does if he's not playing week one, kind of what's your target for when he's gonna play?
who knows? CMC is supposed to miss 2 weeks last year.
Yeah, that is true. He
Like,
missed a few more if I remember right.
yeah, like I'm still mad. I'm still mad at him. And one reason I can't fully commit to CMC this year as well. Uh, and maybe that's the worst way to look at it, but that is how I'm looking at it. Man, yeah, any of these running backs would be awesome. There's one specific that I mean, Montgomery would be an awesome fall, but for us and like DeAndre Swift is the bring back to the Pearsall, and that's one reason like bringing him up would. So I think it's one of those two, right? I think it's even
I would
either.
say either Swift or maybe Judkins. I can't get there on Montgomery this year. I don't know. I think
Yeah,
the only time I've drafted him is when somebody else I was streaming with them and they really liked him. It might have been that first team me and you ever drafted together.
I
Swift?
yeah Swift. So I liked Montgomery until the center retired, or the
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the in
not the
general I
center.
was
Yeah, yeah,
in general I was just kind of out on him because like they lost their offensive coordinator, who obviously we think the world of. Even before the center retired, they lost their guard, who was an all-world guard, and so like I just feel like their offense isn't going to be clicking on all cylinders like it has been with that awesome line and Ben Johnson calling the plays. And so I really think that like this could be the year where Gibbs gets that little bit more of the work that we've all wanted him to get, just because not just because they want to do it, but almost out of necessity, because they're going to be trailing in more games than they're used to. They're going to be in closer games than what they're used to being in.
right. Yeah, and man, I like this team so far. So go ahead and read through it for anybody
Yeah,
in the
yeah, it's looking
audio.
good. We for the audio listeners, we are sitting with the 2-4-1. We have Kenneth Walker and DeAndre Swift as our running backs. We have Puka, Evans, Tet, and Pearsall in the wide receiver room. So a nice little group there. We have Bowers holding down the tight end room. I would almost guarantee, knowing how me and who Hames thinks, that we will just leave the tight end room at 2 tight ends because
So
we need Bowers hitting.
I actually don't mind adding one in the middle rounds because like the Njokus, the Tucker Crafts are like incredibly underrated.
Yeah, yeah,
And,
add in one of
and
those guys and just
yeah,
keeping it at 2.
yeah, like hitting in that space, it just feels
Mhm.
so good with an elite because tight end, believe it or not, can actually hit the flex. Like nobody talks about it, but they can. They have the ability to hit the flex. Like in
No,
in my
I
flock
I
team,
I agree.
yeah, in my flock team that got ninth, like Zach Ertz hit my flex. So
Mhm.
like it happens, like, and it can win you money.
We're about to be back on the clock. I was
Like,
going to say Mooney, but Mooney went. We could take Baker if we want to take Baker for a quarterback,
I like
or we could
Baker. Um,
take Pittman, or we could take Ibuka and see if Baker comes back. How
I
you want
think
to play it?
I think we could do that. Pacheco, Baker, or Egbuka is fine. I like Baker the most, but that's
I
fine.
like Baker the most too, but let's see if we could push it. If we do it
Yeah.
this way, we now have Ibuka and Evans.
Where's
Let's
Godwin?
see.
Godwin went on the right of us, right? Because he wasn't
I think
available to
so.
us.
I
Yeah,
think I
he's
remember
there in
seeing
the
that.
12
Yeah,
hole.
he's over there
Steve
for
got him.
Steve.
Yeah, so
So
Bucky
Dog probably won't take him with
the Bucky
Hurts.
drafter got sniped on Burrow, but then just took a quarterback, right? Oh no, he
No,
got
no, the
Burrow.
Bucky drafter got his Burrow with Higgins and
Yeah,
Jamar, so
nice.
he
And
probably will be more likely to leave it alone. The 2 hole we kind of have to worry about. He's doesn't have a badge, so we don't know how he'll do it. But he's got a huge Minnesota bet going. So
he's gonna
if he
bake.
knows what he's doing,
Yeah, he might bake us with Baker. Who knows? But, uh, yeah, and to be honest, like we don't
I
really
just
have
oh, go ahead.
any like. Actually, it would be awesome if Baker came back for a certain reason, and I don't know how you feel on a certain player. I won't really say anything about it. It's a player I really like. I don't. I think you really like him, and they are 50% of the time back around our next pick. So, and it
You're
would be really
saying
good.
if we got Baker,
Yeah, if we get Baker. Uh, so something else, like I don't know if Meg's here, but like I was thinking about this earlier. Like she is what as Steve pointed out yesterday. He just laughed because she had 71% Scatterboo, and she's incredibly out on elite tight end, I believe. Like
yeah,
what I would think she would want some Bowers Scatterboo teams, right?
you would think then, yeah.
Right, because that's the bring back. So
We might get him to come back here.
yeah,
I mean, I
I
don't think
doubt.
Dog will take him,
Yeah, I don't think
and Dog's
I
on the
think we got
clock
him.
now. Unless
Yeah, I mean, unless Dog Pound's in there, like he gets busy and like he's usually pretty like he's an awesome drafter, right? But all
there
of
you go.
us
We
gets
got him
like,
to
yeah,
come back
that's
for a
awesome.
nice
I
little Baker
now
double.
now I love that pick. But yeah, I really like that. Yeah, and that's why I like paying attention to the board makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, I definitely do too. And that's what I thought I had saw Godwin go over there on the right. And so I was just thinking, well, I knew we had Pound over here, and he's probably not the type to take Baker unstacked. We have the other 2 receivers. So I
Yeah,
figured there was a decent chance that we could get him to at least 50-50
yeah,
chance that he came back around to us.
yeah. Before like if we were a little bit more on our game, we would have looked at the Bucky drafter before we made the pick. And if the Bucky drafter didn't have a quarterback, probably would have been better to go the other way. But
Oh no, see, I didn't say it, but I remember seeing that when we were on the
okay,
board last time. I knew
okay,
he had got his double with Burrow, and I knew he had also taken Bucky there in the second round. So I didn't necessarily say it, but I kind of knew it.
yeah. I don't know if you figured out the player I was talking about. Um,
I think I do. We'll wait
yeah,
just another second.
yeah, and so yeah, like I was thinking about that with Bowers and Scatterboo because like I love Scatterboo, but and I've taken less Bowers than I really wanted at this point. But man, those early second round picks feel like some of the best picks on the board, like all of them. Yeah, he went.
Is it Burden or
No,
is
no,
it
no, no,
Bringback or the
no, it
other guy
wasn't.
would have been Janu?
Yeah, yeah. Man, I hate this spot. I do not like Burton. I don't
We
like
don't have to go with Burden. I'm gonna leave him just in case you don't
Burton.
tell me something else you like. What do you like?
Nothing really.
You want to just do Burden then for the
No.
bring back?
Yeah, I mean, we already have that piece, so we got 2 bears now with no. I hated that
But one of
spot.
the
Like,
Bears is a
so
running
like
back, so maybe it's kind of a shootout
like
type game, you know?
well, I refuse to take Javonte Williams, number 1.
Yeah, me too.
I am
I
like
have not clicked him. I'm a
to,
0.
Burden is like 15 picks too high, like at least. Like he could be a guy you need late. Um, but like I am very out on Burden at his ADP. But like we couldn't really like I didn't want to take Charbonnet, who was the best pick there, because we already have Kenneth Walker.
Exactly, and that's
So
what I was
like
just about to say, that I end up with Burden some, and
and
the reason I think I do is because I don't, and really, unless I need a quarterback and there's a quarterback there, I'm not
what
super in on Williams. I haven't drafted any Javante. I'm not super in on Tootin.
I,
So kind of by default, I do end up taking a fair
yeah,
amount of Burden and
none of the
just
quarterbacks were available. Like all of the tight ends that can usually be there were gone. I think the right call, and we hadn't scrolled far enough to see it. I think Christian Kirk was the right call.
I guess
I,
I didn't realize how out
yeah,
who Hames is on Burden.
yeah. It's like t-
I
there
was
were two.
thinking
There
either
was
Burden or Janu, one of the two. I mean, just for the
yeah,
stacking correlation aspect of it, I
like
figured it was one of the two. I didn't know you were that out on Burden, to be honest.
yeah. So like I actually have quite a bit of burden because DraftKings pre-draft he was going to like 130. So I got a ton. I was like 25% burden there, and I don't like him. I just think that like it was a talent thing. Um, I
Let's see.
really like doing. Well, like the reason I don't like it, we didn't have Caleb either. So now we have a double stack without Caleb, right?
Yeah, well,
Uh,
adult team correlation though. I mean, I
yeah,
would worry about it more if we had like Rome and Burden, but I mean,
I
with one of them being the running
t-
back, I don't
I
think
don't think
it's
we
the
can
end of
take
the
a wide
world.
receiver for a while.
Yeah. Hold off on that. If you like some of the running backs, I'm okay. Running back here, and
I
then
like
Joku
Tajay.
just went. You like who?
Tajay,
Spears?
yeah,
Let's get him.
and so like I don't take zero Luther Burden, but like he is falling. He's a rookie who's going to be like I'm not big on his profile first of all, but now he's got a soft tissue issue. Uh, he's going to miss some camp time. Like missing camp time is pretty awful for wide receiver or for rookies in general, not wide receivers, but rookies in general.
I haven't heard the official word. Are we sure he's not going to be ready, for
I
camp? Because,
mean,
I mean, we're still like, what,
he
20
might
something
be,
days
but
away?
yeah, he might be, but like soft tissue stuff, that stuff seems to linger. Like, and yeah, and it's not like, and I've gotten into Rome lately quite a bit, and
Well, for
yeah,
this particular team, he is going to go nuts, just so you
I,
know,
I
against
mean,
San Francisco in week 17 for us, because we're going to be there. He's going to go nuts. Pearsall's going to have himself a game.
yeah. So the pick
Swift is going
I
to have a
didn't.
long run.
The reason I let it just time out and take Burden, number one, I kind of need some of him a little more. But number two, like the other who I was gonna suggest was even grosser,
Who
and
was
that's
that? Just
and
out
that
of
was
curiosity.
Ramondre,
Oh yeah. I think I would have
because
to
like
go
I don't
with
like
Burden
that. Like
there.
I hated those picks. I hated everything that was there. Hit tight
You
end.
want to grab tight end or running back again? There's a couple guys that I
Wait,
like
we
on the
could go
board
Rashad
here.
White, right? Like
You
pull
like
that up.
Rashad White?
Actually, no. Yeah, go Ray Davis. Ray
I'm
Davis is
about to say
fine.
I like Ray
Yeah,
Davis. I like Benson. I've
yeah.
even
I,
been
I
getting
don't want.
more into blue now that Chubb and Dobbins isn't going there for sure.
Where's Chubb going? Oh, you mean to Houston?
Yeah,
Or
yeah, yeah. Now that I wasn't in on blue just because I don't know. Like we don't know who their running back is going to be,
Yeah.
right? And I really thought that like Chubb and Dobbins was possibility to go to Dallas before they actually went where they went. But now that both of those are gone, like I don't draft Javante at all. I'm with you on that. I do the Miles Sanders thing sometimes in the 18th.
Yeah.
But I've actually started in the last week and a half taking some blue just because he is explosive. He does catch passes, and I don't think Dallas's run game is going to be that good no matter who's in there.
Yeah.
So kind of makes sense that the explosive pass catcher might be a good pick.
So the one thing, like the reason I think that the right call, and I didn't think about it until afterwards, but like Christian Kirk might have been the right call because we have 2 rookies, and that is close to enough capital to actually stop at 6 if we needed to.
Mm-hmm.
And it gets us into another offense that is reasonably good, and like it would work really well with Egbuka. Like those two kind of correlating a little bit. Or like let's say that Kirk doesn't play the second half
Mm-hmm.
of the season. And we probably would have added a guy in the last round or something. But I think that Burden forces us to take another receiver that's going to get some volume at some point as well.
Yeah, and
Because we already had Egbuka.
I think we'll be fine in that aspect though, because we have Bowers. So here pretty soon we can grab our second tight end and just be done. I guess so personally, the reason why I wasn't thinking Kirk or wasn't bringing him up is because, and maybe I shouldn't do it on a night when I'm streaming with other people, but I'm trying to actually lay off because he's such a awesome click where he is. I'm getting extremely high, like almost
Okay.
30 something percent high
Well,
Kirk right now.
there were no good picks there. Like none.
And that's
Like
why I have
like
30 something percent Kirk.
yeah, Dak was there, Goff was there, another quarterback was there that we didn't
Let's
need.
see. What do you want to do here? You want to grab a
Click
tight end?
click everything. Like let's see everything.
There's
I
everything. We got
I
20
think we
seconds.
just I mean, why not? Let's just lean into it. Go Garendo.
Just
I
really
mean,
go after that game, right?
yeah, just go
We
after
need it
that
to be a
game
nuts game.
and then have it be like play into this weird scenario where we have a nuts game. We have 2 teams that are mega stacked, but the quarterback you need
Is
isn't in that
Baker,
game.
because the Miami and Tampa game was also kind of a shootout, or maybe not
Or
even a shootout. Maybe
well,
Tampa won it 35-20 or something.
well, we'll see. I assume what I want to do isn't going to happen, but uh, but yeah, like there. So like, let's say it's like Geno Smith, or we get like a Cam Ward or whatever and backstack him. You know, like
Mm-hmm.
that one of these quarterbacks that have some rushing potential get 2 rushing touchdowns and 3 passing touchdowns that week, and like that team scores just as many points, but they have rushing touchdowns and some rushing yards on top of it, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
and it's not one of the elites. Like Baker's not gonna do that, and it could just be that Baker smashes. Like I mean, last year, like he could throw 2 to like you were saying 2 to like 2 to Igbuka and 1 to Evans, right? And just have 5 on the week. We could have one of these guys. Sam Darnold goes that early, huh? That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, I don't know if they're watching, but like we're in a situation right now that we have to take a quarterback here. And Bryce Young was the one that I really want, but if not, we could just take Stafford. Yeah,
No, Bryce is on the board. It
yeah,
makes
because we
sense
have
to me. I
Tet
would rather
that
have.
gets us into that other game. Uh, Bryce Young had a 2 rushing touchdown game last year. He could easily rush for 1 and possibly throw for 4 or 3 or whatever, and have 300 yards and get like within a few points of the gigantic game. But Tet's the wide receiver 1, and all of those other stacks for the San Francisco Bears game doesn't have that, right? Like they don't have
Mm-hmm.
Tet because they took DJ Moore. right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah, no,
you
that
know,
makes sense. I mean, I especially like if we would have done the Adams thing like we talked about way earlier, but we
yeah,
didn't, with just Puka, I would definitely rather go with Bryce because yeah,
yeah,
he's if anybody's gonna add a few rushing touchdowns out of Young and
yeah.
Stafford, it's definitely Young.
I mean, I still say Geno Smith went all the way up there too. Like, I still say if Stafford's available, we just take him too.
Well, if he comes back to us, sure,
Yeah,
sure. I just meant as far as like if we have to choose one, like in the last
right.
scenario there, like we had to pick one of them to go with, I would rather it be Young over Stafford. But yeah, if he comes back to us, sure, take the third one, be done. We still need that other tight end, but there's still some good options on the board or decent options. We have Bowers. At the end
Yeah,
of the day, if Bowers isn't paying off his second round price tag, the team's probably not got a great chance anyway. So
yeah. And I would like Johnu would have been so good for this team, but like I mean, we're stuck taking if we want a Miami piece, it's gonna be like a late round guy like NWI or
mhm.
Malik Washington or something. Or I mean, Jalen
Well,
Wright's on the board, but like and this is a six running back team, I think too. Like I think we
yeah.
have to go six RBs. That's
No,
one
I
reason.
agree.
And it looks like we're gonna get Stafford back, and if that happens, like I feel a lot better about the team. Like not that he's awesome for fantasy or anything, but like
Well, and one thing too is which we're taking Stafford regardless, but as far as just looking at the playoff outs, there's a world too where like, okay, we have the 16 Carolina and Tampa stuff. Maybe like Baker helps us get there because Tampa just creams Carolina in
yeah,
week 15, I mean in week 16. And so then maybe we get into the finals with a low owned Walker and a low owned Bryce Young, and then maybe that is the game that you need.
I mean,
And
if that
maybe
happens,
Baker.
if that happens, like it could be a low owned Puka, and then we have
Mm-hmm.
Stafford stacked with them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and if you get a random, because I don't think it's out of the like it's possible. Stafford had like a 5 touchdown game or something last year, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and I mean, he still was like what quarterback was he was like quarterback 3 or 4 that week still like it's like really you put up that many uh and you only got there, you know. I'm trying to look it up right now.
I'm gonna try to catch up on the chat a little bit too, because
Yeah,
I've been kind of behind. Steve's been in and out. They've been doing their draft over there. The Panthers didn't add anyone major. That was way far back. Let's just start from the end here and work up as much as we can. I'm going an all Penn State tight end room. Burden was free on DK. That's when we were talking about Burden. Okay, we didn't miss a whole lot.
yeah, he
Yeah, because I
Staff,
showed that one already.
Stafford had 2 4 touchdown games last year, and his biggest game he was quarterback number 5,
Mm-hmm.
and that was 25 points, and the other one was 27 points. But like he's thrown 5 in a game before. Like I'm not saying it's a likely scenario, but it's a possible scenario. And he's mostly there to get us through the regular season, right? And I would
Mm-hmm.
say,
We're on the
um,
clock here, and since we're going to keep it at 6 running backs anyways, I really love Giddens back in this range. You can
yeah,
tell
let's
that
do it.
by my percentage, but I don't have to take him. You good with him?
Yeah, yeah, I'm good. It's a running back. It's a rookie running back. I don't think we had any rookies, right? At running back,
No,
no.
we did not have
Have
any rookies.
a bunch of second
And
year players.
I mean, JT's the man, but he always misses, a few games here and there. And I am just
Right.
super high on Giddens as a prospect. So maybe we get some really, really nice, usable weeks out of him. He plays Seattle and San Francisco in the playoffs. Even better if he was the starting running back then.
Yeah. So I think we need to go tight end with the next pick, hope most likely.
Yes, yes, yes.
And
I agree.
we have to get another another. I don't know. Maybe we just go last round tight end with Bowers. We have
Either
to
way,
have
one
another.
receiver, one running back. I mean, one receiver, one tight end. That pretty
Yeah.
much ends the team. Either way we go.
So wide receiver wise, what are you thinking? Are you thinking
You,
like I think we need like a floor guy, kind of like a Darius Slayton or a Ray McLeod. Like is probably the
let's
clear
look
guy.
at it again real quick. We know our QBs are Baker, Young, and Stafford. Running back room, we already know who they are. Receiver room, Puka, Evans, Ted, Pearsall, Ibuka, and Burden. I guess you're saying a floor guy because we have the
Well,
Ibuka and Burden.
yeah, I mean, just somebody we know is not necessarily a floor guy, but somebody we know will be playing early in the season. And Ray is one of those. I mean, I like a lot of these. Like
I guess let me look at one thing real quick. 3, 2, 2, 2. Here's how I would do it. You can tell me like what you think or if you're opposed to it or not. Since we have Bowers, I would say let's just see what
yeah,
tight end
yep.
comes back to us and throw Tutu on there since we have Stafford.
That was actually going to be my actual suggestion whenever it came on the clock.
Hey, great minds
Yeah,
think alike,
yep,
my man. Great minds think
yep.
alike.
Yeah, I like the 2-2 there. Like we already decided not to go with the Devontae Adams, right? So kind of the same bet, taking him.
And we have
And
Bowers, and we're in the middle round. You know, sometimes I was just talking with Steve last night. Sometimes if you're on that left end of the board, you know, one of these last few picks in the whole draft, and you're trying
yeah,
to get you a tight end in round 18, it can get really gross. But generally, you know, the first half of round 18, you can still get somebody that's clickable.
I mean, the one I definitely would prefer is JT Sanders. But
Yeah,
he's
obviously. But
he's
I'm
probably
I'm
gonna
kind
go.
of assuming he won't come back to us. To be
Yeah,
honest, we
me
could
too.
do like
We could do
Arroyo just for the rookie upside, and he plays
uh,
the Rams in Carolina.
Jawan Johnson also. I mean, we could. I I don't know if I would like Higby like in this specific thing. I like him in like a 3 tight end set or
Hmm.
Ferguson and 3. Like I don't know who's going to be the guy there, right? Like Terrence Ferguson keeps getting positive coach talk, but like Higby was very good last year.
Yeah. I mean,
And
I know you're super in on Higby and like the eliminator, and that makes a
yeah,
lot of sense. I don't know how much he really helps us with a Bowers team. I would almost rather
right.
take somebody that I don't know.
Well, it's
Maybe he is just that good still. I have a hard time with Higby.
yeah, no, I like I said, I don't think this is the team for it, but I don't have much Stafford myself, honestly. I have a
Hmm.
lot of Puka and I have a lot of Devontae Adams, but like, yeah.
There's a
Um,
couple picks to us. The guy right in front of us has 3 tight ends, so I'm assuming he does not take tight end. That guy didn't either. We may get lucky and get
yeah,
JT. I tell you what, I wouldn't hate. I don't know how you would feel about it. Instead, if we wanted to go a Rams tight end, I would almost rather take the late season upside in Ferguson. But
yeah,
look at that. I think we might actually get
I think,
JT. I mean, no reason. You
yeah,
want to go
yeah,
JT?
yeah. I think
Makes sense. It gives us a nice little double with Bryce also.
I would have
So
been
let's
fine
look.
with Sanders as well, or with Ferguson as well. Honestly,
Let's look at it here. We finished with a 3-6-7-2. I gotta say, Hames, the more I draft with you, man, I think me and you can normally put together some pretty nice teams. I'm liking this one.
yeah,
Mayfield, Young, and Stafford, Kenneth Walker, Swift, Spears, Ray Davis, Garindo, and Giddens for some late season or just injury upside. Come in and give us some nice weeks. Puka, Evans, Tet, Pearsall, Ibuka, Burden, and then we threw 2-2 on there to have Stafford doubled up, Bowers, and we got lucky and was able to still get Jatavian Sanders after passing on him in the 17th. I like it.
yeah. I like 17 of those picks.
Burden, the
Yeah, like
burden.
yeah. I mean, like it was close to ADP. Like Bird like I do
There's a
have
few
some.
picks past ADP at least, and like I said, let's see. So here's the whole reason, because like normally I would be totally in. Let's see, where did Kirk go? Because I knew he went after that. He went over there to the one
Yeah,
hole.
yeah,
It should show me right if I hover over him.
and like
Yeah, see,
we're
I'm at 31% Kirk right now, so I've kind of made a
right.
mental effort to pick somebody else in that range, because I agree. I think Kirk is a really good pick there, and I don't like a lot of the other people in that range. I think my burden percentage is, I only have 8% burden, so it's not like I'm like
Yeah,
way over or way under. I'm kind of right at on him.
yeah. There were two reasons I don't love and like that part of the board was just ugly. Like I honestly don't know like like I probably would have honestly like regretfully taken a Stevenson share there. like not wanted to and just been like, okay, there's where I take a Stevenson share. Uh I don't the reason I was kind of out on it, and I think it's fine. Like we still like the team's awesome. Like the team, I really do like the team overall. I don't love Burden and Igbuka together because they both have volume. They both have good talent in front of them, right? Like
Hmm.
they both could be awesome in the postseason, like for sure.
But we had the
We
four other receivers
right,
too, so
right,
I think we can kind of buy some time with
yeah.
them a little bit if need be.
Yeah, I do think all in all it was the right click. I just hate the Burton click altogether. And if I'm gonna do it, I do want it to be a sixth or seventh receiver kind of thing.
Hmm.
I don't want him to be my fourth or fifth receiver for sure.
Hmm.
Like that's
What's
where
up,
I'm at with it.
Disbanded? Good to see you jumping in. You guys
Yeah,
spread the word. If we get up to 100 likes tonight on this 6-hour stream I put together for you guys, we will be back on August 1st with an even longer 8-hour stream. I see my man Cody showing up here. Who Hames, I appreciate it, my man. I know we had talked about earlier this week. I was just too busy, but when I get back from vacation, I'll get with you and would love to come over there with you. And you're always
yeah.
welcome over here with me.
Yeah, we discussed that for sure. And it was like it just didn't work out yet.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'm really enjoying all this stuff and like for sure. Like I really like the fact that at all like you finally found a time that works really well for you as well. Like because BBG kind of is all over the place now, like with when he streams. So like half the time you're live when he is, half the time you're not.
And for me, it's like I want to stream. I think it's fun. I was just talking about with Steve yesterday. Let me see. I think I have it pulled up where I can.
Is Cody are you sure Cody's here?
Yeah, he's here. He's down low.
Okay.
I
Okay.
don't think
Okay.
I have it set up. Watch this. Maybe if there we
I'm
go.
here.
What's
I'm
up,
here.
Cody?
Come
Okay.
on.
I'm
All right.
still new to StreamYard, so I had to figure out how I could get my third person in there. I just had to switch my little settings. But yeah, I was just talking with Steve yesterday that I was talking with my wife, and I've actually enjoyed it even more than I thought, just with my
Yeah.
lifestyle. Like I'm with the kids a lot and doing things with them, and I'm doing my own thing in the stock market a lot during the day and this and that and stuff around the house. So this is kind of like a mental health in some way outlet for me. I get to get on and talk with a lot of awesome ball knowers and people who love drafting best ball just as much as me, and hang out and have a good time. So it's definitely not going anywhere. And the 10 o'clock slot just kind of works for me. I kind of like that I'm the last one on,
Yeah.
and so that's kind of nice. I'm kind of owning it and calling it the nightcap type of thing or whatever.
Yeah. So how's it going, Cody? I've never been on stream with you yet, so
Yeah, we haven't talked yet. Good to meet you in person. But
yeah.
I was gonna say what JT was saying there, and with Huham, same with you. You're doing the stream thing now too. Like, do it for yourself first.
Yeah.
Do it for yourself. Have fun with it. Like, it's an outlet, like you said. That's why I started doing it. It's like, man, I do all this work for fantasy football anyways. So I might as well just share it with people. If they get value, cool. If not, at least it's an outlet for me, something to do. I can talk about it. It's good. So yeah, do it for yourself first and foremost. And then if people enjoy it and they follow along, then it's all good anyways. And the community's massive now. It's crazy. Like even last year it was there was only, there's the big guys and then everybody else. And now there's a whole lot. It's wild how many channels there are now. It's good to see. The community is definitely huge now. So it's good. It's good to see.
Definitely is. Well, Who Hames, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by. It was a fun draft as always. I love drafting with you. I love listening to you talk ball. We'll catch up again sometime soon, my man, for sure.
All right. Enjoy, everybody.
Yes, sir. We are in a 30-second BBM. If anybody would like to hop in there with us, it is a 30-second BBM. I'm going to switch back over to this one real quick. My man Cody's here. Y'all know who he is. Off the Snide. Like everybody else, his link is in the description. I think I'll probably call it out every time that he's on because I just love his bio statement. If you're afraid to be wrong, you will never be right. That's so true, my man. How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm doing well. You told me to bring a beverage to the team, so I brought one. So
nice.
Kind of a big one, but that's all right.
Nothing wrong with that, sir. Nothing wrong with that. Our room already filled up, so we are on a nice track here. We are sitting at the 10 spot. Real quick run through, see if I see any names. I don't recognize any names off the top of my head. So I'm gonna throw it out there and don't feel obligated at all. If not, it's no big deal. Thought it might kind of be fun. We had a monkey wrench come up. I had a guy, I think his channel is called My Mind is a Weapon Fantasy Football. He was scheduled to come on after you for the 10 o'clock show, and something I guess came up with his wife last minute and he had to cancel. Hartman is scheduled for the 11 o'clock show. I already reached out to Hartman on Twitter. He's going to go ahead and jump on at 10. But if you're up for it, what I thought could be fun was me and you could do this one, and then me, you, and Hartman could do the next one. Kind of get three heads together on it.
I haven't met Hartman, so yeah, why not? Let's do it. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're going to have a 3-person draft after this, guys. So y'all stick around. It'll be a lot of fun. And then me and Hartman will close it down still with the 11 o'clock one. Figured if you were up for it, it might be kind of cool to do. As had to kind of change my plans up a little bit on the fly as we went tonight. But we do what we do.
3 minds are better than one. So yeah, let's give it a whirl. We had a little cross stream with Meg.
I saw that. As soon as we saw Meg's name on the 12th spot in that one draft, I was like, oh, that's Cody and her drafting, because I knew she was hopping off mine to go hop in one. So we were both trying to get in the lobby at the same time, I'm sure.
Yeah, it worked out. That was fun. Good. You guys ended up with some crazy quarterback value in that one.
Yeah. That's the one with Sean where we took we had Burrow with Higgins, but then we got the nice fall on a Purdy also.
Yeah, like 20 picks. But yeah, Donkey from Shrek. We're gonna have to watch out for that guy. Omega King just mentioned it in the chat. He's real sharp. He's real sharp. He just actually started drafting. I saw on Twitter, he just started drafting BBMs, so he'll be a maxer, and he's one of the higher price kind of guys on Herzigs. You know that the fun,
the
fantasy thing. I think he's like in the mid 80s, so he's a more expensive guy. Donkey from Shrek he's sharp. He's sharp. So.
He's sitting right in front of us. So who do you like here? I think you said you're out on Genty last time we were together.
I'm okay.
Price, Nico, Genty, who you like?
To be honest, like I like to bring up Drake London in this type of instance. If everyone else is gone and this is the way the board looks, like I'm okay with Amon-Ra if you want to go Amon-Ra, but other than that, it's always Drake London for me.
In a nutshell, I like London over Amon this year, so I have no problem with that, sir.
Yeah.
We
like
probably
if the
will
board
get
falls
something
the way it
nice
did right
on the
here
back
for us.
end.
It's Drake London for me. So I like that. And then what's the difference between all these guys, all these wide receivers? You know, Henry's always there. You can get Brian Thomas, you can get Collins, you can get Amon-Ra. You feel good about any of them. But like Drake London, I think, yeah, he's a first round pick for me. I think I have him ranked 10. So again, if the draft board falls the way it did, if McCaffrey's there, if Neighbors there, if Puka's there, I'll take all those guys. If not, then I'll just pull up London. So that's how I look at it.
London and BTJ.
If that's the way you want to go, we can definitely do that. That's the way me and Meg drafted. So it should be a little different at the end.
Okay, well, at least maybe we can mix up some of the other picks. I just like him, I think, over Henry there.
Yeah, it's close. Like I heard recently someone was talking about Henry, and it's pretty valid. Henry's an absolute freak of nature. Like that's a true statement. But the reality is like he would have to do something no one else has ever done in basically the history of fantasy football, which like if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Derrick Henry. But again, it's a one-time thing, you know. So I'm not going to be heavily exposed to Derrick Henry, but I'm definitely not going to be too far behind the field either on Derrick Henry. So yeah, last year I was very, 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 very much in on Derrick Henry as a third round pick, but now it's tougher to get there.
No, I hear you for sure. I actually was assuming kind of that this 11 hole was going to take BTJ, and I would have suggested myself probably then Henry over Brown, because I'm also not super in on Brown this year. But when BTJ was still there, I am really in on him. I'm kind of not super in on Hunter, which makes me, I think, even more in on BTJ.
Yeah, I'm not in on AJ Brown either. Like, I think his price is out of control. Realistically, I really don't even view him as a second round pick personally. So it's really tough. I'll take him if he falls to like the 1-2 turn, obviously, if I'm getting some good value, but I'm really out on AJ Brown. But similar to you, and I mean, I think last time I was on, we were talking about this with the Jags and the prices of Lawrence. Like some one of those prices are wrong. Either it's the wide receivers or it's Trevor Lawrence. And I 100% agree with that. Like one of those prices are going to be wrong. And I lean the wide receivers prices are wrong. But I could be wrong.
I think I lean that Travis Hunter's price is going to end up being pretty dang wrong. And that, like, I think BTJ is a good pick. And I mean, this is kind of it for T-Law, right? Like if he can't get it going with Cohen and everybody thinks he's such an awesome mind, which he is, I think he's a good offensive mind. If T-Law can't get it going this year, then it's probably just not going to happen and they'll have to move on. So I think Hunter's not a good pick in my opinion. And I think I know they're playing him only or mostly at wide receiver right now in camp, but then they're also sitting there telling you that, well, hey, the guy was in primarily nothing but defensive meetings in college because of the type of routes he ran as a receiver. He didn't really need to be in meetings much. So it kind of makes sense to have him in a lot more meetings and running routes and stuff as a receiver now. But I don't know. I don't think he's going to play quite as much wide receiver to pay off that price tag. He's going to be out there running routes, but
I think regardless, like, I agree with everything you're saying. Like if he was just playing wide receiver, yeah, I'm fine with the price. But for the guys that he's going around, it's pretty tough to click his name. I think he should fall at least like 10 picks of ADP before we should be kind of looking at drafting a part-time wide receiver. Because I don't know, what does that look like? Like you were kind of talking about and alluding to, like, let's say there's a long drive on the offensive side. Does he come off and then affect that defense to be fresh for the offense? Or does he get tired on defense and then what, he misses half the drive? Like what I'm getting at is like, yeah, we might not see him that much on offense if he's playing a full drive on defense. And again, if he's just a better defensive back than the rest of the team, not necessarily better defensive back than he is wide receiver, that's a different conversation. Is he a better corner than the rest of the team? And they just need him out there on defense. What's more important? So then it's like, yeah, like, I don't know.
I mean, because honestly, I kind of see what I envision with him, at least year one, is that regardless of what they're saying now, I think he will play more overall defensive snaps than offensive. Let's make this pick, then we can finish talking. We're not drafting Hunter anyway, so it's kind of pointless. Who you like here?
It's got to be McLaurin. That's a nice fall. I'm way higher than this.
No problem with that.
Yeah.
No problem with that. Sets up a nice little stack with Daniels if we want to do that or not. Either way, he's still a good pick to have there. But just to kind of close it off, I think that he'll play more defensive snaps than offense. And I kind of see it because they can do a lot of easy stuff with him, where, okay, you're our corner. You're our number one elite shutdown corner. And yeah, he may still play 30, 40, maybe even 50% snaps on offense coming in when they're expecting to pass. And, he's kind of got his route tree that he runs. What do you like in here? Receiver again, we could go 4 and hold off for a while. The quarterbacks are there. If we want to take Lamar or Daniels, which Daniels on this team, I guess, would make more sense.
Yeah, I mean, Daniels does make
But
a
I
lot
love
more sense.
Lamar.
Pretty tough to click him over Lamar, but like it just makes
I
way more
agree.
sense to take him here. Mind you,
Or
we
we
could
could go. What
I
do you
wouldn't
think?
I wouldn't want to go with any of these wide receivers personally. I think it's such a weird tier of wide receiver. It's one of these two quarterbacks for me.
You want to go Lamar and just play the receiver on his own, or you tell me?
We kind of could. It's up to you. It's up to you.
Let's go
We can
Lamar.
take.
In a nutshell, I don't know if you've seen my new intro. I made a little Ravens intro because my thing I've been saying on stream for about a week now is I want as many Ravens as I can, because I just think that I really think that they are going to be on a mission even more so than last year. I mean, they had the tough playoff loss. Lamar threw the pick. He's going to be hungry. Monken, right? I think Todd Monken is a great offensive coach. And so many times, like when you have a great offensive mind, whether it's the head coach or the offensive coordinator, like you can only do so much in that first year, right? You spend all off season, all camp, like just kind of installing all of your base stuff. Teams don't practice a whole lot during the regular season. So then as the season goes on, yeah, you're adding layers here and there, but it's really sometimes going into year 2 and in year 3, in this case, it's year 2, where you can you already have that base core down, and you can really start putting, even more and more layers to an offense. And so I'm super in on it. Like, we don't have to have Daniels to have McLaurin. And I just think Lamar is a better pick than Jaden, to be honest with you. And neither one of those are guys that we have to worry about having stacked up. And Lamar has later options that we could stack him up with.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to get different. I'm glad we went with Lamar. That's who I would have preferred for sure. I mean, it makes sense to take Daniels with McLaurin, but there's a lot of that in this tournament, and that is not very common to get Lamar with Terry. Like Lamar with Drake London, Lamar with Brian Thomas. Yeah, for sure. They both are at that end of the board, but typically Terry McLaurin goes 29,
a little more to
30.
the left. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, and it'd be very difficult to get Lamar with Terry McLaurin. So I kind of like that. I'm glad we went that route. And in a vacuum, it's Lamar over Daniels for me. Pretty much no question. It's relatively close. Obviously, their ADPs reflect it, but I think we made the right selection. I like that. I think the Ravens are a pretty solid bet to make the AFC Championship. Much of what you're saying, I agree with that. I think that they're going to be on a mission this year. The only concern I have with them is the offensive line. That's my only concern with the Ravens. Ronnie Stanley's just been. They got to replace Ronnie Stanley at some point. He's been getting older. He's been getting banged up. Most important position. I mean, Lamar makes up for a lot of, a lot.
Yeah,
of
no, he can definitely make up for it. And
yeah,
hey, that's good for us, right? If he needs to scramble and run off a little more, then okay, I'll take it.
yeah, no doubt, it works for us. So I'm happy we went down that road. I like it getting a little bit unique on that with Lamar and Terry, because that's got to be relatively low owned. So I'm happy we went down that road. I think Terry's going to rise after he signs a contract, which there's no way they don't get a contract done with Terry McLaurin in the next. I know they're talking right now. They're going to get something done for sure.
You want to grab our first running back here? Let me ask you, do you like either Walker or Kamara? Or I guess you could talk me into Harvey, although I'm not a big Harvey guy.
I mean, if it was Walker, I'd say Walker for sure. Other than that, I'd probably rather just take another wide receiver and go with. I mean, I love Rome Odunze. I'm a big Rome Odunze guy.
I'm big on Rome too. I got about 11% of him right now, so that's an easy talk for me.
I like Rome a lot. If it was Kenny Walker, I'd go down that road for sure. But yeah, I mean, Harvey, I'm in a similar boat with you. I think he needs to fall before I start clicking him. And Kamara, I don't know. It's just the offense and the team. Like, they're going to be probably the worst team in the NFL, one of at least. So,
Yeah. Well, I guess the only reason I was thinking maybe Kamara there, honestly, is because like I'm okay with 0 RB. We just need to make sure that like when we get a 0 RB, me and Steve was talking about this last night, that like it can work. You just have to make sure you don't get too crazy with it, where like you don't have any running backs that you can count on early, and kind of all your running backs, or just very part-time players or contingent on, injury type guys. But there's still a lot of starting running backs left at this point that we can grab. So I'm not saying we're to that point yet.
no, we're in a good spot. And Kamara could be clickable. Wow, Burrow goes there for no reason. Kamara could be clickable.
Might come back to us here even.
Yeah, I mean, Henderson's a decent click here, but yeah, Kamara makes more sense for what we're doing. We've got a really nice start at wide receivers, so
I would like either Kamara or even over Henderson. I think I would probably prefer James Conner just to get us off to a good start. I do worry about how much Henderson will be involved early, but I guess if you want to talk me into it, do you like Conner at all? Let's go that road first. Or
I mean, I don't mind
Henderson
Conner. I'm concerned about his age and the touches he's had throughout his career, and his getting banged up. And
so, would you rather go Henderson and try to make up the early running backs later in the next couple rounds?
Kinda. I think there's other stuff we can do as far as like floor guys, and Henderson's a really nice ceiling piece. Plus, he pairs up with Lamar. That's nice in week 16 if we want to get that through. So, I think we can get into it. I think we can get those floor guys like James Conner later. There's like, Najee. There's all kinds of floor guys that we can get that should have a similar output. I think I'm just kind of off Conner at cost. Like, I'll take him if he falls, but at ADP, I'm a little bit leery of Conner, as I've just always been a little leery of Conner. He's been very injury prone his entire career. And last year he miraculously stayed healthy. So like, we're going to say that's the new normal for James Conner at 30 years old. Now he's going to start staying healthy. I just have a hard time believing that. So if we're talking about a floor piece, give me a guy like Najee that's never missed a game in his career and is in like one of the best rushing offenses in the NFL, behind probably the best offensive line in the NFL, behind a coach and a head coach, an OC and a head coach that want to run the ball. Like, I like pairing Najee or Henderson with a guy like Najee. Their bye weeks don't overlap, and then it's like high floor, high ceiling.
Okay, well, we can keep an eye on him. I'm going to catch up just a little bit with the chat. Looks like Hartman's down for the little 3-man thing. We'll do that with the next one, and then me and Hartman will close it out. Dark Side, thanks for stopping in. We appreciate it. Hit that like if you haven't. BBMs are like onions with many, many layers. Yes, that is true. Hartman said ABG, tough decision. Efficiency insane, but volume probably low. Beat ADP. Yes, I am all about elite QBs, especially in a room where I'm going 0 RB.
Yeah, you want to be strong pretty much everywhere else, and I think it's easy to be strong at tight end regardless. And then we're in a good spot with wide receivers. We're in a very good spot at quarterback. So I always say, like, in every draft, for the most part, you're going to have one weak spot, like one weak room, like a little thin somewhere. So I think we're doing a decent job at kind of, maximizing our ceiling potential week in, week out. And that's what this tournament's all about.
Exactly, because it's so tough, right? Like the weeks 15 and 16 are just insanely difficult. So you almost have to just build a team that gives yourself, the outs. You kind of want to have firepower at every. You're not going to be able to be super weak at any position and get out of 15 and 16 and even make it into the final. So you're going to have to find a way, whether it's through injuries or whether it's through luck boxing into it, whatever, or just a really unique build that worked out, you're going to have to make sure you can put up good points at all of your positions.
Jeez, I just realized don't even have my headphones in. Just listening to my friggin'. There we go. That's a little better. Hopefully you were getting any
No, it sounded good. It was fine. There wasn't
good.
really, at least on my end, there wasn't any feedback on my end.
Okay, good.
No one mentioned it in the chat or anything. Let's
Sounds
see
good.
here.
So
Or
like
I tell you, a guy.
here's
Go ahead.
these floor plays. Like these are all these
Mhm.
floor plays. We can take Mooney if we want here, or he might come back to us. But any of these running backs right here are fine for me.
I like Pollard and Jones over Pacheco and Johnson. I'm not there on Johnson, and I worry about Pacheco's injury. Do you have a preference out of Jones and Pollard?
It would be Pollard over Jones for sure. I
That's how.
like Caleb, but that's fine.
Do you
What do you
like
think, Paul?
Caleb? Well,
Yeah,
I
I
ran
think
out
he's
on
gonna get.
time on it.
It's
Sorry.
all good. I think he's gonna get the same volume that Najee had for the most part. Really.
I don't remember if it was Meg or if it was Sean that I was talking with on one of the first two ones. And what really kind of scares me off of Caleb is, so I was watching, when I watch film on him, what I see is a guy who doesn't really have the short area quickness to be that good in the NFL, in my opinion. And I know he has some long end speed, but what really scares me about him is when you watch his tape, like he played at a college where they're known for having, an awesome run game. That's what they do, is run the rock. And so many of his plays, it's like he has a good 5 or 6 yards to really get going and really get up to that speed that he needs to get to. And I just, in the NFL, especially on Pittsburgh, that's not going to be the case. Like, you're not going to have that, 5-6 yard cushion every time to really get up to speed. So I could be way wrong. He could be a smash, but that's just me personally. I don't really like him.
No, fair enough. I just think like there's no difference realistically between Caleb and Najee. So you could argue that Caleb's, well, not even argue, he is more explosive than Najee. So like
That is true. That is true.
lock in 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns for Caleb, more or less, is kind of the way I see it. Like
maybe I should be more open on him. Now, I know from drafting with you before, you're like me and you do like to just stick with 2 QBs with Lamar. So you want to do Mooney now and do the double stack for our second QB?
I think that makes the most sense for sure. For sure.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Then there's a big cliff after this, kind of with wide receiver. I mean, I like Igbuka and there's a couple other guys, but after that, it's pretty thin. So now we can go to tight end, we can go to running back, like we can go to these other positions that where that's where the value is anyways. So I feel like this draft is kind of playing into what we want to be doing anyways.
A hell of a room. I mean, London, BTJ, McLaurin, Rome, and Mooney. Okay, sign me up.
This is almost exactly like the different players, but this is very similar to how Meg and I built at the 12 spot. Like we had Josh Allen instead of Lamar, right? And we had 2 running backs. Like we kind of built it out in a very similar way. And it just what I was talking about with Meg, and it's the same thing we got going on right now, is the options are wide open. Like we're gaining a roster spot essentially with only two quarterbacks, right? So we can lock in 2 quarterback build, which gives us an extra running back, an extra wide receiver, whatever. It's still open to potentially be a 2 tight end team, with the value that you can get a tight end in the middle rounds here. So yeah, this is a way that I like to build a lot of the time. And then just, like I said, options are wide open for us. So
no, I agree, man. We're on the same page. I like drafting with you, Cody. Me and you seem to think a lot alike.
Yeah. Just take right wing slappies, unite.
Right. What's up, Bobby? Good to see you in here. I don't know if I recognize you to my streams before, but thanks for stopping in. My man is looking for some weekly winner drafters. If anybody is not into BBMs and would like to go draft some weekly winners.
You doing any weekly winners or?
That is the one contest I'm probably going to stay away from. I don't like the structure of it. And it's like, I mean, just every week you almost you got to hit the nuts, right? Like, I feel like at least with like a regular style baseball tournament, it's like Yeah, there's hundreds of thousands of people in it, but for the most part, we're just trying to get out of week 14. And then even in week 15 and week 16, we're just playing against, our pods. I'm
Yeah.
not into weekly winners myself.
Yeah, no, you're still only playing against 12 other teams, 13 other teams, 16 other teams, or
Yeah,
less
yeah,
times 5,
exactly.
6, right? So no, I'm gonna get a few in. I didn't do any last year. I did some the first year that they did it, and I like barely won my money back. I think I did like 10 and I got like $140 and I put like 100 in. So I was like, this
Yeah.
is kind of dumb. And I kind of felt the same way. So I didn't do any last year, but I went back to it this year. I'll probably get in like 20 or 25 just to have a little weekly kind of sweat going, just kind
Yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
nothing too crazy, but just a few. Just I've done I think like 14 already, so I'm not doing too many more. But it is just a different way to build. Like I only build one quarterback typically because and
I
usually
think
it's
that's smart. I think that's
yeah,
smart. Take you an
Josh
elite guy
Allen or
and try to
Lamar.
get as many bullets with them at running back and receiver as you can to really hit that nuts, because that's what you have
Yeah,
to have pretty much.
yeah. And how often is Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson going to be the nut quarterback? Most
A
weeks, one
lot.
of those two, right? Yeah. So
Mhm.
like those, I go one of those two, and then and then two tight ends typically, and then just smash wide receiver, running back, and take shots. But
If I was
either way,
going to play that contest, that is definitely what I would do. We need a tight end, and there's one that makes a lot of sense if you want to do that. We also
100%.
still need running backs. You want to go ahead and grab Andrews and then hit running back up? What do you want to do?
Yeah, Andrews, and then the RBs. What bye weeks are running backs again? We got 14 and 10.
14 and
Okay,
10.
perfect. So maybe we
So
avoid Tracy, but Najee's right there.
I
Like
know you had
Najee, I think
mentioned
fits
him
perfect.
earlier.
I think he fits perfect for this team if he's still there. I think it just
If
makes
he's still there, yeah, no, I agree. I definitely agree that he would be a good click. Part of why I'm not in on Caleb Johnson is because I am in on Warren. You can see my percentage is pretty high, and a lot of it is I've kind of been playing this whole year assuming Rodgers is going there, and me and Hames was talking about it before that like Rodgers typically. Who you like here? You like Najee or Warren better? We can
I
take
like
whichever one.
Najee more like guaranteed high floor. He's just got that
It
high
makes more
floor that
sense
we're
for
looking
this
for.
team because we are trying to get some good, early season work, if nothing else, to kind of help Henderson out till
Mhm.
Henderson gets to the point he takes that backfield over. But real quick on Warren, it's like, one, old man Rodgers isn't running anywhere, right? Like he's
Check
he's
down
got the
Rogers.
busted up check down Rodgers, and Warren's a good pass blocker, whereas typically, the first, I don't know about Caleb Johnson as a pass blocker. He may be good, he may not be good. Their team didn't really have him doing that a whole lot because they're a pound the rock type of team in college. But if he misses a blitz pickup and he's a rookie, Warren's going to be in there for Rodgers. He's going to be catching passes for
Yeah.
Rodgers, and then he's pretty explosive when he gets the ball.
Yeah, I need to mix in a little more Warren. I like both. Like I like them both. My concern would be not with Warren. My concern would be that his price is going to rise. That's why I need to start clicking Warren more now because he might rise as camp opens. So I
I
need to focus on getting some more Warren because you're very right. Like not it's Rogers, it's Arthur Smith, and it's Mike Tomlin. They're not going to put up with that shit. Like they're not going to put up with him
no.
missing a bit blitz pickup, whatever, especially like a blitz pickup. They're not
Uh-uh.
gonna be okay with that. And it's a three-headed monster there that they're all going to be on his ass in the film room. So if he can't do it, then you're very right. Like Jalen Warren will be in. He
And he
will be
didn't
in.
have to do it a lot in college, right? Like
Yeah.
Iowa is where he went, right? And they like run the ball so
Mhm.
dang much. That's all they do is run, 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 run. So I'm sure he hasn't had ton experience picking up run blitzes, much less from, NFL level defenses.
Mhm.
So, and that's part of
Yeah.
why I have been taking him a lot, because I do agree with you that like once camp opens up and stuff, I think there's a greater chance he moves up versus falling further down the board. And so
No doubt.
yeah, I don't know if I would love him more if he's going up. So I've been trying to click him now.
Yeah, that's something I need to focus on getting more clicks of him.
Timid 1387. Good to see you in here, my man. Smash the like if you have not already. We appreciate it. Let's see. Let's look at what we're kind of sitting at real quick. We are sitting with the 1-3-5-1, so that perfect little mix. We have Lamar. We have Henderson, Pollard, Harris in the running back room. Loving the receiver room. Ladd, BTJ, McLaurin, Rome, Mooney, Andrews paired up with Lamar holding down the tight end room. Nice little team we got going.
Yeah, I think we're in a good spot. I think with that second pick on the wraparound, we're going to have to go with Penix to wrap up that double stack if that's the way we want to go, which I think makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So probably running back, wide receiver, tight end is what we're looking at with the first click.
I wouldn't mind grabbing another running back here just because with this particular team, like I do worry early, especially, you know, how much we'll get with Henderson. I think as the year goes on, of course, he'll get more involved like rookies do, you know, and so with just essentially with just Henderson, Pollard, and Harris, I think I would lean to let's get a running back here and maybe somebody like a Dobbins if you're into him.
I actually think it's Bashal Tootin, man. I think we need the juice. Like
The juice.
Najee's got no juice whatsoever.
Mhm.
And like you said, we have that early season production out of Najee, and then we get hopefully Bashal taken over after that. Like Dobbins, I just can't get there with Dobbins. Like the longer the season
you talked
goes,
me into it.
we need to get that ceiling, I feel like. And we don't overlap buys. That's nice.
You talked me into it. I worry about Tootin because we don't know yet. Like with the Jags running back room, the way I've been mostly playing it is I take Tank sometimes because he's the cheaper one, and I feel like we're gonna just take Penix for the double stack here, make sure we don't miss out.
Yeah, let's get that. Let's wrap that up. Done at
Then our
quarterback now.
room is done. Yep, we can focus the picks elsewhere. But I just feel like we don't know, right? And I do feel like Tootin and ETN, in a lot of ways, they're kind of the two competing for the same job, you know, whereas I feel like of the three, like Tank kind of has the goal line role, probably, I would think. He was good last year. Cohen's really good offensive coordinator as far as run scheme and stuff. So I've had a hard time with Tootin. I did like him as a prospect, other than the fumbling, of course, but so I was okay with it. We clicked him.
Who in that running back room can score from anywhere on the field on one single touch?
Tootin. That's why we took him.
Yeah, like that's the thing that I talked about this on a stream of mine a couple weeks ago. I was talking about Brashard Smith, who might make sense for this team too. But like I was talking about Brashard Smith and Audric Estime before J.K. Dobbins went to the Broncos. But regardless, what I was talking about is I look for guys that can do something different than everyone else. And Bashal Tootin can do something different than anyone else in that running back room. So, I think I just think we need the juice. And this might be a good sign or a bad sign, but in the OTAs, like the guys that were getting the run in the passing game were not only Bashal Tootin, but also LaQuinn Allen getting some run in as a passing down back. And if we're saying that that's Etienne's role, why is he not getting that run? Like, yeah, you could say he's the vet and doesn't need it, but it's a new offense, so he does need it. So why is he not getting that run? Like that's
a
my
good
concern.
point. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Because I did hear the news about the Quinn Davis guy. You know, everybody made the big deal because he was going over Tootin and an OTA in June. But that's a good point on the ETN side of it. Why was he not mixed in there? That is a good point.
That was my concern. Like we'll get some more clarity in training camp, but like I just think with this team, with the running back room we had, we need some score on one touch kind of guys. When we have Najee, when we have Pollard, who's not necessarily that anymore. We do have that with Henderson, but now we've got a second guy. We can get another high floor type of a running back later, maybe like a Dowdle or who knows, like someone along those lines that can give us maybe a high floor. But I'd rather roll the dice with Bashal Tootin than a guy like A. Dobbins that's going to give us 806 maybe and be hurt for 4 games.
in a nutshell, I do like Tootin over Dobbins. I think, and you know what? Maybe we are on to a really, really nice team that can do something, because they always say that the more that you're worried about a certain position on your team, probably it is that type of team that can really, do something. If you built your team right, you're gonna feel iffy, all that good stuff. And I guess I hear your point. I think we needed kind of both ways. Like we kind of needed definitely an upside play in like a Tootin. I was just, I guess, kind of worried a little bit about our early season running back, because we don't want to get too far behind, in the pod, to where we give ourselves a chance to get out of the pod. And so I guess I was just kind of looking at it from a early season only with that particular pick, almost like the chaperone running back, so to speak. I
We
don't
can
know. What
take
do you
wide
want to do
receiver or
here?
tight end here too. Wide receiver could be an option, but there's probably nobody that good. Hmm.
If you're worried at all like me about the early season work, we could go Eckler. I don't know if you like him.
Scroll down a little bit. Leave him starred. We can leave him starred,
Yeah, because we got to do something here in 9 seconds. You see anything else jumping out at you?
nothing really, unless
Roshan, if
you want to pull
you're into
up like
him.
Fryermuth or something. But other than that,
Let's go Eckler. That'll make me feel a
yeah,
little bit better about, because Eckler's going to be on the field, right? Even if Robinson's in there, it kind of goes along with our team stuff too, since we took Lamar over Jaden. All right, now we have McLaurin and Eckler, to where maybe, okay, if it's a week, McLaurin's not really hitting, maybe Eckler was in there and did some stuff for us type thing. We're
I
back
think
on the
we,
clock again, though. Let's see. You want to go
I think we can
Freiermuth
take
here?
Fryermuth and be done. Yeah, I think we can be done with that.
I like that. I'm definitely in on him.
I think he's got so much value for where he's going right now. I think he should be. I think he should flip Pitts. I think he should flip Kincaid.
I agree with both of those. Yes. I mean, neither one of those guys were good last year, right? And Freiermuth was good last year, and the year before that. He's been a really good tight end.
He should flip Likely. There's like four tight ends going ahead of Freiermuth that he should flip.
I mean,
Like,
I would almost even say he should maybe be at least there with Goddard. He's
no
definitely more
question. Yeah,
consistent.
no
He's
question. Agree
definitely
with
more
that.
consistent than Goddard.
Yeah, yeah.
Loveland, Loveland might not even be ready to start the year. Talking about rookies that, might not start the year. Or no, that was me and Who Hames talking about Burden. But
But it's true for Burden and
Loveland.
Loveland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I made Who Hames take Burden on the last team, and
Hope he got a
he
discount.
agreed. And not a huge discount, but it was more so the pick we took him at, nothing else really made sense. And I told him that I'm mentally trying to not click Christian Kirk right now, because I'm getting a higher percentage of Christian Kirk than I really want. I like Christian Kirk. I think he's a really good pick where he goes, and I think he's undervalued. And I don't really like a lot of the other people in his range, so I end up clicking him a lot. And so I
You
guess
just don't want to be like 50%.
yeah, because it's at 30 right now on him, and so it's kind of like I don't
Yeah,
really want to be at 30% on him, so I need to slow
no.
down on him a little bit, and so that's why I talk. Plus, we had some San Francisco stuff on the team. We had Pearsall on the team, and we ended up taking Garindo on the team too, and just really leaning into the San Francisco Bears aspect of it, because we also had Swift on the team, so.
Yeah, that makes
Burden
sense.
just kind of made sense to me with that particular pick on that particular team. I don't really love him. I think I have maybe like 5% or something like that of him.
Yeah, you don't want to be you don't want to be 30% Kirk, that's for sure. Like a strong stand on a guy that goes in his range would be like 20, would be like, oh man.
Yeah, no,
I
and
think,
that's what I was just saying. I
Yeah.
kind of, about 3 or 4 days ago, when I was looking over some of my percentages and stuff, I was like, you know what? I know he's the best click in that round or in that little range to me, unless I need a quarterback, but it's getting too high. So I need to like just make a mental note not to draft him unless I get a huge fall on him or something like that.
Yeah, take like Tillman maybe. The tight ends in
Mhm.
that area are good. So
It's
yeah.
fine. We got time though. Where
Oh
we're
yeah,
not even
you
into
got tons.
July yet.
No,
It'll
you got
even
tons.
out in no time. Not
Yeah.
taking them 6 times in a row tonight will even it out a little bit right there.
Yeah, you got tons of time, but that's what's the beauty of like keeping an eye on your portfolio, on your exposures. I say do it at least once a week. Take a look through, see where you're at. I like just the other day I found out I have 0 shares in Best Ball Mania of both Derrick Henry, Devon Achane, 2 guys I do not want to have 0% of whatsoever, but I have 0 right now. So tons of time to fix it. But if I don't look at that, then I'm just going to keep drafting the way I'm drafting and, get lost and screw myself over. But I think we're done at quarterback. I think we're done at tight end.
I'd agree with that. I feel good with the 2 that we have. Definitely quarterback with Lamar. I love just keeping it at 2. Steve was on my channel from the Fan Speak. He was on last night, and he's got me a little excuse me. He's got me a little more open to taking 3 QBs, even if I have one of the elite QBs specifically in a BBM. But with Lamar, I think I'd still rather stay 2 because Lamar is just that dude. What do you want to do here, my man? We could get back in the receiver room. You like Braylon Allen at all, that running back?
I'm okay with Braylon. That's a good value we're getting. He doesn't overlap buys, I don't think, so that kind of makes it nice. We've got those high ceiling running back plays. So yeah, we could take Braylon and be pretty much done at running back. I think
that gives us 6 with Henderson, Pollard, Najee, Tootin, Eckler, and Allen. I like the Eckler pick even more now that we took Allen because I think Eckler will help get us there. If Henderson does start off slow, Najee will have some good games, but he's also going to have some games that aren't so good.
I don't hate it. I like the texture of our running back room. We've got some big fall into the end zone type of RBs and some juice high floor type of plays. So I kind of like how that's building out.
How do you feel about Keenan right here?
I'm good with Keenan. I'm okay with Noel, but Keenan's good too. Like he should rise when he signs somewhere.
That's why I've been taking him. Let's go Keenan in because I think he is going to sign. And if he does, I mean, Noel, excuse me, I don't think Noel is getting on the field that much without an injury. Whereas like Keenan, wherever he signs, he's going to be wide receiver 2, at the worst. I mean, last year he was in the Chicago room with Rome and with Moore, and he was, in my opinion, I think you could easily say he was the best receiver on that team last year.
Yeah, for the mess that it was.
No, I mean,
because it was just.
But we're also, in the mid 16th round. The guys that were taking over him or would have taken over him would be like a Slayton. I'm not super into Noel. I'll take him on a CJ team, but I just think he's clearly their wide receiver 4, in my opinion, and he's going to need, probably at least one injury before he's even on the field, much less, thinking about being usable is the way I see it. But
no, I don't disagree with that for sure. Like I definitely 100% agree with that. But like we've seen Nico get hurt every year of his career. Christian Kirk's been banged up for his career. So like we could see him, still get on the field. And like realistically with Kirk, they could, if they decide that Jalen Noel's the guy, they could just move on from Christian Kirk easy, no problem. Not saying that they will or that's the right thing to do. And we'll see how it plays out. But realistically though, with Keenan is like anyone that goes in this area, including guys that go ahead of him, like he outproduces all of them wherever he lands. So
for sure.
Yeah, I'm taking Keenan quite a bit around here too, because again, like Diami Brown, Michael Wilson, Pop Douglas, Nuke Hopkins, all those guys he outproduces. So including Alec Pierce, Yoshi Voss, all of these guys in this area, he outproduces everyone around him. So even Jack Bash, Jalen McMillan, like literally the list goes on that he will outproduce wherever he goes. It's just a matter of where he ends up. So.
And I mean, up until this point, I've been drafting him a fair amount, like especially in like the eliminator, because I think he's a guy that even if he doesn't sign until right at camp, by the time the regular season starts, he's going to be out there. He's going to be one of the team's top 2 receivers. And wherever he signs, I think me and you talked about it last time we were together, that he's going up 2 rounds, maybe even 3 rounds. I mean, if he signs at a good spot, are we not a spot we think we like? Are we not taking him then over like Besh and Palmer and McMillan? Yeah, we are. Of course we are.
Dobbs, like I've been saying for the whole offseason from February till today, I still want it to happen today. The logo behind me, man. I want Keenan Allen on my team. Like Keenan Allen is a slot
Cincy?
receiver on the Bengals. Is a slot
Oh,
receiver.
that's too overpowered. We can't let that happen. Sorry. Nope.
Sign me up, man. Sign me up.
I'm sure you would.
Yeah, right.
No,
Then,
it
but it
would
makes
be
sense.
awesome.
It makes sense. He could put them over the edge, right? Like
That offense would be so dang elite.
Yeah, the defense is awful. We know that. We're going to have to score 35 points at least every week. So
what are we thinking here? What are you thinking? Finish with 2 receivers and make it a 2-6-8-2?
Yeah, that's the way to go. I think Coker makes the most sense right here. I think he makes the most sense bye week wise, and hopefully opportunity, especially towards the end of the season. We have those high floor, like our top 5 wide receivers, and even Keenan you can throw in there, are like all high floor, good plays. We need some like roll the dice kind of guys, I feel like.
Okay. Well, then when it comes back to us, we could go Wicks for the bring back to Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you see another receiver you would prefer?
Wicks, Adonai Mitchell is fine by me. I'd rather avoid bye week 5 but Wicks does make sense. How many bye week 5s do we have? 3 already?
Well, but none really 2 at receiver, I guess. We have 2 at receiver.
Drake
3.
London.
Oh,
well.
yeah. London. That's right. Well, we could go steady Eddie with Lockett, or we could go with the Thornton guy from Vegas, hope for a spike week here and there.
I'd go with Adonai Mitchell over
Adonai Mitchell. We could do that. Me and Meg drafted him because we had Daniel Jones as our 3rd quarterback.
Nice.
I liked Mitchell as a prospect, and I don't watch much college football, but when I do watch college football, it's my horns that I catch, and so I definitely saw him enough in college, and I think he was pretty good. And you never know; this could be the year that.
Yeah, those are the plays at the end there. Those are the plays I think we needed to make at the end. Like with the way our wide receiver room looks, like we need that injury upside. Like you said, like you got to get there through an injury or through something happening, a trade maybe. Like something's got to happen. And Mitchell and Coker are those 2 guys. Like let's say Michael Pittman goes down, who's coming off of a back injury. That's not a good situation for anyone who plays football, right? So if Pittman gets hurt, Adonai Mitchell walks into that role. And that's a very nice role to be in if you're Adonai Mitchell, I think. And then Coker, let's say they trade Thielen, who's, hopefully moving on. He's retiring after the season. He already said he's going to. So if they trade him to a contender at some point, right, he slides into that role right there. If Leggett continues to have foot issues, I like Leggett, you like Leggett, but we both know he could be a little injury prone. Coker walks into that role, right? Or he's just the number 3. And he's just on the field in 11 personnel. So I like honestly, I like the textures that we built with running back and wide receiver, considering
I like the team. I mean, 2-6-8-2. We got Lamar and Penix. We got Penix doubled up with the 2 main ones too, and London and Mooney. Our running back room, I think we'll be good enough. It's definitely not carrying the team, but I'm with you on the explosive guys, and we definitely have that. We have Henderson, we have Tootin, we have Najee kind of giving us some just chaperone type points when we need it. We have Pollard for that also. Eckler, we have Braylon Allen. There was I forget where I read it at, and so I don't know exactly how true it is. I want to say it was from somebody that covers the Jets though, and they were basically saying that if the Jets were to be like really out of it or things not going well come week 9, that potentially Breece Hall being traded could be on the table. And so if so, we would kind of by default, then we would kind of what am I doing? We would kind of luck into starting running back.
I could see that. That's definitely on the table. It's within the range of outcomes, right? So yeah, I think Braylon Allen's a good like handcuff click right there. So they like, I just personally believe in Braylon Allen. Like the dude was a full grown man. He is a full grown man at 21 years old. last year at 20
No.
years old. He's a grown ass man. Like, and I like, that's what I liked about Derrick Henry coming out of college, is like, that's a dude right there. So same thing with Braylon Allen. And like, I saw some off-season workout stuff with him. And again, it reminded me somewhat of Derrick Henry. So I'm not saying Braylon Allen's Derrick Henry. That's for damn sure. But I just think like there's similar traits there, which I like. So I'm happy to roll the dice on my sixth running back, being a handcuff anyways. Like, who else are you getting that's going to just dust Braylon Allen outside of an injury? So, or the injury just fallen perfectly correct. You know what I mean? So,
yep.
I'm happy with it. I think we built a good team. I think this team's got a really good chance to advance. And then once we get there, we got a good shot to make some noise.
Give me just a second here. I can keep talking, but I'm gonna send out a quick tweet real quick. Let's do this.
And also, I like to stop at two quarterbacks and 2 tight ends anytime I can. If it makes sense, if I can, then I'm gonna do it. So I'm happy to get as many, like 2-6-8-2, 2-5-8-3 is probably my favorite build possible. And data has shown that a 2-5-8-3 is like the highest ceiling outcome typically, like versus the median. So that's what I like to build the most. 2-5-8-3 is probably going to be my most common build. At least I want it to be my most common build for Best Ball Mania for sure. It's just the highest ceiling, and that's what we're going for. Like, yeah, if you want to advance a ton of teams, draft 4 quarterbacks. If you want to advance teams, but
we're not in. I think we talked about that last time we were together. That I'm the same way. Like people. One of my friends I can remember last year. He was like, because we tend to agree on some stuff, but we tend to disagree on some stuff too. And he was like, well, let's see who advances the most teams. And I'm like, well, that's not really why I'm playing. I'm not really trying to like advance teams. And I push quarterbacks, a whole lot. What draft was it? I've drafted a few tonight, so I don't remember, but it wasn't this draft. Here we got a little time to kill before Hartman hops in here. It was Who Hames right before this, so I had made a suggestion, and it actually worked out beautiful for us on the Baker pick.
Nice.
Yeah, and see, but even better, we got him doubled because let's go to the full board. So it was right here on this pick. We had already had Evans, and I am definitely a pusher because that's how we can build those super teams, right? And so we got here, and I was like, I knew that, where is he? I knew that Godwin was over here on that right spot. Steve actually took him from Fanspeak, and I remembered seeing that the one hole had taken Bucky, and that he got the Joe Burrow to come back here to the 6-7 turn. And so I was like, okay, well, yeah, we could grab Baker here because that's what he was suggesting. And a lot of times I would say, sure, but then Ibuka was sitting there too. And so I suggested it. I was like, well, if we take Ibuka here, like there's at least a 50-50 chance or better that Baker comes back. Fantasy Dog was right here. And I didn't think he was one to just take Baker unstacked or anything.
No,
and sure enough, he did. We took Ibuka, and we got Baker to come back at an even better price. So then we ended up with Baker doubled up with Evans and Ibuka. We got Puka and Tet and Pearsall. That's the one I talked him into taking Burden. But the only reason why is because the only other person really in that range that I might have wanted was Kirk. But I want to not draft Kirk right now, like we just talked about. We already had
made sense
Swift.
with the Pearsall and Swift.
It made sense with the Pearsall, and we already had Swift. Then we ended up just adding into it and going Garindo too. It was a nice team though. It turned out nice. We did 3 quarterbacks. We have Puka,
you got some
with
huge
Stafford.
value on.
Yeah, we even got so then we got to the 17th, and we were debating on taking Tutu or Sanders. We went ahead and went with Tutu because we didn't think he would, we both felt that there was a greater chance Tutu would go. So we took Tutu, but then we lucked out and got Sanders on the back end in the 18th anyway. So
Nice.
I
That's a
really
good
liked
build.
how that one worked out.
Definitely a good build. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, you're getting some. These are some good teams you're building tonight. That's for sure. All the ones that I've seen have all been pretty good teams. So I like it. I really like
Yeah,
it.
well, hey, I got a lot of awesome minds in here helping me out too. You guys make it easy, kind of helping me piece together these things. We're all in it together, trying to win this big money tonight, right?
Was this the first 2 quarterback build that you got in tonight?
Let me think back. I want to say yes. I know it was. Well, no, me and Sean did too.
Oh,
That's
okay.
right.
There you go.
Because
There you
we
go.
did the
Yeah.
one where we had Burrow and we got that really good drop on. But that's the one where you were over on Meg's channel drafting at the same time. You guys were over at the 12 hole, I believe, for this one.
Yeah, we did
Y'all did
similar.
the
We
run.
did very similar. We got Josh Allen and Penix with the 2
Mhm.
Atlanta wide receivers as well, and then we brought it back with Terrence Ferguson in the bring back in the tight end room. But
Mhm.
we had to go with 3 tight ends is what we did. So yeah.
Me and Sean's was actually just like mine and yours, where we did the
Oh
2
yeah.
and 2 at the onesies. We took the 6 running backs, and he's really in on Barkley, so we went ahead and went Barkley at 2, and then Mason, Warren, Garindo, Roshan, and Brooks. Receiver room, we had Higgins, Sutton, Ridley, Pearsall, Shaheed, Pierce, Allen, and Thornton. We had McBride and Kincaid as the
Yeah,
tight ends.
solid team. Solid team. Nice. Are we still waiting on Hartman, or is he there? If he's there, you can bring him in. Let's jump into
No,
it.
I don't see him yet. He should be
Okay.
hopping in. That's what I just tweeted him a minute ago or messaged him a minute ago, told him to hop on in whenever he was ready. Yeah, he said give him like 2 or 3 minutes, and that was about 4 minutes ago. So he should be hopping in here any minute now.
All good, no rush. What do you got for
Pretty-
slows going on? You in slow draft hell, or what are you looking like?
Not hell. I tried to let's look at them. Let's see. I need to pick some. I did 6 of the 7 sprints because I did the little sprint thing or whatever where you get the $25 back if you did the 7 sprints. And I was talking with Meg, like, for me, I don't think I'm gonna do any BBMs that aren't ones that I do with people. I kind of I would rather play the sprint, like me and Steve were talking about it last night, and I just feel like let's say I 20 BBMs on my own versus doing my own. Well, I feel like if I advance, let's say 5 teams from what I did, just me, the way that I personally like to build.
Oh no. Oh no, the host dropped off. Maybe I'll share my screen. Maybe I'll share my screen and we'll get going until he comes back on.
Hold on.
Oh,
We're
there he
back.
is.
Thank you for keeping it going. I don't know
He's
what
back. I was
happened.
about
That
to share
happened
my
the other
screen
night.
and do some slow draft picks or something.
That happened the other night. Let me get this screen back up. I think I just hit the wrong button sometimes. Hartman's here. Let me flip over to this 3-person screen. What's up, Hartman?
There we go.
First time I'm gonna do a draft with 3 people. We had to improvise a little bit. The guy that was supposed to come on at 10 o'clock, he had some family stuff come up kind of last minute after I had already started the stream. He messaged me and put it in the chat room, so at least he was cool and gave me a good heads up on it as soon as he knew about it. So that's when I reached out to Hartman on Twitter and in his DM, and I was like, well, hey, like, you want to jump on early? We could probably talk Cody into staying late, and we could do one all together.
Let's do it. What's up, Armin? I haven't met you yet.
Yeah, what's up, man? Nice to finally meet you. But
yeah,
it would be fun doing
11.
one with you guys. Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, I just got us in a 30-second one. We'll see how quick it feels. We got 19 people in here right now, guys, so there's no reason why we can't fill it up. Y'all go ahead and hop in this BBM. Let's have some BBM fun. If you two do not mind, I'm going on about 4 hours now. I'm going to take a quick little bathroom break so you two can chat it up and get to know each other a little better, and I will be right back.
Absolutely. I did a 12-hour live stream. I know what that's all about. So, but yeah, good to meet you, Hartman. What did you stream earlier today or no?
No, not today. No, not today. I probably will. I don't know, maybe tonight or like tomorrow or something. But
Nice.
how about you? Did you or well, you did the fans today, huh?
Yeah, I was on FanSpeak with Meg right after she finished up here. Now, obviously, we're here and trying to fill this room. I'm just tweeting this out right now. Boom.
Oh yeah, I was
Hopefully,
putting
we
it
get
in
this
the
filled.
Discord quick and stuff.
I just put it on
Yeah.
Twitter. I don't really do Discord.
Oh,
I have it and I look at it once in a blue moon, but there's more going on in Discords than there is in Twitter. So anyone in the chat, if you like to really talk ball and get into it and just strictly talk ball, then yeah, Discords are awesome for that. But man, there's just too much in there. There's all kinds of channels, and I'm just like, man, there's just way too much going on in these Discord channels for me. But I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe I'm alone on that.
yeah. I feel like the user base is pretty like split between the two. Like you're kind of either like a Twitter guy or like Discord guy. I just noticed like I don't know, maybe more people like I just kind of talk to regularly in the Discord. So it's like I don't know. Discords are kind of cool, but like I get more going the Twitter way too.
Yeah, it's just a lot going on. This is the only thing. There's a lot to try to
We
pay
had
attention to.
the
and catch up
Twitter
on.
versus Discord debate.
Yeah, no, not a debate. I was just like, I can't keep up on Discord. There's just too much going on. There's too many channels. There's too many conversations. There's
I'm
just
the
so much
same
going
way,
on.
Cody. I'm trying this year. Before I started streaming, I was never really into Discord, but of course, like I want to make as many connections as I can and stuff like that, and help get my channel out there and stuff. So, I've joined a few of the different Discord rooms, and yeah, I'm with you. I'm on X all day, every day. Yes, it is a 30-second BBM. You are more than welcome to hop in it with us. I think you were in one of my drafts the other night, and I know you from around in other people's drafts. You're a very good drafter, I hear. So hop on in with us and let's have some fun.
Yeah,
D-Lo, isn't it Dave?
Dave's a dude. David
Davion.
Lutomsky.
Yes, it is a 30-second, Steve. Who Hames is popping back up in here. See if we missed anything else. Thank y'all for holding it down for me, by the way, too. Had to make a quick little bathroom break there. I've been holding it a while, but I didn't want to leave Cody solo on the stream.
Oh, I could have handled it. Like I said, I did a 12-hour live stream, man. I had about 4 different bathroom breaks. I was just like
12 hours. My God.
Yeah, that was.
You told me
that's
about
about as
that
much
last
as I
time you were
got.
on. Said you had your wife bringing you dinner in the middle of it and everything
Yeah.
else.
She brought me a couple food sessions, and then I had a bunch of guests on, and they can hold it down. So I was like, I gotta go. Obviously, like, gotta hit the bathroom. Gotta go just walk around. Like I've been sitting in this chair, but though, like, man, PPR Tyler will do a 12-hour live stream if someone gives him a high five. So like, I don't know how these guys do this stuff. Yeah, little younger than me, obviously, a little more energy. I don't know, but I'm not doing a 24-hour live stream. Maybe I'd do another 12-hour, but I wouldn't do a 24. That's I'm too old for that, man.
Yeah. I personally don't think I would do 12. Speaking of which, though, we got a ways to go. So I don't know. I may be off the hook. We got 2 hours left, but if we got to 100 likes for this live stream, or all even extended, for those of you who can't catch it tonight, you might want to catch it tomorrow. If we get to 100 likes on this particular stream, let's say by the end of the weekend, then on August 1st, I will be back with an 8-hour BBM marathon, and we'll bring in a lot of our friendly faces that we had tonight, plus try to grab a couple new ones.
Dave changed his avatar.
We're sitting in the 4 hole. Steve's back in this one. This is the second time tonight we've been in a room with Steve. He's sitting over there in the 9 hole. We got Dave in the 5 hole.
King of Kings is a guy.
Okay. I don't recognize that one yet, but nice to know.
And then Dave there. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got that I know of.
Hey, what's up, Putt Daddy? And this is my normal time too, 10 o'clock. And I will say that I've kind of building me a nice little following. I've been surprised, but there's a bunch of guys who I haven't seen tonight who generally stop in between that 10 and midnight hours when I'm on. So they're still close to
Putt
the
Daddy's a
8 hours.
guy. Putt Daddy's the OG of my channel. He was the first guy to really get in there. Putt Daddy's the man.
Oh yeah, that's nice. I think my two are one, my friend who I've known forever, who's always in my streams, Mark, and then a guy by the name of Doc, and he has some numbers after his name. Those
79?
would, yeah, Doc 79. They've been there since day one on my channel pretty much, and don't miss too many nights.
Nice. Who do you like here, Hartman?
I lean Lamb, but I'm fine with Bijan also.
About to say I'm either Lamb or Bijan. The 3-hole might make our choice for us. Who you like, Cody? Out of
Yeah,
Bijan,
those are my two. I have Lamb ranked second, Bijan ranked third in my rankings.
You said Lamb over Bijan, correct? Just like Hartman?
For my rankings, yeah, absolutely. I'll have way more. Well, not way more. I'll have a bunch more Lamb than anyone else.
Hey, well, sounds good to me. If both of y'all are higher on him than Bijan, then we will do it. I started off the year liking Bijan a little more than him, only because I wanted to purposely be a whole lot more Bijan than Barkley. But I'm really liking those running backs that come back right here. You know, I'm really in on JT. I'm really in on HN, and normally right in here you can get one of those guys. So that I have started taking Lamb more over Bijan just because I don't necessarily also love starting running back.
Pretty zero RB for me for the most part. So yeah, I agree with that. Go ahead, Hartman.
I was just gonna say, kind of like you said, like I pretty much lean any of the top 3 receivers over those running backs, just because the guys you get back in the second or third, if you do want a running back. But I don't know. I just always lean Lamb. Like I'm probably the same as you, like 102 for him.
Yeah, Bijan's the only guy that I'll take like top 3. I'm pretty firm on my rankings. Jamar Chase, CD Lamb, Bijan. And then like I don't really care after that, if I'm being honest. I'll get some exposures, I'll mix it up. I was really high on Gibbs, but I'm a little concerned with the Ragnow retirement. I think that hurts that offensive line more than people think or want to admit. So we'll see, but I think that really, really hurts that offensive line. The interiors of that line is in shambles now. Zeitler moves on. Ragnow retires. Their other guard spot wasn't in that good a shape last year anyways. Like Glasgow is pretty old and kind of just a guy at this point in his career. So that whole interior of the line is in not great shape with Ragnow moving on now.
Yeah, I do kind of hope like Gibbs' efficiency can hold up enough to make him still worth it, but I think especially for Montgomery, it really hurts, and in general, it does hurt that whole offense, though.
Man, that would have been sweet if London fell to us. That would have been.
Yeah, but
crazy.
Especially with David sitting there in front of us. I thought about bringing up the fact that London was falling, but I was like, there's no way. David didn't have a receiver either. What do y'all like here? We can go Bowers. I like JT a lot.
I'm fine with either.
Yeah, I'm good with either as well. We could take the value on Bowers. Like JT, I'd probably have like ranked higher than Bowers, but it's whatever. We can build however we want to build. Gives us outs to stop at 2 tight ends, so that's nice.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I almost definitely would say for sure 2 tight ends with a Bowers team. I don't know. Do you ever take 3 with Bowers?
No,
Not really.
No.
I mean, because you kind of, if we're taking him in the second round, like, you know, we kind of need him playing like a second round pick, almost that receiver that we can play at a tight end position. So, yeah, I'm good with that, and I always stick with 2 if I have Bowers.
If it's that draft capital, yeah, I'm never clicking a third tight end. Even like you did in the draft you showed earlier. I don't remember who was with, but you did Bowers and Jatavian Sanders. Who Hames maybe? Either way, like that's fine for me. Like I'm fine with that. When you're spending a second round pick on a tight end, like I
Yeah,
don't need
and I mean,
anybody else.
Sanders is a starting tight end, right? He's going to be out there running routes. Like we might get some usable weeks out of him. Maybe we get lucky in one of Bauer's lesser games. Sanders does a little something, but yeah, I definitely still go kind of late tight end with Bowers. I don't always wait till the 18th round like me and him did, but I'm definitely not in a rush to grab my second tight end. That's for sure.
If you told me right now that Bowers is guaranteed to have like a Travis Kelce 1,210 type of season, I would draft just Bowers and not take a second tight end.
That makes sense. I mean, because what are you really missing out on, right? He's going to hit your lineup
Average
every
of
week
8
except
points.
his 5 weeks.
Yeah.
No,
I-
exactly. I'm saying that makes sense. Like if we could be guaranteed that, I would have no problem either.
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking here? Like definitely not McBride, and we have Wilson as an option or Hill, basically receivers of your choice. What do y'all like? Talk to me. Clicking some of the ones I like. Y'all tell me what you like.
I probably lean Garrett Wilson. Oh, go ahead.
I'd be Tyreek. Like I'm saying
That's
that
fair
if
too.
I'm going to be taking, I redid my rankings today and I said it on Meg's show too. Like
You good with
Tyreek
Tyreek,
is
partner?
Yeah, that's good.
If Tyreek's a 3rd round pick, I'm taking Tyreek every single draft from now on.
You saw I had about 20-something% of him, I think. I'm definitely with you. I think last time you were on my channel, we talked about that too. And that's the thing. I'm in on Wilson also because I'm in on Fields, but then we don't even have to really have Wilson to be in on Fields. And so that's kind of nice too. It's like we could still have Fields as an option at quarterback, even though we don't have Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Tyreek pick as the upside swing. I kind of do lean like only to Wilson a little just for like maybe target volume, but when Tua is healthy, Tyreek's target volume is still fine. And I do really like open up Fields though. But I think the Dolphins are a good bet just for like kind of a comeback offense this year. I mean, I really like Tyreek in the 3rd round. He could really kind of break the slate, so to speak.
Yeah, he was literally getting taken at the 1-1 last year. Literally.
Yeah.
And now he's a 3rd round pick. And what changed?
Yeah.
Like
well,
nothing.
like even if his success rates fall a little, like his red zone target volume and everything was still insane last year. He was one of the most targeted receivers in the red zone. Like if the offense is good as a whole, he's going to score enough to pay off anyway.
Yeah. Like you said, like it is a slight gamble. I get it with the whole Tua situation, but like he could absolutely just destroy this whole slate. I said the exact same thing last year. I was saying about Derrick Henry. If Derrick Henry's a 3rd round pick, I'm taking him every single time. And I did at the time and it worked out, but I didn't like win a draft or win a contest or anything, but it was definitely the right pick. It was the right click in the 3rd round. And that's just what I'm doing with Tyreek. If you're going to give me Tyreek Hill in the 3rd round, I'm going to take him every single time and break the slate. Hopefully,
I've kind of been doing that same thing, Cody. I'm with you 100% on that. When he's there in the 3rd round, he is almost always my click whenever I am on the clock. See what this guy does, David. I'll tell y'all who I like after he picks, and then you guys can tell me who it would be for you. For me, it would be Tet, but I'm open if y'all want to go with Hampton or another receiver, as long as it's not Hunter. I'm really not that into Hunter, and a couple people has made me take him already this year.
I'm fine with Ted or Devonta if we want to try to aim for like the Hurt spring back, or like stack. But I like Ted a lot.
What do you think, Cody?
Yeah, I like Devonta, but we can take the value with Tet. That's fine.
Nope, let's go Devonta. That's a good idea. We can see if we can end up getting Hurts to come back to us, which should be able to. The AJ, unless because you got to figure the one hole's probably going to try to hold out for the Burrow thing, and he has Rice at 23, so maybe he's going to play it more for Mahomes, or he also has McCarthy.
All 3 of those guys could be holding out for Burrow.
Fighting over Burrow, and we could just grab Hurts in the 5th, or they could take Hurts unstacked, and if so, we still have other options.
Yeah,
I don't
mind.
I need to draft more Smith. I think in regular tournaments, this might actually be the first time that I've actually gotten him, and it's just because I like Tet a whole lot. So generally, if it's Tet and Smith sitting there staring me in the face. Then I take Ted. I like Hampton too. I'm really in on Hampton this year. It's part of why the Najee click was so hard in our first draft, Cody.
You got to
But I
diversify.
did it.
It's like
I
the
know I
Giants.
did it.
It's like
I
the
did it.
Giants backfield. You got to get a little of both, I feel like.
No, and it makes sense because I'm not crazy overweight or nothing, right? I mean, I
Yeah.
only have 8% of Hampton. It's not like he's been a major flag plan or anything like that.
Yeah. No, it's yeah, and Hampton's a bring back on CD in week 16 as well, so that's nice. The
Mhm.
Cowboys should probably be pretty susceptible to the run as well, so
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't mind
usually
that.
like first round pick running backs with his talent, like they I don't know, they just generally start out their careers pretty solid. But the volume, I guess the volume will just be a concern. But they might
Mhm.
just be so efficient as a like O-line offense running the ball.
Yeah, oh man, that's all right.
There goes Hurts, and there
Yeah,
goes
Glenn Hampton.
Hampton. Let's see what Beaver does. There's a click here that I would really love to make, depending on what Beaver does, and then I'll see how you guys feel about it.
I mean, we're all probably thinking the same guy for now.
Yeah.
I guess actually, a few guys I wouldn't mind clicking. Come on, Beaver, what you got? Oh, he took
Yeah.
the guy. I was thinking Pickens for the massive
Yeah, I
Dallas
think
double.
that's what we're all thinking.
Then
I
it's
think,
up
for
to
sure.
y'all. I like Flowers. We could go about the double Miami stuff if y'all like Waddle. We could go with our first running back. I prefer mixing over Chuba, but I'm okay with Chuba. What y'all got?
I would go with Waddle.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
You good with
I
that?
was yeah, I like Waddle. I was between him and Mixon, so either one was fine to me.
Well, and whoever we take for our first quarterback or whatever, we can definitely try to really push Tua and get Tua, but maybe try to get Tua at a really nice discount since we have Hill and Waddle.
We'll have to keep an eye on the Devon Achane drafter and the Johnny Smith drafter. We'll have to keep an eye on those guys because we could potentially push it, or we could get snaked by that guy. So we'll keep an eye on who those drafters are. But I just that's my number one game that I'm focused on personally. It's a little lesser owned, I feel like. Still highly owned, don't get me wrong, but it's probably like number 3 on a lot of people's lists. It's number 1 on mine, the Tampa Bay Miami game. So I like just getting a lot of pieces of that game. Miami usually, we're always concerned about Miami, typically week 17, right? That's why they always fall. They have 2 fantastic games, week 16 and week 17, at home against Cincinnati and then at home against Tampa Bay. Like those are 2 very juicy mashups in week 16, 17. At Pittsburgh, that hurts. That's scary. We got to get out of week 15. But after that, like, man, that's just such a juicy matchup.
Well, that's where CD going nuts against Minnesota in a shootout game will help us get out of that one. Maybe Bowers can get it done against Philly.
We do have Bowers Smith too, so that's a nice little mini stack week 15 there.
Oh yeah, yeah, and like
take real. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, I think a lot of people maybe aren't doubling those 2 players also, so maybe it'll be a little bit lesser on Miami double. And yeah, that is a really great game target because you can do it so many different ways and different combos.
I was just going to tell Putt Daddy, I'm in on Wilson. It's not that I'm out on him. I do take him a decent amount. I would say, guessing I'm probably about 10 to 12%, somewhere in there on him. I think he's going to get all the targets he can handle, especially if, they don't end up. I kind of personally, for my own bags, because I draft a lot of Fields and because right now, like me and you talked about, Cody, I'm taking a lot of Keenan Allen. I'm kind of like wish casting that Keenan Allen goes to the Jets because I would end up with a lot of teams where I drafted Keenan Allen in the 17th round with Fields. So it kind of sounds good to me from that standpoint. But if no one else goes there, then Wilson is definitely going to get all the targets that he can handle. And I'm not out on him. I mean, you got to think there's some connection there from their days at Ohio State and stuff too.
No, I'm definitely in on Garrett Wilson. That's for sure. He could legitimately lead the league in targets. That's for sure. So I'm definitely in on Garrett Wilson. It's just like as far as the quarterback efficiency between Tua and Fields.
All right, guys, we are back on the clock here. What do you guys like?
well-
There's some good receivers on the board.
Olave
Sorry, I
or
didn't mean to do
Quinchon,
that.
maybe.
Yeah, I think
That's what
we
I was
take,
just about to say. Those are my two favorites. If we want to see if we can get Quinton to come back and go ahead and take Olave now.
it's Olave or Jennings for
Yeah.
me. I think we take a wide receiver here.
Okay, well, let's go
The
with
value is
Olave
just too good.
then. Let's go with
Value's just too
Olave
good.
then.
Yeah.
That gives us our 5th. Bye weeks are looking pretty nice too. We do have the Tyreek and Waddle, but then we have the other 3 that aren't week 12, so that'll be nice. We got Bowers. We'll see what comes back around to us. I like building 0 RB teams. I think I don't remember who it was I was talking with tonight. My biggest thing is just, let's make sure that we don't get too boxed out at running back to where, you like, I think me and your team last one, Cody, that was kind of like pushing it about as much as I'm comfortable with. But I think we played it right where we got a nice mix of some explosive guys, but then we got some, Najee Harris's and Pollards of the world that can get us some points early on if the rookies take a little bit of time. Because we have Tootin and who was the other? Henderson. We had both Tootin and Henderson on that team.
Yeah, I like to push running back this year. I think this is I think this year the 0 hero, like double anchor, whatever the you call these different names for running backs, like 2 running backs through 10 rounds is what I want to be most of the time. I'm pushing running backs quite a bit with all the rookies we got. Yeah, there's just so much value, I think, at the end of drafts.
So then we don't want tight end, and I didn't see anything at quarterback a minute ago that popped out. Are there any receivers y'all like here, and we can push it one more time around? I'm not really in on Demont unless y'all really talk me into him.
I'd go Montgomery or Swift.
I'd say Swift. Yeah, I'm good with Swift.
I like Swift. There goes
man.
Swift.
I kind of think we have to take Montgomery then. Like, yeah. We don't have any other Detroit pieces, right?
No, we do not.
No, I don't think we have either.
I think we have to take Montgomery. We're kind of boxed into it. It's a little bit of a value, half a round.
Yeah,
he should have that.
Go Myers for the Las Vegas double. That's all right. We'll take him. I just don't like clicking Montgomery this year.
Yeah, I don't want.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. What?
I think the receivers there weren't worth picking over like the little value on the running back.
Yeah,
we have 5. We have 5 really strong.
Yeah, that's actually something I was going to say with the last draft we were doing. JT is like when you're building these 0 RBs, like it matters to get those points, but it also doesn't because the wide receivers are going to get us there. Like we're starting 3 plus a flex. We have 4 options here, we have 4 spots to fill with 5 guys that we feel really good about all these guys. So like if we just need to think about like our median point total week in, week out. And those wide receivers are going to get us that. Like if we only get 10, 12 points out of both running back spots, we're still in good shape.
No, I hear you. And that's why in this particular one, just partly because I didn't like Montgomery, I mean, there's still, a bunch of running backs coming up we could have taken. And I guess my thinking was I was trying to pivot there last second, but I didn't want to do it without discussing and we didn't have time. I was actually thinking, well, even though we had 5 receivers or 4 receivers at the time, 5 receivers at the time, and no running backs, if we would have went Myers, that would have set us up, for 2 quarterbacks in Tua and Geno, that both of them we could have really tried to push to where, like, if we missed out on one but got the other, all right, great. But y'all are right. It was probably a smarter pick to going back to the offensive line stuff with Detroit. I guess that's just the one player that I worry about the most. I mean, what does Montgomery do for that offense, right? He's the goal line guy. He's the right up the middle guy. the last few years he's been we got a big lead and we're just gonna run it over and over up the middle with Montgomery on you and ice this game guy. And like losing your defensive coordinator, losing your offensive coordinator. I see them being in more games this year where it's a closer game or maybe even they're trailing. And I do worry about how good their up the middle run game will be, losing that guard and that center. So I guess that's why I have a really hard time with them.
No, I don't disagree with any of that. I absolutely agree with all of that stuff. It's just at that point in the draft, like, yeah, we need that 10, 12 points is what we need out of Montgomery there. I feel like.
Let's look. The one hold, he's the one that took the hurts from us. So I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys. We can do another running back if y'all like Fields, or we don't need to reach for Fields.
I like
Fields
Mason.
just went anyways.
I like Mason here.
I'm good with Mason. You good with Mason Hardman?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I would slightly lean like B-Rob, but Mason's fine. And we have Detroit, so that's a game stack too.
And Dallas is a game stack as well. Sell me on Brian Robinson.
I just think his touchdown upside could be pretty big just with them being a good offense. He's probably like the primary goal line back if he's fully healthy. I think he'll also like maybe he's not getting the most like high leverage workload with like receiving game and everything or like high upside, but I think he'll get a decent amount of work if he stays healthy. High scoring offense.
I think we can continue to push quarterback. No,
it's up to y'all. I was just about to say, if he doesn't go here or either one, we can go Scat. We can go Robinson. I like both of those.
Where's the other
value here?
Where's the other?
Or if we want to get Dak,
where's the other Dallas guy at? Like, where's the team at?
I don't know, but we're on the clock. Pickens.
He's behind us, left side. Okay, he's right beside us. Just picked, so we can get him on the way back.
Yeah. So push Dak then.
Okay, so then are y'all okay with Scatterboo, or do you want to go back to receiver? We got about 10 seconds.
Scatterboo or Higgins, either one.
Yeah, I'm good with either one too.
Let's go Higgins if I can get him in quick enough. I think you said you really like only having 2 running backs through 10, Cody.
I'm good with whatever. Scatterboo made sense there too. Like Higgins, nice little. I'm big into Higgins this year personally too. But
me too.
I mean Robinson, I'm not big on. I'm actually like almost completely out on Robinson this year, to be honest. I just think like he hasn't done it. Like at some point you got to do it, man. Like third-year running back, he hasn't done it. He had the same offense last year, didn't get there. Eckler comes in, like, or sorry, Eckler's still there. I don't know. I think I just think there's guys going behind him that like pull up the running backs. Like there's guys. What's the difference between like, I mean, Najee over B-Rob, no question for me. What's the difference between Ramondre and B-Rob?
I think it's that B-Rob is more likely to get like stronger as the season goes. Where like Najee or Ramondre are expected to
they both have rookies.
Yeah,
they have the exciting rookie sitting behind them, I guess, is probably what keeps their prices below B-Rob. Just for what it's worth, I'm not super in on B-Rob. I do take him on teams like this where I feel like I needed a running back at that pick. I like Mason though, and y'all talked me into Montgomery, so I was okay waiting one more round for running back. I think I definitely like Higgins overtaking him there, overtaking the running back.
We're going to be done at 7 wide receivers probably, though, eh?
Yeah. I mean, we got a nice little room going for sure.
Yeah, that's in real good shape.
Add one more later in the mix. We're going to have 2 tight ends at some point. We'll see if we can get Dak to come back to us. Although
we go 3, 6, 7, 2 or something if it lines up.
That's probably what it'll be. I think for sure. Almost 100%. That's almost 100%. We're not taking 3 tight ends. We're not. We really shouldn't take 8 wide receivers. We need to throw some volume at the running back room. Same thing with quarterback. So I think we're locked in. That's what our build's going to be. Kind of has to be. I think, which is good to know. We know that through 10 rounds.
So if he comes to us and we
mapped
want
out
him,
pretty
I
good.
do think maybe we go Dak now when it gets to us because that
Oh, yeah.
Pickens drafter is on the other side of us.
Oh yeah, he's like auto click. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. He should come back. I mean, it was Purdy and Caleb on the board in front of him, but now there's still Caleb on the board in front of him. The one guy, let's see, D'Lo is in our draft too with us. And he's got some quarterback options still. Drake May could be an option for him. He's got
he has a lot of
Adams.
other options. Goff.
All right, so there it goes. We'll get Dak, pair him up with Lamb for our first quarterback. Nothing wrong with that. Later, if we wanted to do Ferguson as our second tight end, we could do that. What did you want me to go to?
Just pull up the quarterbacks again for half a second here. Get rid of the running back. Scroll down a little bit. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Yeah.
Just want to. There's something going on here. We got to keep an eye on. I'll put it in the private chat.
Okay.
I'll put it in the private chat.
This next pick, y'all want to get back in that running back room now?
Probably, yeah.
I'll tell y'all a guy that makes a lot of sense for me right here. And I think I was talking about it with somebody tonight. I don't remember who. I would be okay Davis and I would be okay Spears. But since we have Dak and CD, I don't think Dallas's run game is going to be that good at all this year. And so, like, taking the explosive pass catcher from Dallas kind of makes some sense to me here. What do y'all think?
I like Spears for sure if he's there. Spears is a good click. I think he works really well with our room too.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Spears Blue if we wanted to stack, but if Spears is a tier above, I'm fine with him.
The guy in front of us has 4 running backs, so I think we'll get Spears. And yeah, I mean, if I didn't have Dak, it would for sure be Spears over Blue all day. I'm not flag planting Blue or anything. I just think that, especially now that Chubb and Dobbins is kind of out of the way and not live to go there, it's like somebody does have to play at running back, and everybody hates Javonte. We're taking Miles Sanders, but all the way down in the 18th round. So I think Blue can get in there and have some nice spike week games here and there.
Yeah, I'm really like I want to get value. I'm not pulling Jaden Blue up the board. That's for sure. Like where is he going right now? Pull up the board.
139.
139. That's way too high for Jaden Blue. Like that's way too high.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just think he has massive upside, but I guess on this build we want more like a guy who we know has a decent role with upside too.
Yeah.
Now, Cody, you were just talking to me last draft about taking Tootin for the explosiveness. And now you're gonna knock Blue in the 130s, and he's explosive. He's the only running back on Dallas that's explosive.
Give me Tootin over Blue though, no question.
Yeah. No, I know, but he also goes, a round and a half or so ahead of him.
There's more.
I'm not saying. Let me get wrong. I'm not saying you should be more in on Blue than Tootin. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that like. You seem like the type of guy that would also be in on Blue in the 130s for his explosiveness. I guess is what I was trying to say.
Like Tootin will find his way on the field a hell of a lot more than Jaden Blue. Like I don't really see many outcomes where Jaden Blue's on the field.
Really,
Javonte is going to be on the field because he can pass block, so he's going to be on the field a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So. That's what's going to keep Javonte on the field. Miles can do some other stuff. That's cool. I'm not drafting any of these running backs for Dallas. I'm really not.
See, I guess it just boils down to I think Blue will be on the field. Are we going to do what we were talking about in the chat?
Probably not here with this one, but where's Jake Ferguson? He's down a little bit more, I think, right?
No, I think he
Oh,
went.
he's
I
gone.
think I remember
Oh,
seeing
dang.
him go. But we are on
Okay,
the
that's
clock. I'll pull him up like that then. Can I talk you into blue at 140 or not yet?
I mean, Rashad White's a decent click here.
Yeah, I'm fine with Rashad White too.
What do our
I
bye
like
weeks
him a
look like?
lot as well.
Yeah, he's good on our bye weeks, I think, too, right?
Week 9, yes, it works out good with our bye weeks.
And it
All
makes
right,
a
we'll
lot
go
of
White.
sense. Makes a lot of sense for what we're doing.
All right, let's look at it real quick. We got a 1-4-6-1. We got Dak, Demont, Mason, Spears, White. We have Lamb, Hill, Smith, Waddle, Olave, and Higgins. We have Brock holding down a tight end room. You had asked about, I remember seeing Ferguson go right before we clicked back onto the board a minute ago, or off of the board a minute ago.
That's all right. Steve, what are you doing? Stealing Jake Ferguson from us, eh?
That he
I need
needed
my
his
Jaden bring
Washington
back,
thing
he says, eh? Does
Yeah.
he have Terry McLaurin too?
Yes,
All right,
he's
fair
had
enough.
Jaden and
Fair
Terry
enough.
McLaurin.
Fair enough, Steve. You can do that to us on stream. Yeah.
And no, when I asked y'all, when I asked you about the chat, I was meaning for this pick coming up.
Yeah,
I was just trying to plan ahead, because if we were gonna do that like y'all were talking about in the chat, I'm on board with that. But then I just really wanted to make sure that we grabbed a running back with that last pick, so that we'd at least have 4 running backs if we knew we were going to be taking a quarterback with this one in the 13th.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And then that's like why we take Rashad White there too.
Oh yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah. His team's working out real nice, actually. It's looking in good shape.
Yeah, it's coming together pretty good. I think, and we're like, obviously we're a little lighter at running back, but I feel like we have such strength at receiver. The balance on it feels pretty good.
We've got a lot of high floor guys. Like we got a lot of guys, again, that 10 to 12 point, 14 point type running backs. We got like 4 of them that are all give us that type of output week in, week out almost. So like this is like the perfect 0 RB running back room, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And like in all of the guys too, one thing I do like about this particular running back room is, although we pushed it, a little far or whatever, all 4 of our running backs are guys that are not just pure contingent plays. White, Spears, Mason, Montgomery, they're all going to be on the field, and they could all have good weeks, even with the other running back on their team in there.
Yeah, with an injury, they go kind of nuclear, right? So
yeah. But in the meantime,
we have
they're
12 to
still
14,
usable.
like 10 to 14 points every week, regardless, right? So it's beautiful. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like the best. This is like the perfect 0 RB running back room. I feel like we have that guaranteed. Well, nothing's guaranteed, but pretty close. Like we know what these guys can do and what their role is. And then if there's an injury, then they just absolutely go nuts. So this is a nice looking squad.
Yeah, it's coming together pretty good.
Probably 7 receivers is what we kind of talked about earlier. We'll add 1 more tight end. Let's see what's coming up here. Just trying to look through some positions.
Quarterback we can wait on, but not too far. We got to get our 3rd at some point.
Yeah, they're getting kind of gross.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw it out there, and I know not everybody is into it like me, but this is the type of team that I would definitely think about, even in a BBM, throwing my boy Milroe on, for the simple fact that both of our quarterbacks have that bye week after the time that I think Milroe is live to take over as Seattle's quarterback. Not everybody is into doing that like I am, so if y'all are opposed to it, then we don't have to do that. But I'd rather wait and take somebody like that really late in the draft versus having I guess, never mind. There's one guy on the board still that makes a lot of sense for us, actually.
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't take Milrow in a best ball mania at all. I think that's too
You
much risk
wouldn't?
in that tournament. Yeah, no. I don't think there's almost any chance he starts this year. I like Milrow a lot. Don't get me wrong, but he shouldn't play football in the NFL this year. He needs to.
Oh, and there goes Gino. So I don't know. I guess now we're gonna have the decision: do we want to keep it at just 2 QBs and hope for the best and load up at other positions? What do y'all like here? Talk to me. I'll put it on everything.
Maybe Algier or Bigsby.
Yeah. What do our running backs look like again? Probably Algier, because I think we're good with the bye week 5. Yeah, Algier almost for sure. Yeah. That's a great
All right,
click.
I'll click him. But it's just like I don't know how much quarterbacks are still left now that Gino went that can really, I mean, we don't have anybody. I guess if we
We could
want to do
get
the New Orleans thing, I don't
yeah.
know. I guess it depends
I-
on, and we'll
I
leave it
don't think
alone. We're not
we
going to do it, but
we
I
don't.
think Milrow will be playing this year.
I don't think we need to force anything at quarterback. Like we don't have to force in a Shuck. We don't have to force in a Milrow. Like we could take a guy like Daniel Jones, that we know is going to play. We could take Darnold. I would take guys like that, because we have the double stack with Miami. Like that's our focus.
I could take
We've
some
got
Jones. I can't take Darnold. I can't do it. Can't do it. Sorry.
Yeah, and I think maybe Jones provides more if we're doing like a really skinny stack or like just kind of a lighter stack.
Yeah, I
Like
mean, at
just
least he
they might
runs
spread it
around a
more
little
and he
bit,
runs
and
a little more. Yeah.
he'll probably be in there all of the year.
I mean, we could go Ertz right here too, if we want to
Yeah, I like that.
get the bring back on Dallas.
That makes sense. Lock down our
And,
second tight end and be done with it.
and then we're done there too. Yeah.
Bowers has an early bye week, so the one thing you worry about too with Ertz is like, is age going to eventually catch up with him? But even if it does, he can make it through week 8 before it catches up with him.
Famous last words.
Or maybe it just won't.
Write it on my tombstone.
Everybody said that age was going to catch up with them last year, and it didn't. So there is a
Yeah, no,
world
I'm
where
good.
he's just.
I'm good with Ertz. I'm kidding, but
And even if you're risking like a 0 at tight end 1 week, that's not going to kill your team.
like I said, if you tell me that Bowers is going to give me 1,210, I would draft him on every single team and only take one. So
All right, so
I
Steve
don't
is
know if
with
he
you.
gets there,
He's
but
not in on Milrow. My whole thing is just
he
why
just shouldn't
not, right?
play. He shouldn't play. Like if
I agree with
okay.
you on that.
Yeah. So
But
let me paint the
okay,
picture
go ahead.
though. Let me paint the picture. So Darnold struggles. Why? Because he's seeing ghosts. The offensive line, they're getting to him. They're hitting him. They're crushing him. Right. You do not want to throw out a 3rd round Jalen Milrow with a bad offensive line. Like that'll kill that kid.
So you'd rather just put Luck in there, who's also gonna just like get torn up, whereas at least
sure.
Milrow can run around.
Yeah.
I think there's gonna be
I'd
some
rather
pressure from the
I'd
fans and stuff too. They're gonna all be calling for the rookie, and they want to see what the kid can do. And it's like, what way? Like, so if you drafted Milrow, I guess if you think like over a couple of years of not playing, he just can magically get better at throwing the ball, then sure. But he's the type of quarterback, the only way he's going to get better at throwing the ball in the NFL is to play games in the NFL, right? And let's say going into week 9 or week 12 or whatever it is, your team's out of it. You're not going to win that division. You're probably going to be 4th best in that division, in my opinion. So like, what do you why would you not put your athletic freak in there who also just happens to need a whole lot of work at the passing game in the NFL? Let him get a bunch of his, learning curve, so to speak, stuff out of the way the last 5-6 games of this year, so that maybe you can feel good about him. Are you really going to feel good about him next year going in with no NFL experience? So you know what I'm saying? At what point then do you go with him? If I was a GM, I would rather him get some learning curves out of the way this year versus going into next year with no experience. But what do you guys like here? Talk to me.
I would
We
go
want to
Daniel
go
Jones.
ahead and okay, that's what I was
Yeah.
just about to recommend.
Yeah.
I can go with Daniel Jones. I don't have nothing against Daniel Jones as a 3rd quarterback. We still have that one wide receiver spot left. We could always do like a Mitchell if y'all like something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. But put a bow on Milrow, like he'll find out how much it hurts to play in the NFL is what he'll find out if you put him out there. Like that's how I feel about it. Like how many, and he's a 3rd round pick. The fan base should not be, bringing out their pitchforks for a 3rd round quarterback that they know is a developmental guy. So I think that would just be a massive mistake. Like look at Anthony Richardson. Look at the countless examples we have of quarterbacks going in too early and then it just ruining their career. So I just think like throw Drew Lock out there, let him take those hits. He's a vet guy. He can do similar things to Darnold, at least like as close to it. And like, yeah, in the last game of the year, similar to like a Patrick Mahomes type of situation, get him 1 game, 2 games, sure. But like, you don't want him to figure out how much it hurts to play in the NFL. That's what you don't want. Like,
that's the beauty of this. And hey, I'll be the first to admit I am wrong about a lot of stuff in life, much less baseball. So you know what, you guys, that's one of my flag plans this year is that I think he's going to play more games than what a lot of other people think later in the year. And if I'm wrong, I'll own up to it. If I'm right, though, I'm going to have some sneaky good teams with him running around in the playoffs. So
true. True that.
And it's the last round, and that's why I'm drafting him now because so here's another thing. Let me hop over. Let's make this pick and I'll tell you something else on it and we'll leave it alone. What Mitchell are you guys thinking here? No, he's still a little further down. Y'all want to just go ahead and grab him though and then do whatever in 18?
If Hartman likes it, I think it would make sense just to get to, a piece.
Yeah, I'm fine with that unless you guys want like Miles Sanders, I guess. But I'm fine with just getting the stack with Daniel Jones.
When you say it out loud, it kind of
it doesn't
sound very good.
Yeah. There's Miles Sanders bowls out there though.
There's one. I'll take Miles Sanders in the last round if I really just need some he's gonna play at running back, but I think we got enough of those guys. We'll see what these other guys in front of us do, and then I'll make my pitch for who I would like to take there, and you guys might be on board with it. You guys might not be on board with it.
Scroll down just a little bit. If there's the guy that I like a lot, no, he's definitely gone. Brashard Smith is moving up. He's moving on up.
Yeah.
That hurts.
Yeah, he went on that turn.
Okay. Good to know. My bags are stuffed with Brashard Smith.
Brashard Smith, you got a lot
of he's a 16th rounder now. Yeah, he's my highest owned player by a good margin. I got 35% Brashard Smith right now.
I need to get more into him because I'm not into any of the other running backs there, to be honest. I don't take Pacheco because I'm afraid of how he's going to start the year with that particular injury. I don't take Hunt because he's Hunt and old and dusty. So yeah, I probably should be a lot more into Smith than what I am.
I've been taking a lot of the Jarquez Hunter in the 16, 17.
Yeah,
one pick before us though.
Giddens is my guy. I love smashing Giddens. I got my little Giddens player cut up on him.
I'm 29% Giddens too. So
Brashard Smith right there with you.
Brashard Smith, my first. My guy Kyle Williams, he's my guy. He's my second. And then DJ Giddens is my number 3rd. So,
yeah. I mean, Giddens is definitely a really good click, just because like his injury upside, right, is probably up there with any of the backups on the board, realistically.
And they're all going way ahead of him,
right?
Way like rounds, 3-4 rounds ahead of him. And it's like he's got arguably more injury, like potential than they do. Like Algier, who's got more injury potential, Giddens or Algier? For me, Giddens, no question. As far as like Bijan getting hurt or JT getting hurt,
Algier's been pretty good though, like efficiency wise. I actually think he's a little underrated.
What I'm saying is, who's got more like potential to get hurt, Bijan or JT?
Oh, JT, yeah.
JT, exactly. JT gets hurt every year. I don't think he's played a full year.
That's what I'm saying. Like Giddens has so much more injury potential for the guy going ahead of him than guys that are going 4 or 5 rounds ahead of.
Well, never mind.
DJG.
I'm open to whatever y'all want with this pick. David took him. I was gonna say Brooks. I like Brooks a lot.
We could go like Jerome Ford, Keaton Mitchell, Miles
I was just
Sanders
about
if
to
you guys
say
like
Keaton
them.
Mitchell.
I like
Keaton
or Miles Sanders.
Whatever. Let's go Miles Sanders. Let's keep with
it
I like
does pair
either.
up with Dallas, so whatever. it's fine.
Yeah. That's the only I
he
don't
could
really
be
have
their
much of them,
starting
but
running back this year. Somebody in that room has to be their starting running back, right? Somebody does.
Yeah. And as far as like pass catching, like he's probably gonna like I like enough Blue, I suppose, as far as like he's got the most juice, no question in that backfield. But like again, Javonte is going to be on there in pass pro, no question. And then who else? Maybe Miles, and he's a better pass catcher with a ton more juice than Javonte. So, sure.
Yeah, we'll review all the teams here in a second. Let's do that real quick, and then I will catch up on the chat. We'll start with ours. 3672. I'm gonna call them out since we have 2 guests on there. I'll call out the teams. I'll let you guys debate what you think about the teams. This was ours. Of course, we have Dak, Tua Jones, Demont Mason, Spears, Rashard White, Algier, and Sanders. We have Lamb, Hill, Devontae, Waddle, Olave, Higgins, and Mitchell in the receiver room. Brock and Ertz at the tight end. I like our team. Y'all tell me what you think.
I think it's pretty solid overall. Like obviously receiver is our biggest strength, but tight end feels really strong. Like RB feels good enough for how late we started it. And then QB feels really strong too. So I think we built it really well for like a 0 RB build.
Yeah, I love it. I think it's good. I think it's very quality. Like everywhere is strong enough. Like again, yeah, our RB room is soft, but again, we I think we have guaranteed 10 to 14 points for 2 spots times 2 every week. And then if there's an injury, we got some major upside value in there. So I like it a lot. I like it a lot.
Let's look at our friend David. He went with the 3-5-8-2. Penix, Cam Ward, and Geno. He's got Bijan, Achane, Hunter, Sampson, and he took Brooks right before us. Adams, J-Mo, Ridley, Judy, Diggs, Ibuka, Coleman, Burden. He's got a tight end room of only Jonnu and Pitts, really pushing the tight end room and keeping it at 2, but nothing wrong with that. Let's see, stacks. I guess he's got Ward with Ridley. He's got Pitts thrown on there with Penix. What you guys think? And he's got.
I thought he was gonna steal. I thought he was gonna steal 2 on us. That's what we're putting in that private chat. That was a big concern with the Achane and Jonnu. And then he had Igbuka as a bring back too. So we were pretty worried about that. As soon as he didn't take him, we had to take him. But yeah, he's got Pitts and Bijan with
Pitts and Bijan with Penix.
The quarterback room would be my concern on this one. But 3 guys, it's good to have 3 guys. That makes it better and more palatable. But that would be my bigger concern here would be the QB room. But I don't think we're telling him something he doesn't know.
Yeah, no. And he could still get there. I mean, because he's got Bijan and Achane. He started with the, double running backs like that. And then he still caught up well enough at receiver. He's got Devontae, J-Mo, Ridley. I'm really in on Ridley this year.
Yeah, I need to click him a little bit more, but go ahead, Harmon.
Let's see what Steve was doing over there. Oh, go ahead, Harmon.
I was just gonna say I thought the team was pretty good overall. Like, I don't know, running back was a little bit like fragile just with the top 2 and then like all contingent, but that's a fine way to build it. I like the team overall. I thought it was pretty solid.
Let's look at Steve real quick. He went with a 3-5-8-2. Jaden, Drake May, and Tyler Shuck. Running back room is Genty, Kamara, Walker, Scat, and Eckler. That's a hell of a running back room right there. Wide receivers still ended up with Neighbors, McLaurin, Mooney, Pittman, Brown, Besh, Keenan Allen, and Cook. tight end room, Ferguson and Hunter Henry. Ferguson is that Washington bring back. That's a nice team.
I mean, I know Steve likes the 3 QB builds. I know that I'm not going to talk him out of doing it, but I honestly hate that. I hate doing because then you forced in a Brandon Cooks too. And do we really want dusty old Brandon Cooks on our team? Personally, I don't. I get what you're doing, but then you force in those poor picks when you force in that 16th round quarterback. I don't know. I get why people do it. I know I'm not going to talk Steve out of it. I just don't like it, and I'm not doing it personally. Because I think it then just forces in other subpar picks.
You know what? I think
Cooks.
I have to agree with you, Cody. And Steve, I tell y'all, I'm going back and forth in my head because I always have been a 2 quarterback guy with one of the elites. When I have Jaden, when I have Hurts, when I have Allen, when I have Lamar, the natural me wants to stick with 2. Steve did make a really good argument that kind of had me thinking about at least doing it in BBMs in particular. I still think puppies and stuff I would do too. But I do think I agree with you, Cody, because for me, if I had Steve's team, I would have liked this team a lot better. Since he only had Hunter Henry and Jake Ferguson, I would have rather thrown on, if it was me, Johnson here. And now you have another pretty dang decent third tight end to work with. And then you would have been open. Like you said, you wouldn't have had to take Cooks there. You could have taken, I don't know, whoever else you wanted to take there other than Cooks. But yeah, Steve does love his 3 quarterbacks.
I get the theory, especially in a 1 of 10, 1 of 5, 1 of 6, build 2 QBs. I get that. And I get it. And I don't know. I just think regardless, Shuck is never going to make your lineup. Let's be honest with it here. Jaden Daniels and Drake May, Shuck is literally never going to make that lineup. I don't think. I guess if there's an injury, I get it. But are we playing this game thinking we're going to get injuries? Let's just, especially what is it, a 4th round Jaden Daniels? We're gonna spend a 4th round pick on a quarterback and then take a 17th round third backup guy that's never going to make our lineup, and we're just hoping that in the playoffs maybe he's able to crack our lineup due to an injury or some sort of freak accident happening. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's just the way I see it. And again, I know I'm not talking the people out of it that are doing it. I know the 3 quarterback build is the thing this year. I'm trying to take as much 2 quarterback as I can personally, but I'm still doing 3 quarterback builds. I get it, but I don't know. That's my rant. TED Talk.
Now I will say if I don't have Allen, Lamar, Jaden, or Hurts, then I am more likely to go with 3.
Agree.
Well,
yeah,
I think with I think with Shuck, I would maybe pick him if I had a more premium piece like an Olave or something. But I get being out on him entirely, but I just don't know about backstacking a guy like that with the 3rd or 4th receiving option on the team. If you're okay with Cooks, it's fine, but I'd rather just take 2 upside receivers with both those picks because Steve did go pretty light at receiver capital early also. So I don't know. I think maybe that would have been more the move.
I mean, what Steve is saying, I was going to put it in the chat, but we have tons of examples of 17th, 18th round picks, being absolute smash game breakers. Kyron, Puka, right? We have tons, especially at tight end. There's tons of 17th, 18th round tight ends that end up being top 5 tight ends. Almost every year we see that. So that's my pushback to his pushback would be there are options out there. Give me a 17th round or 18th round rookie or a tight end, any tight end, over a 17th, 18th round Tyler Shuck, who maybe isn't even the starter there. His injury history, maybe he doesn't even make it into the season. The guy hasn't even, he played 1 full college season in 7 years. You know what I mean? I rest my case.
Earlier,
I get off my soapbox, but
that's the beauty of this, is that there are so many ways that can be right, and none of us will know until the end,
season's
right?
over.
Because I mean, there is a world where he's right, and Shuck plays a lot of games, and maybe, just maybe, he's the guy he needed in week 16 because Jaden he's just had an off week or whatever, you know. But I do agree more with you, Cody, I think. And I was totally like 100%. We talked about it last time you were on my channel, that I was with you, and I had been pretty much 100%. If I have one of the top 4 guys, I'm sticking with 2. I think last night talking with Steve, I'm open in BBM specifically because of how hard it is to get out of week 15 and 16. I'm open to doing 3, but it would have to be somebody that a little more than Shuck, that I felt better about, like maybe actually being the guy that I needed.
Like
I guess
Daniel
is where I
Jones,
would
maybe.
go. Yeah. That's
Sure.
kind of be my cutoff probably. Except for me, it could be a Milrow, but not really, because I don't take Milrow with any elite quarterbacks. To me, the only time, and not to bring it back up again, but the time I do take Milrow was a team like this where I don't have an elite quarterback, and both of my other 2 quarterbacks have a bye week that are past his bye week, because I just think there is that chance. And it's in the 20th round. What are we really drafting in the 20th round, right? Brandon Cooks, or like hoping that Sanders is the Dallas running back. Like, if I do also see a world where, I don't know if y'all saw it, but I read a beat writer's thing from the last day of OTAs, not to dog on y'all's boy, but the whole like feed that this beat writer wrote was about how bad Darnold looked in the red zone. And every other line was like, the pass was closer to the DB than it was the receiver. The pass was over such and so's head. He was kind of giving like a play by play. And so I see a world where, let's say we're in late July, right? And Darnold has a couple little rough spots or a couple rough weeks in practice and training camp. And if nothing else, for the clicks, Seattle is going to be throwing any really cool looking highlights of Milrow out there just for the clicks on social media, because that's their 3rd round rookie quarterback who's amazing with his legs. I don't think there's a world at all where he starts the season. That is not what I'm saying. But you know how we overreact to everything in best ball. And there is a scenario where if Daniel has some kind of bad camp vibes going on, and Milrow has just even have decent camp vibes, I could see him pushing up, out of the 18th round. I mean, y'all know how we are in best ball with late season upside. You telling me other people won't start taking him over Anthony Richardson, who we think is done, and over Tyler Shook? Like, I could see him in the 17th round, and I don't want to draft him in the 17th round. The only time I'm willing to draft him in a regular format, at least, is on a very specific team in the 18th round. And so I guess that's why I'm willing to do it now.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm not going to talk you out of it. So I'm not even going to try. Like, I don't, again, like same thing with Steve. I'm not going to talk Steve out of taking 3 quarterbacks. I'm not even going to try. I'm just like saying my piece is all.
Yeah, no.
Again, I tell my viewers on my channel, like, don't try to talk me out of it. Like, I made up my mind, and that's what I'm going to do. So like, you can dog me or not. It doesn't really matter. If you're afraid to be wrong, you'll never be right. That's what I'm talking about. So
exactly. I had it written on
do
your
your
note
thing.
card.
And
I'm not afraid to be wrong, and maybe I'll get right, or maybe Steve will get right with his 3rd quarterback thing.
I mean, I was saying on my channel the other day is like, stop trying to change each other's minds, guys. Like, we all have our takes, and we're gonna stick by our takes. I'm ready to die for my takes. So
right. I love that. That's what I love.
Whatever
That's
happens,
what I love
happens.
about you, Cody. That's what I love about you, my man.
Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here, boys. Let you guys rip another.
Yeah. We'll let you get out of here. Me and Hartman's gonna close it down with one more. It was fun, Cody. We'll get together some other time for sure, man.
No doubt. Appreciate you having me on, Hartman. Good to meet you in person. And have a good final draft. We'll see you guys soon.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you.
All right. Peace.
All right, what's up, Hartman? Let me go jump us in one real quick, and then I will shout out your channels and everything too. Lobby. Thanks for hopping on too, by the way, early like that, man. That was fun.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah. That was pretty cool. And I think we built a pretty good team too. Like solid, like kind of 0 RB style.
Yeah. No, I did too. So you guys already know who Hartman is. He's the self-proclaimed professional chat rat. You can find him in a best ball chat from about 7 o'clock in the morning to midnight at mine most of the nights. He's got his own channel working over there, Hartman Fantasy Football. Is that correct?
Oh yeah.
Hartman
Thanks for the shout,
Fantasy
man.
Football. If you don't already subscribe to him, please jump over there and subscribe to him. He's a very sharp drafter. Love talking to him. Love drafting with him. He's been on my show a couple of times now. A couple Friday nights, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and it's always, I mean, it's always fun to hop on, kind of talk some ball and everything. It's always a good time.
Two more for a 30-second BBM. I'm gonna go through here. There's not a whole lot. I don't recognize this guy, but thank you for stopping in, my man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Tua scares all of us with concussions, I do believe.
Yeah.
Only take 3 if I don't get one of the top 3, but I will grab Zach Wilson last pick. That must be because of his Tua concern. Hayden's data showing the most consistent build structure over the past 5 seasons of BBM highlighted the importance of 3 tight ends for me. I'm kind of with you on that. I don't recognize you either, James, but again, thanks for stopping in, my man. I greatly appreciate it. Sub if you're not, hit the like. This is the final hour. Me and Hartman is going to close it down. If you haven't already hit the like, please do so. It helps us out a lot. If you guys will, whenever the video's over, hop back in and leave me a comment. We surpassed 100 subs tonight with this stream. So I will, one night on vacation next week, probably go ahead and make it a drinking draft and have me a couple of drinks or something. I'm going to pull a couple of challenges out of a hat and we're going to draft them right there on stream. I'll pull them out of a hat so that make it more interesting for me. I don't have any time to prepare or anything like that. We will just pull them out and go with it and see what happens. So if you would hop back in as soon as this stream ends after this draft, throw a comment so it's easier for me to find and get together.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty cool stream too, especially like with the challenges and everything. They can make it pretty fun, kind of get you out of the normal and everything.
We have a couple. I think you guys got to give me some options. The only people so far was I did catch you had threw bully tight end in the chat last night on my stream. So I wrote that down. And then I want to say it was Dirty Pete commented on my stream when it was over and he threw in the really, really 0 wide receiver draft, 10 wide receiver challenge. So I'm going to put both of those in there. No one else has really giving me anything. Hey, King of Kings, you are new to my chat too, and I'm glad that you are appreciating it tonight, man. Anybody who's new to my stream, we go 6 nights a week. We have a lot of fun here. Whenever it's just me solo, I have some different little player cuts and things like that, and a few sound effects I'll pop in there from time to time. I tend to leave those off whenever I have guests on, just because it kind of muddies up the water. But 10 p.m. Central, we're on 6 nights a week most of the time. And we normally do 2 drafts. Sometimes we'll do 3 if things are really interesting that particular night. We always have a lot of guests on too. We try to line the guests up and keep it fresh.
Yeah, it's always I don't know.
Oh, and look at that, Hartman. We're gonna close it down with the 101, my man.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming we're going Chase.
Yeah.
I need more Chase.
Oh, wow.
I only got 3% of. Now I will say I've had a nice luck in the eliminator, and so I have a decent amount of Chase there. David hopped back in the draft with this. I don't recognize any other names off the King of Kings, Steve, who's in the chat, and Steve. So hey, the waters are definitely infested for this one, Hartman. Let's watch out.
At least this one we got a little gap. We got a bunch of badges right in front of us.
Yeah. And one thing I'll tell people too is my percentages will even out more as far as these style tournaments. One reason why like some of the guys are really high and some of the guys are really low is because with me starting out doing all my stuff over on DraftKings, like when I switched over to Underdog, it was right like literally within a day or two the puppy field. And so like most of what I've been drafting has kind of been like a lot of eliminators and some the super flexes and stuff like that. So I don't have a huge sample size of like regular style tournaments, which is what obviously these percentages are going for. What's up, Nick? How you doing, my man? Hope your vacation is going nice. Know you said you were leaving town. Glad you're enjoying it, my man. Glad you're enjoying it. Wish you could have been here tonight. We were gonna have Nick on that last hour, but he ended up having to go out of town early today. It was gonna be him originally for the 10 o'clock spot, followed by Hartman at the 11. Then we found another guy, but he had some family stuff come up. So me and Cody and Hartman just did the little 3-man thing. It was fun though. I had a lot of fun with you guys doing that. Think we put a good team together too.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and that was pretty fun to do. And like kind of like you were saying too with the exposures, like this early in the process, they're not super helpful. Just maybe like I guess combo wise or something, but you got to kind of wait until you have more volume to really actually consider them much for your picks.
Nick, my man, you don't gotta lie. I would much rather be in Vegas too. That's about one of the only spots I would rather be versus drafting best ball teams. But you're welcome. We'll get together sometime, Nick. I know we talked about it. Either your channel or mine. We'll figure something out, my man. If y'all don't know, Nick is another streamer also. That's why I was talking about that. I don't think he has a set time, but he pops in sometimes late, sometimes around 4 or 5 o'clock. I think he just kind of gets them in when he can fit in. But he's got some nice stuff over there. He's a very sharp dude. Also, that's why we tried to get him on the show originally. But nothing wrong with being in Vegas, my man. I'm impressed. You're popping in the stream in Vegas. Much props. Thank you, sir.
Dedicated. Nick Box dedicated to this stuff. But I didn't see anything.
Back here
nothing.
in a minute.
Yeah, nothing too odd. Nothing too odd so far. Everything looks pretty normal. So, I mean, should be a decently sharp room.
Meg is still hanging around. Me and her had a really nice draft. The first one, I liked it a lot. Hope your drafts went well over on your channel tonight, Meg. All of you guys know about the FanSpeak Network. I don't have to tell you. If you are not familiar with it, I don't really know what you're doing. They got great stuff over there. Jeopardy is hilarious on Wednesday nights.
Yeah, the Jeopardy's been real fun to watch, and they do a lot of stream drafts and stuff too. So
I'll tell you my two,
JT,
and then
right? Okay,
JT and Wilson would probably be my two here.
Yeah, I'm good with that. JT,
or we
for
could
sure,
do Harrison.
I'm
just not really that in on Marv, but you could talk me into him since we have Chase.
It would just be like I probably slightly lean Garrett Wilson as a player, but if we want to do the week 17 thing, we can do Marv. So I'll let you make the
Your
call.
You make the you break the tie.
Let's do Marvin Harrison.
Do the week 17. I don't have any Marv in this format. Probably shouldn't be 0 out on him, and I know I'm gonna eventually get me more Wilson. So why not, right?
Well, I'm kind of Marv is one I feel like he might be slightly overpriced, but I'm really coming around to Kyler too. I think being able to get like both QB outs to that game, like having both of them open to you, gives you a little bit more flexibility. So I don't know. I've just really been coming around Kyler just because their schedule looks so good. They have the most dome games in the NFL. He's had a lot higher scoring in dome games than like outdoor games. They have 13 dome games this year.
Okay.
And I think Marv, he did disappoint, but he is like that. At least he has that elite talent level and draft capital where those type of players have made the second year leap before. Maybe it's not the best offensive system, but if they use him better, maybe he can take the leap.
Yeah, no, I agree. And just one thing I noticed too is they're unpredictable sometimes. I actually started there and earned my black badge a couple weeks ago, but we do have this 3-hole, and he went with Brown after he took Higgins. So that tells me we're not going to be able to get Burrow at the 6-7 like we like to try to push. And so that will be nice to have Kyler as an out there and still have a big part of that game.
Mhm.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying he's guaranteed to take him, but because I don't know about you, I don't really want to take Burrow at the 4 or 5 turn because there's so many people that are going to be doing that. That like if I do have Burrow with Chase or Higgins, I want to be one of the teams that get it, in that next round, to where at least
Ye
okay, there's less teams that we're going to be competing with, and our 4 or 5 turn guys are probably better than the teams that took Burrow at the 4 or 5 and then took the other player there. That's my thinking
ye
with it.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think just, like I don't know, I'm never really taking Burrow at the 4 or 5, maybe unless I have the double stack. I just don't think it's worthwhile, like you said, to kinda give up that value when you only have a single piece, and we have the
Mhm.
bring back anyway, kinda like I was saying, so, like, we have multiple options at that spot, so I'm not really unless I have a double, sometimes I'll lock it up with a double, like T. Higgins and Chase, but if I don't
Mhm.
have that, I'm pretty much never picking them there.
Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. Um
And whenever I have the double, that's when I even try to, like, I don't know. I guess I always try to push it. I have not taken, which I, I think only once or twice. There's actually one of my slow drafts. I think I have Chase and Higgins right now in that one. And I think I'm currently waiting to see if he comes back. Like I tried to push him, and I think the draft is somewhere right here in the 6th round last time I saw it. But I don't know. That's
Yeah.
just me.
Yeah, and, like, I think you can pass on him with the double because, like, you've seen it work and his ADP's falling, but I just wonder if you've committed so much capital at that point that it's worth losing a little bit of value to really fully correlate and stack your pieces. If you spent a first and, like, a 2, 3 turn pick on, the
Yeah,
top 2
no,
receiving options.
yeah, I get it. I'm not knocking, like kind of like Cody was saying last time. If people want to do it, then I'm definitely not knocking them, and it's definitely a smart play, right? Because yeah, you're right. You took a first and a third round pick receivers. You kind of need that offense to really be killing it. I guess me, I'm okay missing out on it half of the time because I'm gonna feel so great about those teams where it did work out. Is I guess kind of where I end up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a fair way to view it, like, I don't know, I definitely lean more towards pushing it in general anyway, so like, sometimes I've even done it where I have them stacked, and then I'll do, like, Devonta Smith, Jalen Hurts double tap or something still,
Mhm.
just to get a completely different out on it.
And see, there's just with us having one running back already, there's just so many receivers coming up here. Or if we want to go the tight end road, I love Kittle. We
Mhm.
have Chase and Harrison. Talk to me. Who you like at receiver here, and do you want to make Kittle one of the picks
I like
and get us?
I like, Kittle's fine, and then I probably lean Pickens, but I'm okay with Hunter or Courtland also.
That is probably the exact 2 picks that I would have made if it was just me.
Okay,
So
yeah,
let's do it.
there we go.
The only one I would have maybe thought about taking over him, I'm definitely not Hunter. I'm not in on him.
Yeah.
I'm not super in on Sutton. The only guy really I would have thought about over Pickens would have been Flowers because how I am on the Ravens. But
Yeah,
he was the only one.
Sutton's gonna be a guy I have, like, heavily underweight because, Hunter, I'm coming around to, like, maybe just keeping him a little closer to 8% just with the upside potential, but Courtland Sutton, I think he had, like, the most targets of his career last year, and even if they're an ascending offense, I think he's gonna lose target volume. Like, they
Mhm.
targeted their tight ends one of the least of any team last year in the NFL, and adding Evan Ingram, he's gonna steal targets. I think Harvey might be a pretty good receiver out of the backfield. They had Pat Bryant. Like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think his volume will go down. And he got pretty fortunate with touchdowns. He is good in the red zone though, so that might be kind of sticky. But if the volume overall goes down, they'll probably like slightly underperform ADP at least.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Yeah. And then I don't know. Hunter, like, he's kind of been sliding, but it's just the upside. The upside could be so crazy, but he's a guy I have a really hard time buying into.
And I think I was talking with somebody else tonight about it too. That's what scares me about Hunter is like the NFL is tough, right? And so like he's an all-world athlete, sure. But we're saying that this kid who's what, I don't know how old he is. What is he? 21, 22, Hunter? Probably somewhere right in
Yeah.
that range.
Yeah.
And this kid who like one isn't that physically strong. Like, he's not a big dude. He relies on speed and stuff. And just the mental side of it too, right? Like he's going from Colorado, where let's face it, like more times than not, he was just locking down man on man with the best wide receiver from the other team. So there wasn't a whole lot of mental stuff there. He had a very, very limited, almost non-existent route tree. It was more like either throw the ball to Travis Hunter really short or throw the ball to Travis Hunter going deep. That was kind of like his route tree. And so now, like, there's just going to be, I don't think people are really thinking about how much mental strain this kid is going to have trying to like learn an offensive and defensive playbook at an NFL level, to where like I don't know, could that affect how good he is? And I think he's gonna have a really hard time paying off that price tag. And I think it was somebody tonight. I don't even remember who, but like I just see the most likely outcome being that like he plays most of the defensive snaps because he's by far the best corner that they have on that team. And then he plays, let's say, what a normal third down wide receiver would play. Has a very like, kind of limited playbook as a wide receiver, has certain routes that he's going to run and stuff like that. I just don't think he's a good pick.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I kind of lean that too, just as far as like overall, what will his final end of season stats be? But I just think later in the season, especially if he is better at receiver, he might get a little more routes run, and he could really have those like he could break the slate like in a given week. I think he has that upside where that's why I'm not comfortable fully fading him, because like
Mhm.
I think he has the athletic potential to give giant spike weeks. I don't know if he'll do it consistently or regularly, but I just think the single week upside is why you can't like fully fade him.
No, no, and I'd agree with that. And I do take him sometimes when he falls. I'd have to go see what my exact percentage is. I will say I click him more in Superflex when I have Lawrence, because then receivers fall and you can kind of push receivers sometimes there. And I do have, I think, a couple Lawrence teams where I've taken him on it, or I'll take him in this style tournament when he falls a little bit. But he's definitely not a guy that like I'm reaching at all for.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I agree with that. Like, I've reached for him once or twice to get the double stack with BTJ, but that's the only
All right,
scenario I'm
we're
caught.
on the clock here. I like Judkins a whole lot as another running back. I don't know
I'm
if
good
you
with
do,
Judkins. Yeah.
so then we
Judkins
need
is
to just
good.
figure out the other pick.
Can
You
I
like
see our team real quick?
the team is JT, and we're about to get Judkins, and then we have Jamar Chase, Harrison, and Pickens with Kittle at tight end. We could go with
Um,
another running back with Judkins. We could go with the receiver.
yeah.
I'm kind of open
Wait,
to
scroll up. Isn't there another receiver up top?
Debo.
I'd probably be Debo or Reed or Golden, not Jacoby.
You want to go Golden then, or you know what? Let's go Debo, just because we do have the Pickens,
Yeah, we have Pickens with them.
so that and Debo will be in shape by week 17, right?
Yeah, there we go. Only 1 week matters. No, but I do think his touchdown upside. They like to use receivers in that short area. A lot of screen passes, a lot of just short area targets. He was still a good tackle breaker last year, even if his like other metrics kind of went down. So maybe in the Cliff Kingsbury system, he could score quite a bit and get a lot of underneath work.
No, and I just saw I don't know, I don't even remember where it was I saw, but basically the same thing you were just saying. I saw a really nice tweet that laid it out the other day where they were saying basically it was like Cliff Kingsbury's offense over the last 3 or 4 years, and it was like everything that Debo does, Cliff Kingsbury does it at a high rate as far as like, wide receiver. One of them was wide receivers being involved in the run game. He's been like top 5 or something like that as a play caller 3 of the last 4 years. One of them was screen passes to the wide receiver. He's been like top 5 or 6 like most of those years. And so it does work really what Kingsbury likes to do works really well with how Debo wins.
Yeah, yeah, and like he is a little tough just with a little older player. He's really unique, like play style wise. But I don't know, like you would just think his archetype might last a little bit older and do pretty well in Washington. And they should be a high scoring offense.
Mm-hmm. You might be right, Steve, and I guess that's part of why I don't take him is just because I don't really know for sure. But I really worry about the guy mentally, like just physically and mentally. Like I guess he's one that he's gonna have to show me. The Jags are gonna have to show me that they really are gonna play him 70%, and he's gonna be an absolute true wide receiver first. I know they're saying that, but it's coaches. It's June. They say all kind of shit that doesn't end up being true, right? Like McCaffrey was fine and was gonna miss 2 weeks, and what was the other Pollard and Spears? Last year we have 2 running backs. They're gonna both play equally. No, Pollard was gonna pretty much be the guy, and Spears was the clear backup. Like I'm just saying, like I don't know. I worry about him. Like Cody said, though, I'm not here to change anybody's opinion. That's just mine. I don't think the Jags trade up for him to be mostly a corner. I think they trade up for him not to be mostly a corner, but it's just more so of like I think they're going to try to play him on both ends. And even if it's like playing him 30-40% of the time at corner, can he then handle running 70% of the routes? I mean, can he handle mentally learning enough about the playbook on defense to also then know enough of the playbook on offense? I don't know. We can leave it alone. We can move past Hunter, but he's just not a guy I like to click. He also could. I'm fully aware he could be a guy that ends up making me regret that decision.
Yeah, yeah, and I just think maybe with his build, it's a little bit riskier too. He is kind of more like a slender player, and just like he's not huge, so I just worry with all that workload on him if he could hold up over the season. He dealt with a decent amount of injuries in college. Some
Exactly.
were
Well, the
fluky
guy
though.
right in front of us took Kyler,
Right.
so that kind of just went out of the window there. No, we
Yeah,
were
he had
kind of hoping to
McBride.
get that. No, we could just
Um,
wait and see. What do you think here? You want to
yeah,
go
click
running back?
receiver. I'd probably go Pittman, or
I
like we
was
could
just
go
about
with
to.
one of those top 2 running backs. Oh, sorry.
Well, we got no, that's fine. We got 2 picks, so let's do it both. Let's go Pittman, and then do you like Warren or Mason? Let's see.
Uh,
With with Judkins and Taylor, I would be more likely to go kind of Cam or Mason, one of those two over Warren.
oh,
What do you
really?
think?
Okay.
It's up to
We can
you though.
go Mason then. I was
Oh,
thinking
wait,
Warren
you
like game
Warren?
stack with Quinchon. They do game stack, and I'm kind of coming around more on Mason or on Warren. I mean, um, but either one's fine.
Let's go Warren.
Sorry.
I'm generally that's the one, I don't really like doing the whole double running back bring back thing. But you know what? This is a BBM, and if we're in week 17 and our biggest concern is Judkins and Warren as a double running back bring back, I think we'll live, my friend.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've been leaning Warren more. I don't know. Caleb Johnson's starting to worry me a little compared to Warren, just because
I
he's
I agree. I was
his
talking about that with Cody.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw you guys talking about it too, and it's just like I don't know. His skill set is pretty limited, and even though we liked him a lot coming into the draft, he was still a late 3rd round pick. And that kind of archetype with that kind of draft capital, their hit rate's pretty low, and Warren's been pretty efficient when healthy. And he's a good pass blocker. That's a good point.
That is a very good point. My guess is Hunter is more 80 to 85% guy than my bet. That's my bet.
Yeah. I mean, if you think he's going to get
Nothing
the
wrong with
route, the other thing too is T-Law can be a little concerning. I get we expect him to make the leap, but he hasn't shown it yet. So that's also a risk to support 2 receivers that high.
Not even more elephant in the room regarding Hunter for me. Yeah. The kicker is that Hunter was just drafted to sell tickets and jerseys and eternally mediocre franchise, not win games. That could be a very good point. That could be a very, very good point. I don't know. It's just me. And, I'll say it, and I'll say it to you guys all summer, and y'all know it. That is the beauty of this, right? It's like such a unique game that, like, we have no control once week 1 happens. We can't add people. We can't drop people. We can't make trades. We don't even know what the hell is going to happen in the regular season because nobody knows what injuries are going to happen, what guys are going to come out of nowhere, what guys 2 years earlier than they should are going to just fall off and be dust now and not be good anymore. And so that's the beauty of it, right? Is there's really literally no right way. There's definitely some wrong ways, but we don't know. There's no perfect build that's guaranteed to make you get in the finals. There's no perfect build that for sure is going to, win the whole thing. And so we're all out here. We all have our different ideas. We all have our different takes. We all have our different player stands. And that's the beauty of it to me. And that's honestly why I enjoy drafting with other people so much and try to bring as many guests on as I can, because it's good to just kick those ideas around. And several already this year, I've had 2 guests in particular that kind of made me think differently about certain stances that I was kind of on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I mean, I don't know. I definitely agree with that too. Like, no, there's no way to really know, and as long as you can, if you can give yourself an upside case, or you feel like you can see the upside case or the downside case for the player, then I don't know. Yeah, like you can't really be wrong or right. We find out through the season, but a lot of it is kind of luck based too with the injuries and everything, like you said. So yeah, I mean, I totally agree with that. And, that's a lot of the fun part, right? If we all just thought it was the same guys in every single spot, set your rankings and hit the plane, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's part of what makes it so fun too, is everyone has their own takes and opinions on the different teams, different players.
I just think going back to what Steve was saying a minute ago, and we talked about it earlier, me and somebody, I don't even remember now, but I think it's the Rodgers thing. I know who Hames is on it with me that, like, Aaron Rodgers is going to want the more proven pass blocker in there. Aaron Rodgers is going to want the guy in there that he can dump the ball off to and he can go make a play with his legs. And when I watch Caleb, I'm out on Caleb Johnson. I said it earlier. The reason that I'm out on him is because at Iowa, so many times he had 5 or 6 yards of clear space to really get his speed up and going, because when I watch him, I see a guy that's not really that explosive and doesn't really have that short area quickness. He has some decent long speed once he gets going, but in the NFL and the Pittsburgh Steelers, he's not going to have 5 and 6 yards of open runway to just really get up to speed with. And so that's one thing I worry about with Johnson. We're on the clock here, though. What do you want to do, my man? We might have
Do
to
we have any
start back
quarterbacks that
second.
make sense?
None that really makes sense, honestly, jumping off at us right here. Dak did not come back to us. We might have to get Gross at quarterback with this one. So let's make sure the rest of our team is good. Do you like Shaheed? Just so I can
Yeah,
start someone
I'm fine with Shaheed.
while we talk.
And then I
Dude,
would maybe
how
go
are
with
you on
Warren or two.
Warren? Yeah, I was just
Uh,
about to say Warren would kind of make sense. We took didn't we take a indie receiver? Yeah, we took Pittman. Let's get Shaheed
yeah.
first, and then we can talk about this other one. I'm
So
not
I
super
lean.
in on Tootin. You lean
Okay,
who?
I'm cool with Warren then.
You lean Tootin is what you were about to say?
No, I was gonna say I lean Tootin or Warren, either one.
Let's go Warren
Yeah,
because we're gonna have to probably get Gross at QB here, right? I mean, we missed out on Dak. We missed out on
yeah,
Dak. We missed out on Kyler. And so part of my thinking is like, since we already have to get Gross at QB, and since we just took Pittman a little bit ago, and now we have Warren, I think one of our outs for this team is that we definitely target Daniel Jones, and that Daniel Jones has maybe a season closer to a couple years ago where he was actually, pretty decent and doing what he does best. We also have JT. So like we kind of really need Indy to be good for this team. And the one way that
yeah,
Indy's good is with Daniel Jones being good.
yeah. No, I mean I feel fine with that, and we'll probably have to try to figure out two more on top of that.
Oh yeah, 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 for sure,
Um,
for sure.
yeah, yeah. So it could be a little bit tough to figure out, but I guess we'll see
We're
when we
gonna
get a
have to
little bit
take some
closer.
people unstacked because we already built our running back room out also, so
Yeah,
strong. Uh
yeah. Like,
this I'm gonna look at the players for a minute. Sorry guys for
all right.
not being on the board as much as we normally would. I'm just trying to look around and see here. What is the numbers? 140s, mid 140s is what we're coming back to. All right.
Yeah,
Well, we'll see.
we
Let's see what
definitely
comes
don't
back
need
to.
another tight end.
No, no, no. I was just also kind of not thinking tight ends like with this next set of picks, but I was just kind of thinking, well, are there any quarterbacks who there could be a potentially late tight end? Are you thinking only two tight ends for sure with this team with Kittle and Warren then? Because I wouldn't be
Uh,
opposed to putting a third on it myself, but I'm also not opposed to just
I
keeping it
mean,
at.
I would lean pretty heavy towards two tight ends unless we really get one that makes sense for a stack. I guess then I would be okay with it. I guess. Um, but yeah, I mean, I just think we spent a lot of capital at tight end. Because Warren's not like a full punt guy. He's like a huge upside guy that kind of goes. I mean, he's a top 12 tight end pick, and Kittle's tight
Mm-hmm.
end 3. We picked him in the 4 or 5 turn. I think it's a lot of capital unless we get a stack that really makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, but yeah, we could probably look at QB with like our next pick, and then we could either do one soon and then like two really late, or we could try to get two like pretty soon.
I would almost be tempted to say, so hear me out. I think our best bet with this team, and then we'll see what you think, is go ahead and take two with this next turn. I mean, we got three running backs. We feel pretty good about JT, Judkins, and Warren. We can throw some later guys on for sure. Our receiver room with those six is super strong right now. And so my thinking is I'm just trying to think of it from a playoff standpoint. Whoever we take, right, other than Jones, is probably going to be either unstacked or really gross. So I would almost say let's get us like if they're there. Well, never mind. One of them went. Now I'm open to just taking. You want to take Penix?
Can we see the receivers quick? And yeah, let's see the receivers quick. We could also go Bryce Young and then a Panther.
Yeah, yeah, that's true too. Then I
Or we could go like Penix with Pitts. That might be kind of heavy. Tua doesn't really have much options. Probably one of those two QBs though.
let's go Leggett and Bryce. Are you good with that?
Yeah, that works. Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, I'm okay with Penix like on stacked or with Pitts, but I don't know. He is pretty immobile, so if
Well, no,
Penix
I
has
would
like a big
rather have him.
advance rate,
Yeah, no, I
um,
I agree. I would rather have them stacked, and I guess I didn't think to check receiver, and I was also just kind of not. I guess in my head, since we had six, we felt so good about receiver wasn't really probably a position normally we wouldn't want to go with there, but it definitely made sense in this team because yeah, we want some correlation and stuff too. We're still probably going to end up with one quarterback unsacked, probably, and then Daniel Jones, of
yeah.
course, as our other one. Next go around, we probably need to tack on at least one or two receivers. We'll see what comes back to us. We're gonna try to piece it together the best we can and give ourselves a chance still.
Yeah, well, I think so. We do have two QBs that we technically have stacks with available. Um, because we also could do like the Saints, with Shaheed. But if you're not as into him, we could also do like I don't know. Like there's one we could stack up with a tight end that would be pretty good too, probably.
Hmm. I'm
Um,
I'm not super into Shug just because I don't know. I don't think he'll start the year, and I'm not for sure like how soon, they're going to be willing to go to him. Like Cody said, I mean, the guy was in college how long? And then finally his last year had like an actual really good year. Although I did a lot of research on that, and you'd have to go back. It was one of my very first streams that I did, and I actually was talking about Tyler Shuck because I was more into him on DraftKings as a third quarterback when you could get him free at the very, very end. And so I was talking about him. And if you really look, the guy did just have some weird ass unlucky shit. Like he was in California and he was supposed to be the starter and he got injured or something like that. And so then the year he was supposed to come back was the COVID year and he played in California. So like none of those schools out there really even played many games. And then the following year when he was supposed to come back again, he got injured again. It was just like a really bad luck string of shit that kept happening to him over and over and
yeah.
over. It wasn't like he was just bad and could never get starting jobs. On this particular team, we might have to do it.
Yeah, and like just with his draft capital, he might start a lot of weeks, if not like start all year. So I don't know. I'm just open if I ever get Olave or Shaheed, I'm pretty open to taking Shuck as a third QB. Just, real cheap. If he starts every game, like that on its own gives you at least a little floor every week in addition to the guys you already have. Especially going super
Mhm.
late. Like we want that third piece. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
I think
Steve's
he's good.
familiar with the injury history that I was talking about. I didn't remember it all off the top of my head, but I had did some work on it earlier this summer. And yeah, he just had like some ridiculously crazy injury luck. That's or unluck, I guess you could say. Hey, what's up, Binking? Good to see you in here. Don't Not sure I recognize you. Smash that like if you would for us. Sub to the channel if you're not. We're on 6 nights a week, about 10 o'clock Central Time, normally for 2 drafts, and we have a lot of fun and have a lot of good guests.
Yeah.
Let's
You know what I
see.
mean? I think we're building a team pretty good. Like, the QBs are a little bit more risky, but I feel really strong with like that 3 RB start and then our receivers right now. Even our tight ends feel
Mhm.
really strong too. Um yeah, so I mean, we would have a couple options at QB, I guess, where we could maybe backstack them a little bit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what I was just kind of. We'll wait till it gets to us, and then we can talk about what we want to do.
Yeah. Yeah,
Let's see,
like
190s. Yeah, that's. So I would say if it was me coming up here, I would almost say one running back, and then if he holds, Can I interest you in a third tight end and we take Fryermuth
Yeah,
and then
but
whatever running back you want?
I think if we take Fryermuth, we should just take Rogers here.
Just take Rogers here? No, let's push Rogers. We need
Yeah.
a running back because Rogers is in the 180s. We also have Jones down there. I would much
Well,
rather
yeah,
take
but
a
we
running
need
back in.
2 more. Okay. Yeah.
Well, what would
I'd
I'm
probably
warming
go
up to your Shuck
Jalen.
ideal also.
I'd go Jalen Wright probably then if we're going running back.
All right, I'm good
Or
with that.
is
Let's
there
go
someone
right.
you like?
No, I'm good with Wright. The only guy I like Wright. I like Allen. Rico makes sense from a team aspect. You like Wright? Let's go right. I have no pushback. It's a week 17. I mean 16, I believe, right? Yeah, he plays chasing them week 16. He plays Pittsburgh week 15, and we're kind of so here was my thinking and why I'm sorry, my man. I'm always a QB pusher. That's just me, and sometimes it'll
Mhm.
backfire on us. But like a lot of other teams are kind of, he's got three, he's got two, he's got three quarterbacks. And I'm just thinking that there's a decent chance if we grabbed another running back there, which we did. Now we have Taylor, Judkins, Warren, Wright, so we're feeling pretty good there. Receiver, we're done, right? I mean, we got Chase, Harrison, Pickens, Debo, Pittman, Shaheed, Leggett. We're definitely done at tight end now.
Mhm.
And so
Yeah.
essentially, we have those three last picks. And when we come back at the turn, I think there's a decent chance that we can get two out of Rogers, Jones, and Shook. And then we wouldn't have any of them unstacked. If Rogers actually did come back, I guess let's go look at what the Metcalf drafter did. But that was kind of my thinking. Instead of reaching for Rogers there just to make sure we got him, I realize there's a chance he might not come back. If he does, then hopefully Jones comes back and then we still get Jones and Shook as long as we're willing to double tap them at the 16, 17 turn, I guess was my thinking
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah, and like I don't hate that call waiting because that is closer in line with his ADP. I guess the way I kind of view it is like I don't think the Freiermuth pick makes a ton of sense unless you do get Rodgers, which if we get him back, it does work out great. But I think we already spent so much capital at tight end that we should have probably only picked another tight end for like a stack. Um, I don't know. I mean, I like Freiermuth. I'm okay with him. I just think we were already like really strong at tight end. So it's okay. Like I'm fine getting Freiermuth there, but I mean, like you said, we might get Rodgers back. So if we do, then it works out. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I also just kind of feel like the running backs are pretty flat, so I don't really mind the guys down here versus like the guys where we picked right.
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. I guess for me, like I know I think you're a little more like I agree. Kittle can hold down the room on his own, but like I
Mhm.
do kind of worry about Warren. Eh, I just worry how many, how consistent he'll be, especially early on. And so I thought that like I, I would be okay with Freiermuth as a third quarterback on this team, even if we didn't get Rodgers, just because I took Fryer. Don't get me wrong, I took Freiermuth solely hoping that Aaron Rodgers comes back to us, which I was just looking while you were talking a minute ago, and the Metcalf drafter is actually that guy in the two hole, and he has
Mhm.
Kyler and Love already, so maybe he's okay, just sticking with those two, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean maybe. I don't mind pushing it. It's not I don't know. I guess I just view him a tier above like he's the only guy left who we can confirm is going to probably start every single week unless injured. Um I think he goes a little too cheap, but it looks like we have a chance like maybe we get him back. Okay, so we
Look at
did.
that. We
So
got him. So we're going to take him and Jones here, right? Double tap both of them, and then it worked
yeah.
out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, cuz we have a big bet on Indy too.
Yeah, yeah. And see, then I actually like this team a lot better now that that worked out because we have Bryce that we backstacked or took him at the same time with Leggett. But then, yeah, we have such a huge Indy bet. We need them to be good. We got JT, we got Pittman, we got the rookie Warren. And that's part of why, even if we didn't get Rodgers, I was okay with Freiermuth, because our best bet for this team is actually that Pittman is playing like a number one receiver, and JT's doing JT things and staying pretty healthy. In which case, let's face it, it's not going to be a super elite offense. So in which case, probably Warren does have some like not that usable at all weeks, and maybe is just more of a spike week guy here and there. So then looking at it from that aspect, I do like having kind of the steady Eddie Freiermuth, but then it kind of worked out because we got both of them and we took the Jalen Warren pick, which the whole reason I like Jalen Warren is for dump offs from Rodgers. So I'm liking the team a lot better now that those last 4 rounds played out that way.
Yeah, no, I think it's coming together pretty nice. Like, and we probably spent enough early at RB that we'll be okay with it. Even like our 4 and 5 are late, but the first 3 were early enough that we probably still feel pretty good there. And then the other positions all feel, they feel decently strong. Like receiver and tight end feel really strong. And with those 3 QBs, I actually feel pretty good.
No, I think we're doing okay, my man. We'll let it come back to us. I guess probably off the top of my head, running back, just to go ahead and grab a 5th one, whatever running backs left that we like.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely don't think we can stop at 4 with that.
No.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Yeah,
We'll
because like we
throw
would have
somebody on
needed.
there.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, I
we'll
mean,
get lucky and somebody we actually like will come back to us.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm in on. I think we're gonna like the same guy if he's available. But we'll see who gets there. But yeah, I mean, I think tack on one more running back, and I think the team feels pretty good overall.
I would agree with you. We can go ahead and start looking at it, and then we'll give it a one last call out and go call out Steve and the other people in here. But yeah, no, I really did, man. I was not feeling the team that much. I'll be honest with you, until I think those last 4 rounds really kind of made it for me. Like, I do like the Freiermuth pick there, like I said, just because I feel like we kind of need Warren, the Indy Warren, to be more of just a couple really nice spike week type guy pick. That way JT can really be hidden, and that way Pittman can also be hidden. So then I like Wright as a backup running back. Like, if HN gets hurt, Wright's going to be a monster play. And then the way that it worked out with Rodgers and Daniel Jones coming back to us, I know Steve said he got sniped on Darnold and Geno. Oh, yeah, that was rough. Right there. He didn't take him at 60 and was hoping to just probably pick up one of them right there. Oh, no. It was actually the other way. Yeah, he missed out on Geno there. And Tua.
Yeah.
Tua was the other one that he said he got sniped on, not
Yeah, Tua and Geno. Yeah. That was a pretty rough spot. One spot before you on each of them.
Winding this one down, a couple more picks.
Yeah, I mean, so I see
there's actually a couple running backs that normally aren't here.
Yeah.
This late. So I think we're going to be good because I'd be okay with either Marshawn Lloyd. Cody just was talking me into how I should be taking a lot more Brashard Smith. I'm also good with Brooks.
Yeah, I mean, I like Lloyd from like earlier on, but I'd probably right now I guess I'm probably leaning a little towards Brooks.
Brooks even over Smith.
Yeah, I mean for me I'm taking Brooks over Smith, but
all right,
if you
let's
want
go
Smith,
Brooks
I'm fine with that.
Well, no, we also have Chase, so we have, and me, I'm always a team correlation guy. I try to get as much team correlation as I can. So that definitely makes sense from that standpoint. So we ended up finishing with it's doing that weird thing where it won't put him on our roster, but it is a 3-5-7-3 with Bryce Young, Aaron Rodgers, and Daniel Jones. We have JT, Judkins, Warren, Wright, and we just took Brooks to finish off the running back room. Wide receivers is the strength of the team. I feel like with Jamar Chase, Marv, Pickens, Debo, Pittman, Rashid Shaheed, and Leggett. And we have a really nice tight end room also with the dude Kittle. Hopefully, what turns out to be our really timely, nice spike week guy, Warren. And then Fryermuth kind of holding it down when Kittle has an off week. Maybe we get lucky. That's the week Fryermuth catches a touchdown or two.
Yeah, I
I think
mean,
we could have did worse. I definitely think we could have done better if maybe like Kyler would have came back to us. But I like it overall.
and like I think our team came out pretty good. Our QB room, we still do have some upside, even though we put real late capital. So maybe it's a little bit more fragile, but Bryce and Rogers should be a lock to start all year. Bryce has some upside. Dimes has some rushing upside, and then RB felt good enough with the first three, and then receiver and tight end both felt very strong. So I think our team felt pretty solid overall.
Yeah, no, I agree. David said he hates his tight end room, so we'll start with. Oh yeah,
Oof,
I
oof,
feel you, David. I feel you. Hartman knows how I
that's
feel about Schultz.
yeah,
As a Texan fan, I can't stand watching that guy with his half-ass pass run blocking effort that he gives. But do you have CJ? Yeah, so it makes sense
yeah.
with CJ. He said he loved the rest of his team though, so let's check it out. It's Herbert, Stroud, Cam Ward. He did the 17 quarterback double stack. This is what I always tell people, kind of like I did with our running back thing. Like if you get to that point in a BBM, right, and your biggest beef is like, well, I got two quarterbacks both in the same game. Like I think you're very happy to have that problem, so it's fine.
Yeah.
David Montgomery, Aaron Jones, Najee Harris, Rico Dowdle, and Sampson at the running back room. Okay, so he really pushed
Yeah.
it there. That looked like some of the teams Cody was talking me into building. I believe we had a team with Demont, Harris, and Dowdle on it, all
Yeah,
on,
and
on the one that just me and him did.
I think the running back room looks a little thin, but it should be strong enough. I'm imagining
Hmm.
this receiver room's going to be pretty
Oh
crazy,
yeah,
though.
CD
Yeah,
Ladd, Terry McLaurin, J Mo as your fourth receiver. Come on, yeah, sign me up.
yeah.
Ridley as your
Ridley,
fifth
Olave.
receiver. Olave, Trey Harris, Quinshon Judkins, just because the two Charger guys stacked, so that was nice. Schultz to make sure he had a little stack with Stroud
Yeah,
and
I
Ferguson.
maybe would have passed on Quentin Johnston because I think the
Hmm.
receivers were so strong, and not even as a player take, but like just the receiver room was so strong, and you had two stacked pieces with Najee and I think he had two stacked pieces, right? Other than that, uh,
Um,
he had Najee and Trey Harris, right? He had Trey Harris.
yeah. He had Trey Harris,
Yeah,
and the other thing, which I think looking back on it, maybe he would agree with, is because he waited so late on running back. I'm with you. I would have left off Quinchon, even though it did give him a double stack as far as their pass game goes. Just keep it with Najee and keep it with the rookie Harris. Let's see who he
yeah.
could have
He
taken
could have got
here.
Goddard or like any of those running backs.
Mm-hmm.
I think all of those would have been just a better fit
Any
for the team capital.
Yeah, if he takes that eighth receiver off, he could have easily just made that eighth receiver a third tight end, which would have helped the
Yeah,
room because, Ferguson, even if he ends the year with a bang, let's face it, what's it? Higby is gonna, probably be playing a lot more than him early in the year. So now you're kind of relying just on Dalton Schultz, but the Texans brought in all the exciting, the two rookie receivers. They also have Kirk now. I don't know how
right.
much, So I think
And
he
I guess
might agree with that.
I was forgetting he had because he said it. He had Lad also. So
Oh,
so
did he? Yeah,
yeah,
that's right. You're right. We overlooked that. So
Yeah, and
yeah,
like
he
they're gonna be
definitely
a
could have
lower
left off
pass volume
thinking,
team
I mean,
anyway.
Quinshawn,
Yeah.
Quentin Johnson.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
would
the
have.
only
That's
like
just
you
me.
can bet on them that heavy, but it's not like terrible. I just like, nitpicking. Like that's
Yeah,
where I would have switched the pick.
the third tight end in place of him, and I agree that team would have been super super nice, David. I mean, it's a good team. Don't get me wrong,
Yeah,
but
it's a
just
good team still.
a 7 wide receiver team with Ladd and Harris stacked with Herbert. But then instead of Johnson, you could have had a little more help in the tight end room.
Yeah.
Again, it's nitpicking though, because it is a good team. Let's see. We have a couple more people in here. King of Kings was in here. I know he went with the 2-5-8-3. Purdy and Tua. He's one of the one that he sniped Steve on the Tua pick. I remember Steve saying CMC, Jacobs, Pollard, Tootin, Roshan Johnson. Wide receiver room: AJ Brown, Worthy, Waddle, Pearsall, Myers, Burden, Wilson, Keenan. Tight end room of Jonnu, Henry, and Jawan Johnson.
Yeah, I think that team looks really strong overall. Um, I mean, obviously you're just a little more fragile at QB, but like if they stay healthy and they perform pretty well, I think it can be a really strong team overall.
For sure, for sure. Running backs led by McCaffrey is pretty good, and he has Purdy, so McCaffrey and Purdy on the same team. He has
Mhm.
Pearsall in there. No,
He had
yeah,
Burden for
I
the
would
bring
agree.
back. Yeah. Yeah, he had the week 17 also with the Niners. So
Waddle with Tua, and then he also took Jonnu, so that's doubled up.
yeah. That's a really solid team. I like that.
Let's see. I think the last one in here that I know of is Steve 3672. You know Steve is taking 3 quarterbacks one way or the other. Dak, Stafford, and Dart. Running back room is Cook, Mixon, Connor, Stevenson, Rashard White, and Jarquez Hunter. Wide receivers are Neighbors, Hill, Diggs, Cup, Bateman, Tillman, Tutu, Brock, and Ferguson. It's an awesome tight end room, even with two, just with Brock alone. Let's see. I remember he started with the Neighbors Brock stuff, trying to
Mhm.
get Tua, but he got stacked. Matthew Stafford and threw on Tutu just to have some sort of stack. I love his running back room. I'm high on Cook. A lot of people seem to be out on Cook, but I'm with Steve on Cook. Mixon's a great pick at 57. Connor gives you a good running back, especially early in the year. I'm super high on Connor and the Eliminator. I talked about that the other day. Like their first 7 games, when you look at it, it's like just like really nice matchups for a running back on a team that wants to kind of run the ball for the most part.
Yeah, and I think Connor, he hasn't really shown any drop off in production. He's been a little injury prone, but when he's healthy, he produces like an elite RB, like an RB1. So I really like him as a third RB on there. That feels really good. I think the team overall looked pretty strong. I mean, I think no position looked like super weak or anything. And then obviously tight
Mhm.
end was really strong and RB was pretty strong. So I don't know. Yeah, I thought it was a good build.
Let's catch up on a few of these comments, and then I'm probably going to get out of here. It's been a long night, guys. Let's see, where did I leave off at? Back up here, probably when we started talking about the teams. Steve was just telling him, no worry, probably on the snipe for Tua. There, David said there was just nobody else I liked to pick, but I should have took a tight end. He was just telling us he had Ladd. The Texan game hits. He is definitely winning the money. And like I said, at the end of the day, if any of us make it to week 17, except for maybe Steve, who has about a third of his teams in finals somewhere or the other, it seems like. But other than that, most of us, if we're in week 17 and if we're in a BBM final for sure, we're just going to be praying that whatever we have on that team hits and hope that it's something that makes us live. Should definitely took a tight end or running back, but honestly, I think Ferguson could have a year like Dalton Kincaid's rookie year. Well, if he does, then that tight end room is probably just fine. Although again, I just worry about how much Schultz is going to actually be involved and be a useful tight end this year because they don't really like him. Like, just and the reason I say that is knowing the team like I do, D'Amico's whole thing is like swarm. It's just their little mantra that they use or whatever. It stands for special work ethic and a relentless mindset. None of that describes Dalton Schultz at all.
Hmm.
Like I said, I wouldn't hate him as much if I watched him only on Red Zone, but I am a Texan fan, so I watch every snap, and he is just not a physical tight end at all. And D'Amico wants his teams to be like just super. He's a linebacker, right? Like, of course, the guy wants his teams to just be super smash mouth, physical, teams. And they actually, towards the end of the year, started playing the guy that they drafted from Ohio State. I can't think of his damn name right now, but he played with CJ at Ohio State. We drafted him as kind of like a rough prospect. He's a run blocker first, but he's actually making some strides in the pass game. Schultz will still be out there, but with all the additions they added at receiver, I just don't know how much he'll actually be getting the ball, I guess would be my concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's fine, like, on a Stroud team because he had Stroud, right? So
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
it's fine with that. But yeah, I think like Terrence Ferguson will struggle to get consistent playing time, especially early. Maybe late in the season he kind of breaks out, but early I really would be worried about his playing time.
Mhm.
I don't think he's gonna completely relegate Higbee right out the gate at all. I think it might take a little time. Maybe he does by the end of the year, but to rely on him full year, I don't really like that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Anyways, I'm gonna get off here, Hartman. It's been a long night. We've been going now officially for 6 hours strong. It was a lot of fun, guys. Again, you can catch me most nights at 10 p.m. Central, with the exception of next week. I do not know exactly how many nights I will be on, just being on vacation. I can promise you I'll at least squeeze in probably 3 of them. We will not be here tomorrow night or the next night. I know that for sure. Sundays when we're flying out to Chicago and getting situated and everything, and I have all kind of last minute things to do tomorrow getting ready. But smash the like. Remember, guys, if you're seeing this now at the end, soon as it ends, hop back in the video, leave me a comment real quick, let me know what kind of challenge draft you want me to do next week while I'm on vacation, and we are definitely going to do one. I'm going to do it a little different. I'm going to tell you peace out, Hartman, and then I'm going to leave you guys, since I have alternate intro video I've been playing. I'm going to close it out with my little NFL over the years video. It was fun, Hartman. Thanks for coming on. As always, my man. Look forward to drafting with you more in the future. You guys have a good night. Talk to you later.
Have a good night.